After waking up in his game character's body, he finds he's engaged music, and his arch-rival Cordelia Chase has also been pulled into the game world, and is now his fiancée. The two now have to get along to avoid the game's disastrous original ending. Our story starts with the game Legend of Heroes 2, released over 10 years ago, but users are still active today. Our main character just entered the Hall of Honor. Today was the big day for the ranking update. Suddenly, he spots two women watching from the corner of the room. A red-haired girl named Romantic Cat asked our MC our music. You in first place again, Outboxer. No change this month either, but the girl with her cut in. Her name was Yellow Storm, and she played the character Cordelia. Music, Chase. She declared that this time around she'd be number one. The MC with a cool expression told her not to get too cocky. Then he strikes a genius pose, saying, "You'll just keep being second, Yellowstorm. That's 21 months straight. Must be tough, huh? Trying to catch up to me." The girl yelled back that this time would be different. He didn't deny it, he just kept on gloating. Then a system sound announced the monthly rankings. Outboxer, our MC, snagged first place again. It was his 23rd month in a row. Yellowstorm landed in second once more for 22 months straight. Our MC started to grin. The girl wondered, what in the world is he doing? He's cheating. What is this? She started cussing up a storm. But the system kept zapping her messages for spicy music language. The cat girl told her to chill or she'd get a chat ban for acting like that. Suddenly, a message popped up showing both Outboxer and Yellowstorm had logged out. After that, a system message appeared saying that the two had entered the world of Pleiades. Now in a fancy mansion bedroom, our MC was struggling to breathe. Music, he wondered. Where am I? What is this place? With a killer headache, he got up from the armchair and froze before a mirror. This is my character from Legend of Heroes 2, he thought. Not only that, but he's way younger. But wait, is this a mirror? Is this me, he wondered? Suddenly a sharp headache hit him. Memories, music, were flooding his mind. Pleiades in Legend of Heroes 2 was a fantasy world where many hero stories unfolded. Kingdoms warred against each other while angels and demons descended to Earth. After this information flashed in his mind, he realized he had been transported into the game world. Not just that, but a younger, weaker version of his character, a swordsman and son of the respected Bile family. As he continued to stare at his reflection, someone knocked on the door asking if they could music come in. Young Master. The MC was in shock to be called Young Master. The person heard no reply and entered the room, seeing their master looking completely awkward and embarrassed. Her name was Maya, Jude Bale's personal maid. She bowed and apologized since she didn't know he was in there. With no response, she had thought the room was empty. The MC, desperate, tried recalling her name. He coughed a bit and asked, "Never mind, why are you here?" He had absolutely no idea what was happening, so he needed to act cool. She replied that it was nothing, just that his fiancée had come to visit and was waiting in the living room. Jude trembled. He had never been in a relationship with anyone before, and now he was suddenly engaged. In the Bile living room, a girl on the couch was complaining he was taking too long. She was getting tired. Jude's fiancée was the daughter of the magician family Cordelia Chase. The MC knew Yellowstorm was her in the game. Hearing Cordelia was his fiancée completely freaked him out, but he thought positively. He needed to understand the situation he was in now. It'd be helpful if Cordelia was Yellowstorm. The MC arrived in the room and introduced himself. "Nice to meet you. I'm Tox. No, I'm the second son of the Bales. Jude Bale." He looked at Cordelia to see her reaction to his introduction. At that moment, the two made eye contact. Both were startled and totally speechless. The two shouted almost at once, "Why are you here too?" They were still startled, embarrassed, and completely surprised. The MC started to calm down. He needed to think fast. Cordelia Chase was here because she was engaged to Jude, but he wondered why Yellowstorm popped into his head. The maid gave him a look, wondering if the young master was totally music head over heels. The two sat at the table, awkwardly silent. Our hero decided to test the waters first. Music. He glanced at her and whispered, hey yellow, but got nothing. If a hole opened up in the room, Jude would have swan-dived right in, but he wasn't giving music up. With other people around, he had to figure out how to get her by herself. Convinced she was indeed Yellowstorm, he spoke with purpose. Co-op start time entrance, left side column 9 at 9 o'clock. She reacted. She knew it was a message. It was the game's code. The co-op would begin in 12 hours. And on the left side of the entrance column, 9 at 9 o'clock, she got the message loud and clear. Jude Bale watched her. He knew if she was really Yellowstorm, she'd get it. Cordelia Music understood and hopped up from the couch. "Come on, let's go." Dahlia. Her personal guard was totally clueless. What was going on? She was already out the door. She scrambled after her, calling her name. Before she left, our guy said, "I'm already looking forward to our next meeting, Miss Cordelia." Jude Bale's maid just stared, asking what on earth he was talking about. Jude Bale just brushed it off, saying it was nothing. This whole situation was driving him nuts. After all, Cordelia's vibe was a dead ringer for Yellowstorm's. Now, in the Bile Mansion's garden, Jude was absolutely freezing. It was the north, so even a summer night could be chilly. He just hoped she actually made it. Spotting a hooded figure in the distance, he called out Yellowstorm. She pulled back her hood, looked him in the eye, and called him by his name, Outboxer. He walked up to her and said, "So can I tell you what's been on my mind this entire time?" She shot back, "Oh, don't even bother. I've got a pretty good idea what it is. You too, he asked. Yep, music, me too, she said. With that, they cut the games and got down to business. She asked him when he first came to. Jude replied that he wasn't totally sure, maybe 2 days ago, but his memory was still a bit fuzzy. Cordelia wondered why he was so vague about it. He gave her a look and asked if she'd forgotten Jude Bale's whole deal. Jude suffered from the blockage of the 9 Yin Pathways, a condition caused by a crazy imbalance of Yin Qi. It left his body super weak, making it totally impossible for him to use any mana. He explained he was really sick 2 days ago, babbling nonsense in his sleep. Ah, so that's why you're not sure when you woke up, Cordelia said. But then it hit her and she got mad. Wait a minute, you're not even better yet. I came all this way like you asked. Do you know how hard it is for a girl to sneak out past her parents? So why didn't you come to me? He shot back. How was I supposed to? With the 9 Yin Pathways blocked, I can't even hop a fence. And then he asked, since when were you a girl? She glared at him. Since the day I was born, you weirdo. He was stunned. Wait, Yellow Storm was a girl the whole time. He was in total disbelief. Cordelia said she never mentioned it because she didn't think it mattered. And you're a guy. You sure don't look like one. So scrawny. Hey, I'm a man, I'm just a little under the weather, he retorted. Changing the subject, Jude had another reason for the meeting. She asked what was up. He explained that his dad, Count Bile, took his brothers and all the vassals on an expedition. So the mansion is pretty much empty, which seriously lowers our chances of getting caught. He saw them leave with his own eyes, so he was sure. She stopped him. Hold on, what do you mean you saw them leave? Cordelia asked. Is it happening to you too? Then she started to explain. You become the character you played for ages. At first, you just feel like you're inside the game. But as time goes on, it feels more and more like your past lifetimes was times Outboxer. So much that your old memories and Jude Bale's don't really conflict. Right, it's happening to me too. Calling music Duke Chase father feels totally normal now. And you even called Count Bale my father earlier. It feels natural because, well, it's real now. Our hero Music was officially freaked out. They hadn't just entered a game. This was their new reality. He realized just how dangerous this was. If this was really real, there was no reset button. She confirmed it. And to top it all off, it just had to be this time's world. A world Music that's fated to be totally wrecked by the grand summoning ritual. Hearing this, our guy says, you know this vibe isn't half bad if you think about it. Cordelia, steaming mad, demanded to know what was so funny. How can you laugh at a time like this? He just said Jude and Cordelia were pretty weak characters, though by some wild coincidence he was a warrior and she was a mage. Then she cracked up too. This means we won't fight over loot. For gamers, that's like the dream scenario, so the two decided to team up. Cordelia hadn't partied up in 5 years. This was a first. Our guy said, I mean, waking up in a game is nuts enough, but having to party with the person who's always in second place is just… ugh. She shot back. What was that? He, dodging her, said that with the way things were, they should totally work together, but she kept pressing him. What did you say? Say it to my face. Then he told her to chill out and listen. If this is for real, it'll be way faster to fix Jude's blocked Yin Pathways. If we get an item packed with pure Yang energy, we can bust open those blocked pathways in one shot. She was like, yeah, sure. But that's only if we find an item full of Yang energy, and there's nothing like that around here. Our MC shot that down. Oh, but there is. It's in the Balkan Mountains. Cordelia mulled that over. A special item. But wait a sec, she suddenly yelled. You're talking about the sun necklace. Are you out of your mind? The sun necklace is a drop from Lausanne. How are we supposed to take down a mid-level boss like that? They were both level 1. Jude thought for a moment and said, yep. He had a plan, she asked. And what's the plan? He paused for a second and then asked her on a date. Yep, that was it. A carriage ride and a date. That was the solution. The actual solution. The next day, a white carriage pulled by horses with shiny black coats rolled through a forest of flowers. They came to a stop and the carriage door opened. Cordelia and Jude hopped out. She said, beautiful weather, huh? He replied, a perfect day for us. They kept gushing about the beautiful day and how it was so worth the trip. They had to look like a super lovey-dovey couple for the servants watching from a distance. Our guy spotted a flower garden and motioned for Cordelia to come with him. The two of them hurried over. Cordelia said, dang it, I really can't do this. Our MC replied, I don't care if you cuss. Just make sure nobody else hears you. He warned her not to walk too fast or they'd notice them ditching the group. Cordelia sighed. She wanted the deets on the plan, like how they were supposed to beat Lizigan and get the sun necklace at level 1. The sun necklace is an item that can hold back evil power. It's a drop from the Red Moon Lausanne again. A powerful monster sealed in the sun god's temple in Montana's Belalcon. Jude replied that he never said anything about capturing him. Unfazed, she asked. So what's the plan then? Don't skimp on the details. I have my ways, he said. So did you bring the thing I asked for? He asked her. Cordelia said, yeah. It was tricky because she had to hide it under her dress. Our MC replied, that's my yellow storm for ya. She shot him a glare. I don't remember agreeing to be your yellow storm. Just spill it. How are we doing this? He pointed to the cliff, saying it was simple. He'd already scouted the path, and the place was a perfect match for the area in the game. Once we get there, you're gonna carry me and jump, Cordelia said, the Temple of the Sunday. only shows up if you wander around that flower bed and head down. So why do we have to jump off a cliff then? Jude asked if she'd ever taken the western path in the game. It was a shortcut. She was clearly surprised by this, but said embarrassed, I already knew that. I was just testing you, you idiot. She was a terrible liar. They could take the long way like Cordelia said, but they couldn't bring the maids. They don't know any magic, so they'd have a tough time keeping up. Our MC told her it was dangerous, so he suggested leaving behind an insurance policy. She asked, "What kind of insurance?" He replied. "Okay, but first you have to promise you'll hear the whole plan out without cussing or hitting me," she replied. "But I can do it in my head, right, so go on." "Spill the beans." He leaned in close and whispered, "After we jump off the cliff, you use the fact that we're engaged." After hearing the plan, she totally freaked out and got all flustered. "Are you insane? No way, I am not doing that. Our MC just asked if she had a better plan. You know, one that might actually work." She had to think fast. Alamar's maids were getting suspicious. Cordelia scrambled for an idea, but her brain wasn't cooperating. Finally, she just blurted out, "Oh, screw it." "All right, fine. We'll do it your way," she caved. Jude thanked her and they grabbed hands. Time to start the show. From a distance, Dolly and Mai saw them nearing the cliff and yelled, "What in the world are you two doing?" Cordelia scooped up Jude and leaped off the cliff. "Yep, we definitely know who's the boss in this relationship." She cast a wind spell for a soft landing. Cordelia's guard yelled after her, begging her to come back immediately because that area was super dangerous. Cordelia opened her mouth, but nothing came out. Jude nudged her. "Spit it out, we don't have all day," so mustering all her might. She yelled back, totally embarrassed, "I want some alone time with my, man. He won't try anything funny, he's a knight, probably. We'll be back before dinner." "Don't worry," Daria questioned, wondering when she'd gotten so chummy with Mr. Jude Bale. She insisted she couldn't leave her side, saying it was just too risky. Maya put a hand on the guard's shoulder and said, "It's all right. The young master carries himself like a knight." I think Jude and his fiancée bolted while Daria screamed after them. "Why does everyone just times guess? Times he's a knight." After they'd run a bit, a fuming Cordelia snapped. "Why did I have to do that?" she moaned. And she had to carry him bridal style. The humiliation was real. Jude reminded her not to forget his 9 paths were blocked, so there was zero chance he could carry her. To prove his point, he flexed a noodle arm. Furious, she said she couldn't wait for him to get better. Jude Bale then recalled his own mortifying moment. When he wrote that letter asking for a date, Maya was right there reading over his shoulder the entire time. But then again, he figured it wasn't so bad since she had to shout at both of them. After bickering over who was more embarrassed, they'd been walking for about 10 minutes when suddenly Jude just collapsed. Pure exhaustion. The guy couldn't even walk for a few minutes. Cordelia stared down at him. The same guy who just said he'd lead the way. So much for that. She asked if he was all right. Jude replied that he was definitely not all right, blaming it all on his blocked 9 paths. He was seriously fragile, so he asked for a piggyback ride. They had to hurry. Her response, "It's fine. Music, there's a grave right here. Feel free to rest in peace." "I'm not dying," he shot back. Music, now deep inside the cave. Cordelia hauled Jude Bale on her back, asking if he was sure this was the right way. She looked like she was carrying a sack of potatoes. Music. Suddenly, a bright light filled their vision. At last, they reached the Temple of the Sun God. In the game, this is where Lassagan was sealed away after battling the Sun Paladins. Jude asked Cordelia if she could feel anything special. She said the game's dialogue mentioned that when you enter the Temple of the Sun God, you're supposed to feel its divine power. And now Cordelia was experiencing that exact sensation, music, for herself. It felt like her heart was being cleansed. Jude Bale watched her, captivated by her beautiful smile. It was like a dream. Then he snapped back to reality, wondering why his heart was pounding. She began walking toward the spot where the boss was sealed. Music. Jude was still trying to get a grip. He figured it was just because Cordelia was so beautiful that his heart was going crazy. Cordelia looked up. It was a perfect match for the game. The whole hall was designed to contain Lassagan. They were about to take on a demon that took a massive effort just to seal away. Was there actually any way to beat this thing? Jude said yes and asked for the stuff she prepared. She agreed and began to lift her dress. Everything was hidden under her skirt. Blushing, she pleaded, "Music, don't you dare look over here for a second. If you turn around, you're a dead man." She pulled out a paper, 2 vials of red liquid, a brush, and an ink pen. Jude was impressed. How did all that stuff fit under a skirt? She really came prepared. Then she demanded, "Don't be a jerk, thank me properly." Jude Music had to agree. On his own, he never could have pulled this off. Just making a potion was a huge pain. With a smug look, Cordelia told him to keep going. She was enjoying this. He finished with, "The blessing you've given a wretch like me is truly immeasurable." All right, back to the action. Music. Jude picked up the brush, its tip dripping with the potion. All right, it was finally showtime. He drew a magic circle right where the crimson Lassagan was sealed. Cordelia watched him cool as a cucumber. That was Velasting's magic circle, the masterpiece of the legendary barrier master Velasting, who becomes a huge deal in the last half of Legend of Heroes. There was a risk it couldn't trap a demon they'd already caught once, and they only had a 3-minute time limit. Music. But since its power scaled with the demons, it was known as the ultimate demon trapping circle. Cordelia was seriously impressed. How did he memorize something so complicated? Jude stood up, finally done, and told Cordelia she was up. What? My turn, she asked. Jude, so over-explaining things, just wanted to know if she actually got what this was. She looking annoyed. He shot back. That of course she knew. Fine, so you know how to draw it too, he pressed. Cordelia replied, Duh, I know. Do you think I'm some kind of dummy? She totally didn't know. He started explaining that because of his illness, he couldn't fire up the circle. Music. She had to activate it, but at level 1, it was going to be incredibly difficult. So they'd hijack the magic flowing from the sun god Solari's seal to give it a full power boost. This meant using the temple's power to summon Lizigan's true sealed form for a bit. Cordelia was on board and grabbed the knife. It needed a drop of blood to work. She pricked her finger, letting the blood fall. The magic circle began to glow as red gusts of wind blasted from it. The temple music started to tremble. Jude asked if Cordelia was all right. She said she could feel the mana in the air getting crazy thick. Energy currents swirled and a red darkness blotted out the sky. Solari's seal was about to shatter. A chained red-winged demon appeared before them. That was without a doubt the demon sealed eons ago by the Sun Paladins. Jude saw Velasting's circle worked perfectly since Lizigan was chained up. But seeing the demon up close, he felt like music would be crushed by its terrifying aura. He glanced at Cordelia to check if she was okay. Cordelia's eyes were practically sparkling with total hype. This was the same demon she used to fight on her PC. Seeing it for real was just amazing. Giddy with excitement, she pointed at the demon's waist. Look, Jude, the sun necklace. Go snag it for us. But I can barely jump off a curb, he said. Terrified. Is this girl completely nuts? He wondered. Still hyped, she said. I'll lend you my staff. Use it to grab it. Come on, go for it while he's stunned. Jude took the staff and slowly crept toward the boss. Music was way better than trying to snatch it with his bare hands. Cordelia was still totally amped up, constantly telling him to hurry up and get the loot. Jude was almost there, but then they both froze. A dark shadow just stole all their fun. Lizigan, the Crimson Moon Demon, was finally awake, glaring daggers at them. But Jude, before the demon could move, snagged the sun necklace with the staff, and they both took off running. The demon, completely enraged, roared at them, "You miserable insects." The shout was so loud the whole temple shook. Jude ended up totally face-planting. With his illness flaring up, he had no way to defend himself. He looked at the demon. Even sealed. The demon had so much power. Faced music with that, Jude couldn't even stand up. Cordelia shouted, "You're still in chains. You can't move. Eat this, you loser." She activated a magic circle and shot a volley of magic missiles at the demon, smacking it right in the face. Jude was in total shock. Welp now. They were absolutely going to die after a stunt like that. He yelled at her, "Are you crazy? Why'd you provoke it?" But then something caught his eye. Level up effects were popping up all around Cordelia. This was unbelievable. If Lizigan was anything like the original game, he'd be such a tough boss they couldn't even scratch him. But thanks to Velasting's magic circle cheat code, this was actually happening. Even doing just 1 point of damage was enough to level up because of the huge level gap. The two did the quick gamer math and smirked proudly. That wasn't a demon in front of them, it was a walking experience point farm. The great demon roared in fury. How dare they do this to me? As he ate magic missile after magic missile right to the face. Cordelia just kept unloading on the demon, smiling the whole time as she blasted away. She was totally hyped. Her plan was to grab the item and bolt, but she got lucky when the tables turned. Music. Our main character was impressed. She nailed everything except the shackles on the demon. This girl's aim is nuts, he thought. The furious demon started calling them weaklings. How dare they disrespect me like this? Music, he roared. Jude scrambled up and yelled back at the demon. Shut your trap, I'm gonna level up too. A real XP grinder doesn't talk, they just soak up damage. So with the sun necklace in hand, he started casting the spell to break the 9 Yin Paths blockade. By the power of the sun god, Solari grant me strength. But even after shattering the blockade, he still couldn't sling magic like Cordelia. So his only option was to use the necklace as a weapon. He slowly neared the demon, glanced sideways, and hurled the necklace at it. It dealt 1 damage. Lizigan, music, was seething with rage over the whole situation. It was just too humiliating. Then the two shouted that there was only 1 minute left before Velas's magic circle faded. This was their one shot for some easy leveling. They went on the attack. Cordelia fired off magic missiles, and Jude just kept heaving the necklace at Lizigan. After a bit, the demon spoke. I've memorized your faces, etched your souls into my mind. The day I get free, I'll make you feel unimaginable pain. Before he could even finish his speech, he took another magic missile to the face. Enraged, he yelled at these extras, "I'm going to kill you," and just then, their time was up. Lizigan was pulled back into the seal that bound him, still threatening them. "I will find you again." Our heroes thanked him for being so useful. That was a total blast, and we'll definitely see you again soon. Then the seal closed and the temple grew quiet once more. Cordelia smiled and told Jude, "I already knew this, but you're totally nuts." In reality, she was way crazier than him. After that one-sided fight, our guy put an arm around Cordelia's shoulder and said, "Time to head out." She glared at him, asking, "What do you think you're doing? You want to smack?" He replied, asking her to just let him lean on her for a second. His legs were shaking so much it was hard to walk. Cordelia replied, "Fine, whatever. It's better than carrying you on my back." That night when they got home, they got punished. They were grounded and forbidden from leaving the house for 10 days. Now, as he was lying in his bed, Jude thought about his training from that day. To think that running 10 laps around the training area would be so exhausting, he mused. He glanced at the necklace. His body was clearly stronger thanks to the sun necklace. Before he could barely even walk properly. If this world is actually for real, their top priority is to survive the end of Legend of Heroes 2 and the arrival of angels and demons in Armageddon. But for that huge goal to be achieved, a weakling who can barely run and a one-star mage just won't cut it, Jude thought. No matter the rush, now's the time to master the basics. He couldn't do it alone. Cordelia was super important. They had to get stronger, just like their in-game characters. Still in bed, he knew their punishment would be over in 3 days. He needed to start slowly preparing for what was coming and get in touch with Cordelia. Suddenly, Cordelia felt a chill. She wondered, whoa, what was that? This bad feeling. Is that jerk Jude plotting something? Lying in bed, she heard a knock on the door and said to come in. It was Cordelia's personal bodyguard, Daria. She announced that a love letter from the young master Jude Bale had arrived. Cordelia asked her why she looked so happy. The guard replied it was great music. News. Over the last few days, Cordelia had been eating all kinds of desserts. Dahlia figured it was because she was sad about not being able to see her fiancé. But really, it was because she never had the money to buy that many sweets before. Dahlia also apologized for getting upset during the couple's last meeting. She was supposed to protect her, but all she did was worry. Then she realized that the young lady had finally found someone that she could truly trust. She said that on that day, the maid Maya taught her something super important. The book she showed her had the same kind of heartwarming scene. Annoyed, Cordelia wondered what that maid had said as she took Jude Bale's letter. Cordelia figured it was best to just read it quickly and then toss it out. When she opened the letter, it said, "To Miss Cordelia, whom I truly love." She cringed, clutching it tightly. What in the world is this, she thought. The guard figured she must be head over heels. The MC had a better idea. Maybe there was a secret message you could only read by taking the first letter of each line. She read on and the info totally grabbed her attention. The note held a very intriguing message. Only the end of it was written in Korean. The message said, 2 days from now at 1400 hours, Varuna Temple's confessional. Varuna was the god of the hidden veil, the keeper of secrets. In Varuna, temples which were built all across the continent and not just in the kingdom, there was a special place to confess anything from tiny secrets to state secrets. A totally soundproof confessional, the absolute perfect spot. She checked to see if something else was hidden in there. She was sure he wasn't trying to confess his sins just to mess with her and ask for forgiveness. She figured if it was that Outboxer, he wouldn't just ask to meet out of the blue. So, she told Dahlia she wanted to meet young Master Jude Bale at Varuna Temple in 2 days. Dahlia was shocked and gasped, "Oh my, asking for a date the day you're allowed out? It looks like young Master Jude Bale is also really eager to see you, my lady." Cordelia got ticked off and thought, what that geeky Outboxer wants to see is the leveling up effect. Dahlia said excitedly, "Don't you worry, young mistress. I'll make sure you two get some alone time." Cordelia shyly replied, thanking her, thinking she was way too lazy to even bother correcting that assumption. In the city, Cordelia was about to get into a carriage headed for the temple. The guard told her to enjoy her trip and said she'd hang back so they could have a cozy time together. Cordelia thanked her and took off. Dahlia shouted that she'd follow in 30 minutes and to really enjoy her lovey-dovey date. Cordelia, annoyed, thought this was nothing like a date. It's a co-op mission. It is just a cooperative mission. She said it twice just to make sure she believed it. Inside the temple, someone called out to Cordelia. She walked in and saw young Master Jude Bale. He was sitting there waiting for her. Cordelia stared right at Jude Bale and asked how he snagged the temple's confessional, wondering if he'd found some loophole or something. With a confident smirk, Jude Bale revealed he got the confessional with money. "I'm a count's son, after all." Cordelia said his family would flip if they saw this. But he just brushed it off, saying they hadn't returned from their expedition yet. Cordelia then asked why he called her all the way out here. He said there was a secret event. She didn't get it right away, but he kept going. He revealed that info about this event wasn't written anywhere, not even on the Legends of Heroes forum. He was the only one who knew because he never shared information he worked so hard to find. "I'm not going to just hand out secrets. I worked my tail off to get." Cordelia, now curious, asked if he didn't post anything on the strategy forums. He said he did, but only stuff everyone already knew about. Suddenly, she yelled, "I knew something was fishy." Cordelia was fuming, realizing this was why she could never quite catch up to him in the game. He just laughed, saying he didn't think she'd be naive enough to share all her secrets. "So what is it?" Cordelia demanded, wanting to know what was hidden there. She recalled the necklace from the Lizigan fight and guessed it might be something similar. He just replied with a mysterious little smile, explaining he hadn't called her here for something that was only for him. He then revealed that deep in the temple's library was something for both of them, a dungeon book. This book teleports whoever opens it straight to a dungeon. Sometimes it was a simulated space, but other times it was a real place. He explained that the prize for clearing this dungeon was a skill book that taught both martial arts and magic. He still hadn't cleared this dungeon as a mage, so he had no idea what kind of skill she would actually get. Cordelia was hooked, so she asked, "You haven't cleared it either?" He confirmed it and explained that she would be the very first mage to ever clear the Varuna Temple's simulated space dungeon. Cordelia grinned with excitement, realizing she'd be the first one to ever complete the dungeon. "The first, huh?" she said, her eyes practically sparkling. "Okay, next," she asked, "where's the book?" Cordelia was totally pumped music and ready for an adventure. He just pointed and said he'd already snagged the book before she even showed up. "It's right there next to you. Look." Cordelia was impressed, praising his speed. "Music, just what you'd expect from Outboxer. All right, let's head in." He agreed. Meanwhile, Cordelia was keeping watch at the temple. She spotted a weird light and curiously went to check it out. The book started to glow like crazy, shooting out a magical light that filled the room. Then they were both pulled into the book's world. Cordelia felt sick, groaning that her head was killing her, and the magic trip was making her nauseous. The guy next to her asked if she was all right. Annoyed, "Music," she snapped back that she was not okay. She asked why he was perfectly fine, which just ticked her off even more. He offered to pat her back to help. After a minute, she finally started to feel better. They found themselves inside the Temple of Varuna's dungeon book, a place that looked exactly like the game they knew. Jude Bale mentioned that since it was a sim, if they died, they'd just get booted from the book. "How comforting," he said sarcastically. Cordelia fired up, declared she was number 2 on the whole server and would clear this on the first try, demanding he stop saying such discouraging stuff. She stressed that if she got hit, the pain was going to feel just as real. Wondering what was so comforting, he tried to reassure her, saying they could get a realistic experience without risking their lives, which was a total win-win. Cordelia agreed and asked if his new path blockage was getting better. He said that while it was slow, it was progressing. Music, especially with her by his side. Intrigued, she asked what he meant by dragging her into it all of a sudden. He replied that he'd rather search for people, events, and items than just hunt. He was the planner type who loves to analyze game variables to get all the achievements. He added that she was the battle queen who racked up points just by dishing out damage. He noted that if you only looked at the number of monsters hunted, Yellowstorm was easily twice as good as Outboxer, something she had to know. So since he brought the secret dungeon book that only he had, it suggested she could carry him through the combat parts. Cordelia agreed and confidently said he'd be safe because of what she brought along. She told him to turn around for a second. When he looked back, he saw magic stones. She explained that in the last fight, she could only use magic missiles, but now things were going to be different. "Music," excited, she said when he called she had stashed these stones under her dress. Having a hunch something just like this would happen. And these weren't just any magic stones. They were made by her father, one of the 4 great powers of the North and founder of the famous mage house, the Chase family. He, dripping with sarcasm, said he felt super safe, guessing those stones were one of Cordelia's aces. She asked if he didn't feel a lot safer now. He, seeing her reveal all her secrets right away, knew she had to be Yellowstorm from the Legend of Heroes forum. Jude Bale pulled magic scrolls from his bag and handed them to Cordelia. They were 1-star magic circles with lightning and light attributes. She was blown away by how complex they were and asked if he'd made them. He explained he couldn't just stand back and do nothing, so he whipped up some magic scrolls with various attributes they could use at their level. The girl, surprised, remarked how insane he was for memorizing all of that. He then asked if she couldn't draw magic circles of that level. Considering she was rank 2 and from a famous family of mages, annoyed, she insisted that of course she could. He smiled, enjoying the tease. Then he asked her to inject magic into the scrolls, since as they were basically just fancy paper. But before powering them up, Cordelia, still annoyed, questioned if he was seriously asking a mage to be on the front lines. He explained that his Vimpath's blockage meant he couldn't use mana. Getting even more peeved, she asked if he'd already lost the sun necklace before using it for 10 days. Jude Bale said the healing wasn't instant and told her not to get so worked up. Then he pulled out mana potions and armor he had brought her from his bag. He had planned to use her as a personal mana battery from the start, but she shot down the armor, saying it was way too heavy, liking her current look. While gearing up for the dungeon fight, Jude Bale wondered if she had first-time jitters since this was her first real battle. She, however, was thinking that if she ever woke up from this world, she'd be the very first mage to conquer the dungeon. The two pushed on through the dark, sticky dungeon when a creepy noise echoed down the hall. Our guy looked toward the sound and warned Cordelia that when they took a left, they were about to get jumped. It was smart to be prepared. With a serious look, she agreed. He was a tad worried for her, but totally committed to watching her back. Jude Bale had a hunch that the first goblins to show up would be the darkness type. The goblins then popped out all ready for a brawl, but Jude Bale quickly whipped up a light spell, leaving them totally dazed. The MC, like he was Ash from Pokemon, said, "I choose you, go love." The funny thing is, she totally played along, making a Pokemon-like sound. She shot a magic missile, then 4 more in a row, wiping out the enemies with perfect aim. However, the commotion attracted backup from the next area, this time with the Earth attribute. Following Jude Bale's instructions, she watched and said they shouldn't rush it since they still had a moment. She needed the baddies to get a little closer right when they entered her line of sight. As soon as they appeared, Cordelia cast a spell that made the floor super slippery, toppling the goblins over. Right after she used a binding spell to hold them in place, Jude Bale came over and offered her a mana potion, saying it was seriously impressive how she took them down and used that binding magic. That was her signature move after all. She chugged it down while he plotted their next move. Unlike the fight with Lizanne, these low-level mobs needed to be farmed to gain experience points. Cordelia sighed. Dang, some double XP potions would really hit the spot right now. 5 hours later, still in the dungeon simulation, Cordelia was complaining about being wiped out. She recalled that in the game she just had to click, but in real life her legs were seriously aching. She really regretted all the little jumps she'd been doing. Our guy then asked if she was tired, even though they'd been taking breaks. A ton of time had passed, and it being her first real training session, that it was probably feeling a bit rough. She was so annoyed. She thought he was being a pain, wondering if everyone's first training wasn't like this and why he'd ask something so obvious. In the meantime, she was analyzing everything. Originally making it this far at their level should have been a complete miracle. Considering the monsters' levels and their different elements, she figured that despite the insane difficulty, beating the monsters was going way easier than expected. The Varuna Temple map with its dungeons and monsters was a non-stop challenge, but the info he had on the monsters' weaknesses and types was absolutely perfect, just like his knowledge of the terrain. Jude had planned everything out perfectly, guessing what they would need and exactly when they would need it. She figured that on top of dungeon strategies, he also provided incredibly well-timed magic support. Did he play support a lot, no matter how irritating it was? Did she really have to be as good as him to get to rank 1, she wondered. The MC could tell she was bursting with complaints, but knew if she actually said them out loud, and he would shut down every single one, so she was holding it in. Anyway, we should probably rest for a few minutes before we continue, he suggested. Cordelia shot back that she was fine even though her feet were killing her from walking, and she felt bloated from chugging all those mana potions. But other than that, she was just peeved because he was a higher level than her since he kept snagging the last hit on the monsters. He pointed out that wasn't ideal and commented, "It's always this way, huh? Having to be in second place again. You must be so mad," she finally yelled. "Gosh darn it, you're so annoying." And through gritted teeth, she asked if he was doing okay. He just smiled and said he was fine, suggesting they keep going since the boss room was just ahead. She angrily told him to stop smiling, threatening him if the reward ended up being lame. As they continued, he mentioned that he'd never cleared the dungeon as a mage, so he had no clue what the magic reward would be. As they walked, Cordelia said they'd been in the dungeon for a hot minute and asked Jude how much time had passed in the real world. She really doubted the same 5 hours they'd spent inside had passed outside. Our guy replied thoughtfully that about 20 minutes in the Varuna Temple dungeon book was 1 minute outside. So nearly 20 minutes had flown by. Since this wasn't a real dungeon, but a simulation, the time moved way faster than in the real world. She griped that it was taking forever. Adalia said she'd swing by in 30 minutes, music, and was a bit worried. Cordelia asked if they were going to be all right. He glanced up like he saw something and told her not to sweat it. Before them stood an iron gate that looked like it was caging some horrible monster. She looked it over and, a bit bummed, said she couldn't believe the boss was behind that thing. So old-fashioned, exactly what you'd expect from a 10-year-old game. She asked the MC who the big bad was. He replied it was a furious wolf with a lightning thing going on. She thought with all the endless goblins the boss would be a giant goblin, but nope, it's a furious wolf. So, another monster with a completely different element was showing up. Jude Bale with a phony smile started a slow clap, as expected from Yellowtorm, the antisocial. After getting a rise out of her, he explained the wolf didn't just have lightning, it was also crazy fast. So this time they'd have to stay on their toes. The MC grabbed his bag and opened it, saying he had one more trick up his sleeve. Cordelia gave him a flat look and asked what it was. He told her not to attack and just play dodgeball until he gave the signal. She got confused and protested, "What? Don't tell me you're trying to steal the final blow again." Super annoyed, she remembered the last fight. While she was busy trapping goblins, Jude Bale kept wiping out every single one she caught, which is exactly why he was a level ahead of her. He shot back that he wouldn't do that against a boss they weren't sure they could even beat together. Even more ticked off, she yelled, "I knew it. You were totally swiping those goblin takedowns on purpose." After cooling down a bit, she asked worriedly, "Is it different from a normal, enraged wolf? There has to be a reason you told me to wait." He crouched down, popping open his bag and grabbing items while listening to her. Then he pulled out more magic scrolls, replying, "It's not quite like that. I have something I need to set up first," he said, holding a mysterious pouch in his hands. And with that, they stepped into the boss chamber, stopping right before the dungeon's main event. An enraged wolf appeared. It looked absolutely horrifying with greenish fur and a lightning bolt mark on its forehead. Its threatening vibe filled the room with tension. The level 17 monster was ready to rumble. The wolf stared right at Jude like it had already picked out its first chew toy. Cordelia noticed and chirped music. "Hey, he's looking at you. Guess it takes one puppy to know another." Jude just shot back, "Oh, cut it out." The enraged wolf braced for its attack. The tension spiked as it zipped towards them. Then the fight was on. Cordelia said, "It's coming, get ready." Meanwhile, our MC was analyzing the wolf's every move. The monster charged with incredible speed, suddenly popping up in front of them. The two of them dodged the swift attack, each leaping to one side. Jude shouted Cordelia's name. That was her cue to lock the monster down. Grinning, she said she already knew these wolf-type monsters are simpletons who only attack in a straight line. She then cast her spell. Take these two restraints. Music. Dual prison. The wolf was snagged by magic chains, keeping it from moving too fast. Before it could even react, the MC cast Music, another spell. This time, it was a super slippery liquid that kept it from getting up. The enraged wolf's speed is their biggest worry, but its attack pattern is also ridiculously easy to predict. So if she can just tie up its legs, taking it down should be a piece of cake. However, even using the item because of the level difference, the hold time is super short. The longer they took, the worse their odds would get. The wolf was already about to bust loose. She quickly gave the MC a signal. He had to hurry up and finish his prep work. Jude grabbed the scrolls and announced that from now on, what he'd been cooking up was about to begin. With a gesture, he summoned lightning, one after another zapping the boss dead on. Cordelia was absolutely fuming. What the heck? Why did he tell me not to attack when he's going all out? Noticing something was off, she thought. Wait a minute, why lightning? The MC yelled. Warning Cordelia, the wolf had busted free from the chains and was headed for her. The wolf charged again, gunning for her now. It figured out she was the pest that had to go first. But she nimbly dodged and the boss flew past, slamming right into the wall. Cordelia looked at Jude, thinking the whole situation was super weird. She was positive he was attacking the wolf directly, so why did it look like it took 0 damage? Plus, she couldn't shake that feeling that something was off. A feeling she'd had for a bit now. While the monster shook off the hit, Jude told Cordelia that something was missing. She turned surprised and asked what he meant. He told her to use some water attribute magic. Cordelia said sure, she could do that. She held a blue magic stone and cast the spell. The water magic slammed into the furious wolf, which let out a roar of pain. Jude said it just needed one more jolt of lightning now. Then he launched another lightning bolt at the boss. Excited, he said the 1-2 punch worked way better. We just gotta do this a few more times. Cordelia just stared at him, maybe a little annoyed at how giddy he was, getting all by himself. Jude, still not done, threw another lightning bolt. The combination of spells kept hammering the furious wolf, but Cordelia felt a growing sense of dread. She thought she'd been hearing that thunder song whispering in her ear for a while. She wondered what that was about. Was it really about the song? As the fight went on, bolts of lightning lit up the battlefield. Cordelia was still wondering, what do you mean thunder? Why thunder? Then she remembered what Jude had said before they entered the hall. He didn't just have the lightning attribute, he was also super fast. Cordelia's eyes widened as she thought, hold on a freaking second. Are we zapping a lightning attribute wolf with more lightning? She spun around to Jude and yelled, hey, wait a minute, what are you doing? But before she could finish, a horrifying and monstrous roar echoed through the hall. Watching what was happening, she figured that no matter how many times they zapped a lightning monster with a lightning attack, all it did was juice it up with more power. Then the furious wolf started to absorb the energy from the attacks Jude had launched from every single thunderbolt it had taken. With that, it boosted its power and became even stronger. Jude, all excited, snapped his fingers and said bingo. Now he's properly woken up. Cordelia, annoyed, yelled at him, you knucklehead. The thing you had to prepare for was buffing the boss. Jude explained that beating an awakened furious wolf was the secret to getting the rank B skill book. Even more ticked off, she said. You could have mentioned that earlier, you big jerk. Jude just smiled at her, saying it wouldn't be as fun if he'd just told her everything. Cordelia glared at him, realizing he was being way too honest for his own good. Jude handed her more magic circles. Let's just take this guy down and get our rank B skill book. Absolutely furious, she snatched the circles right out of his hand. She ripped the scroll up in front of him, making him completely speechless. She struck a sassy pose while the boss behind her took the full force of the spell. Then she gave Jude a serious look that basically screamed, I'm going to kill you. While the wolf recovered, Jude promised that he would tell her next time. Cordelia shot back that she hated him. Jude said, fair enough, but we're kind of in a jam now, so you can yell at me later. He glanced at the monster, warning, here it comes. Then the wolf charged toward them at full speed, while Cordelia and Jude braced for the attack. The furious wolf and other wolf-type monsters have one thing in common. They have crazy strong legs and a straight-line attack pattern that launches them like a furry missile. But since its attack path is so simple, you can usually dodge it if your timing is on point. So no matter your level, if you have good reflexes, this monster can be a total piece of cake. But Cordelia and Jude forgot that playing a game and doing it for real were two completely different things. Back in the fight, the wolf leaped toward the wall and used it to change its direction. Jude yelled at Cordelia to dodge. She barely managed to dive out of the way. Worried, Cordelia thought about what just happened. The wolf bounced off the pillar to switch directions. She realized it was a whole new combat pattern. It must have changed because the boss ranked up all thanks to that idiot. She stared at the wolf, analyzing its every move, trying to figure out which pillar it would use next. She planned to follow the wolf's attack with her eyes, but wasn't positive she could dodge without getting hurt. Just as Cordelia was focused on the fight, Jude tripped and hit the deck. Scrolls went flying everywhere. Cordelia looked at him completely startled, wondering what just happened. Why'd he fall? Was it the blockage of his yin paths? Why now of all possible moments? The ticked-off wolf saw its chance and used the pillars to vault right towards Jude. This was an opening it just couldn't pass up. Cordelia quickly fired off magic arrows at the beast, screaming at Jude to watch out. But just as the attacks got close, a barrier popped up around the wolf, deflecting every single one. Cordelia was totally baffled watching the monster before her. She realized it had just canceled her magic. Then the wolf, now glowing with a bright green aura, and with lightning crackling from its fur, it charged the MC, who was still on the ground. Cordelia's mind raced desperately, trying to figure out a plan. A highlight reel of their past flashed through her mind, all the adventures they'd had, the buddy-buddy moments and the battles they fought together. Jude could be super annoying, but she didn't want to lose him. The wolf was way too fast. There was no stopping it. Desperate, she just screamed Jude's name. But suddenly, she heard the wolf yelp in pain and just froze. She had no idea what happened. The monster was on the ground, rolling around and howling its head off. It was desperately trying to cover its nose. Then the MC caught a whiff of something awful and asked Jude what was up. "No way, did you just have an accident?" He shot back. "No, you goofball." The MC pointed out that dogs have a sense of smell 1,000 times better than humans. Now, this powered-up wolf's nose must be even stronger, but there's no way it can take this smell. He was holding a little special stink bomb he'd crafted from a few items. He proudly explained that no matter how much XP he farmed from goblins, he'd never be strong enough to beat the furious wolf the old-fashioned way. So he cooked up a little something to take it out of the fight. This works because, hey, this isn't a game. It's real life, and you save your trump card for the very end. When he said that, Cordelia was totally mortified and furious since she played her best card at the start of the dungeon. But she chilled out pretty quick after seeing how pitiful Jude was. Plus, that gnarly smell was making her feel sick. Still looking a little green, he glanced at her and said a simple solution just has to work. Jude was a total solo gamer who only cared about the win no matter how he got it. Cordelia looked at him impressed and totally agreed. Turns out, Cordelia was also a solo gamer who was all about getting that W no matter the method. So now they just had to finish it off. The wolf couldn't even stand up thanks to the stench. The MC, grinning, and held up a green magic stone and said it was time for its medicine. Naughty wolf. She cast an earth spell, opening a pit in the ground. The poor beast fell right in. She kept casting, making the hole deeper and deeper. The MC looked at her and joked, "Hey look, it's Doug Trio from Pokemon." Furious, she snapped back, "Oh my gosh, you're a real comedian. Seriously, never do that again. How embarrassing if anyone saw us." The two of them, totally hyped by now, grabbed the magic scrolls and chucked them into the hole with the wolf. Then the MC shielded Cordelia from the blast. She realized she was so flustered, she forgot Dandia was just a simulation. Super embarrassed, she remembered that even if she died, she'd just get booted from Dandia. She had worried about him for no reason at all. All of a sudden, a magic notification popped up telling them they'd earned the title Wolf Slayer. Cordelia was totally surprised. The MC thought it really was just like a game. Besides getting experience, you could also get titles. Then another notification appeared, letting them know all their stats had permanently gone up by 1 point. Cordelia asked if he heard that noise. He said yeah, but said it sounded more like a phone was ringing inside his head. She laughed, saying she had no idea they'd get a title for this. And the MC, seeing her so happy, was relieved because this would make her forget he woke up the angry wolf without telling her. Then, trying to be slick, he admitted she was right and said they should go get their loot. But nope, she whipped out her staff and cast a slick spell. Our hero went down face first, rocking a super scary vibe. She growled, "Listen up, you little punk. You promised to give me a heads up before waking up a boss." Got it. Geez, he scrambled to promise he'd totally warn her from now on. The MC picked himself up, brushing off the dirt. He figured he couldn't exactly tell her he took a dive on purpose to get the wolf's attention, since it was laser focused on her. Then they both glanced up. 2 skill books were just hovering there in the hall, ready to be picked. They reached out and the books zipped over to their new owners. Cordelia hugged her book tight, totally giddy, saying she loved this part. Unboxing loot was the best. The suspense of not knowing what she'd get was thrilling. Jude Bale agreed, adding that he got a footwork skill called the 36 Heavenly Steps. She noted that the technique sounded a lot like the 12 Divine Lightning Steps, one he used back in the game. The MC was totally floored by how much she knew. That was top secret info that you could only learn music by getting a certain skill. He explained that the 12 Divine Lightning Steps evolved from the 36 Celestial Steps. This whole footwork line starts with the 36 Celestial Steps. From there, it upgrades to the 24 Storm Steps, and then the 12 Divine Lightning Steps. And the ultimate form is the 9 Heavenly Concealment Steps. Legend says you can vanish from heaven's sight in just 9 moves. But Jude never hit that final evolution in 10 years of playing. Cordelia snapped him out of it, super pumped to open her item and hopefully get something even he didn't know. The MC grinned, seeing her so amped up. She opened her item and got Fire Mo, a rank B skill. She was absolutely ecstatic to have scored such an awesome skill. gushing about how much she loved it. She looked at the book and thanked the MC, totally buzzing. Jude sat down, mentioning it was probably time to head on back. But they were both so wiped they decided to just crash for a bit. Cordelia pointed out the sun necklace must be doing its job. If this were a few days ago, Jude would have already passed out cold. He grinned and replied, well, of course. It's an item I got thanks to a certain someone. She told him to knock it off with the cheesy lines. Cordelia then noted that her and Jude Bale's 9 paths were healing up and they were both over level 10 now. So she suggested it was time for the next phase. By next phase, you mean times that times 1, he asked. They both said it at the same time, the demonic hand invasion event. With a smirk, Jude Bale remarked, just like a total lone wolf, you had the answer right on the tip of your tongue. She shot right back. Hey, that's my line. In Legend of Heroes 2, every character had their own main story, and the whole end of the world thing was a pretty common theme. But besides that, the one scenario that everyone agreed showed how twisted the developers were was Cordelia Chase's main storyline. Cordelia's story kicked off when she went on a trip for a friendly get-together with the 12 children of the northern clans. For context, Jude Bale's main story started a half-year later. His began at the Palatial Archives Mansion, where a chill tutorial walked players through the basics. However, a bunch of side quests would pop up after leaving the mansion thanks to hidden events that players discovered. On the day of the big event, which was that get-together, everything went haywire thanks to some demon worshippers called the Demonic Hand. The peaceful gathering was totally crashed, leading to the deaths, kidnappings, and brainwashing of tons of kids from the 12 clans. In all the chaos, Cordelia barely made it out alive, losing her guards, who were basically family and the friends she had just seen again after so long. This nightmare scenario forced her to start over all alone in the middle of nowhere after a long escape. It was a mandatory event, and there was absolutely no way to skip this part. Players on the forums all talked about Cordelia's scenario, saying how brutal and unique it was. One player commented they tried Cordelia yesterday and liked her vulnerable starting vibe. Others chimed in about the insane difficulty and how the story could really hit you in the feels. The MC then realized they only had half a month until the demonic hand's attack. He knew that in the original game's story, Cordelia was supposed to be the only one to survive that attack. He figured screw the script and swore he'd change her fate. Cordelia was totally on board, adding that following the game was a one-way ticket to the apocalypse. She announced, we've got to write our own happy ending, and step 1 is to shut down that demon hand thing. Jude Bale agreed, saying they absolutely couldn't lose a powerhouse ally like the 12 northern clans. Besides, our guy was dead set on protecting his friend Guard Music. Dahlia. No way was he letting her become a sacrificial lamb to save Cordelia. Even with her Earth memories back, Cordelia couldn't shake her in-game ones. She remembered every detail of playing Legends of Heroes 2 and all the ups and downs of her life in that world. Music. For Cordelia. Dahlia was basically her sister. Getting those memories back felt like watching a horrifying spoiler of how she'd lose her family. Jude Bale thought about her past. The rough stuff in her life probably hit her harder than anyone. Still, he saw the yellow storm, but when it came down to it, she was just plain old Cordelia. Music. Just as he was thinking this, she spoke up, saying that back in the game, Jude Bale had to skip the big social shindig because of his 9-blocked Yin Pathways. But that was then, and this is now. He'd gotten way better lately. All thanks to that sun necklace. Cordelia, looking a little bashful, mentioned that since he was feeling better, she wondered if he'd go to the 12 northern clans meeting with her. Our guy was totally floored. He remembered the game never ever had a path for Jude Bale to even show up at the party. But hey, the whole reason he'd rushed his recovery was specifically to rewrite this part of his music story. She didn't have to worry one bit, so he flashed a grin and said he'd go if his dear Cordelia wanted. She told him to cut it out with the sweet talk, saying it was giving her the creeps. Meanwhile, back at the Bale mansion, Jude was wiped out. He ran his 10 morning laps around the training grounds every single day. Looking completely gassed, he finally stopped his training. That's when Ver Cromwell, a retired knight and Jude Bale's mentor, walked over with a smile, saying, "You smashed your record. Your stamina is getting better and better every day. At this rate, you'll be ready to learn the Bale family's martial arts the second the Count gets back." Ver looked at Jude Bale with a mix of pride and, well, music concern. "Don't beat yourself up for getting a late start. With your kind of talent, young master, you'll catch up in no time. You get what I'm saying." Ver finished. Our guy got it and promised to remember his words. Ver watched Jude, thinking how the kid suffered, all frustrated by his 9-blocked Yin Pathways. Who would have guessed he'd turn things around and just keep getting stronger every day? Truly, music. A blessing for the Bale family. The knight got all misty-eyed, wishing the Count would hustle home to see his son's awesome progress as soon as possible. The MC grinned, stoked that Jude was a total martial arts prodigy. Starting late was basically a non-issue. Suddenly, a scream shattered the peace. It was his maid, Mia, who came tearing towards them. He turned all concerned and asked what on earth was wrong, since she looked completely freaked out. Mia skidded to a halt in front of him, totally out of breath. She gasped that a letter from Chase County just arrived. Ver asked if it was from Miss Cordelia. Mia shook her head. "Nope, The letter wasn't from Miss Cordelia, but from her dad, Count Arthur Chase. Our hero's blood ran ice cold. Cordelia's father wanted a very important chat. And just like that, he was in Chase County, staring at its huge gates and perfect gardens. Jude was still trying to wrap his head around the news, wondering how in the world he even got here. He recalled the letter said he had to visit to discuss his recent activities with Cordelia. Right, it was about times that asterisk. But he was so jittery he could hardly remember the trip over. The whole situation was just so intense, as he felt like he was about to black out. He wondered what Count Chase was even like. From Cordelia's stories, the guy sounded like a complete goofball. Walking toward the Great Hall, our hero racked his brain, trying to figure out why in the world he'd been summoned. Maybe the Count wanted to chat about that little frolic through the flower fields with Cordelia or their top-secret temple date right after her grounding ended. Totally zoned out, he barely heard Maya calling his name right next to him. He blinked music, zapped back to reality, and answered her. Mia jumped in to chill him out, telling him not to sweat it. I mean, his engagement to Cordelia was totally official, signed off on by both families. So what if they bent the rules a tiny bit? It shouldn't be music a big deal. But even Mia's voice had a little wobble to it. Jude tried to pump himself up, telling himself that Maya had a point. He seriously needed to get a grip. After all, the Count just wanted to meet the guy who was about to marry his little girl, and yet, the idea of facing his future father-in-law threw him into a total panic. His palms got sweaty and his mind was just a whirlwind of worry. This is way worse than any training I've ever done. What in the world is this? Jude never used to cuss. He totally picked that up from Cordelia. All of a sudden, a voice yanked him out of his spiral. It was Dahlia, the guard standing right there. She told him she was taking him to see Count Chase in his study. Jude immediately asked where Cordelia was. Dahlia said Cordelia had no idea the Count had summoned him. Our guy, Music, was not a fan of that answer. That meant he had zero time to cook up a game plan before walking into the lion's den. The guard knocked on the door, announcing that she'd brought young Master Jude. Music, from inside the Count, told him to come on in. The door swung open and Dahlia motioned him inside. The Count is waiting. Taking one last gulp of courage, he walked, Music, into the room to face what was no question, the final boss of his entire life, and Music he was going in totally unprepared. In a camp far from the capital, a young warrior wondered if it was just the days getting colder or if monsters were really showing up more often. He really hoped it wouldn't cause any trouble for Music, the city. A guy named Alex Bell, one of the top 10 swordsmen in the Saloon Kingdom, and also Jude's dad, replied that's exactly why they were on this expedition. So their job was to take out as many monsters as they could before heading back. His son nodded, then asked what he was reading. Alex Byle said it was a letter from Victor that just showed up, so he was checking it out. Curious, his son asked if everything was cool back home. Mr. Bale told him it was about Jude. He was not only doing a ton better health-wise, but it also seemed like he could pick up martial arts any second. Was he really healed from the 9 blocked Yin Paths? Not all the way yet, Alex Beale answered. But thanks to that sun necklace Jude and Miss Cordelia dug up, he was slowly but surely getting better. Super impressed Music, the MC's brother, said that meeting Cordelia was probably the best thing that ever could have happened to his little bro. Alex Bale cracked a small smile and said Arthur would be thrilled to hear that. Switching gears, his son asked if their break was about over. Alex Bale told him not to burn out the crew just because he was music antsy to get going. The young man said he knew, but he was just eager to get there sooner, even just by a second, because he was dying to see a healthy Jude. This was Gale Byle, heir to Count Byle and the MC's older brother. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Jude was facing the final boss of his life. It felt like all that training with the sun necklace just went poof. That feeling inside him turned to stone, turning Music ice cold. It brought him right back to when he stood face to face with Lizigan. Arthur Chase, along with Count Byle, are part of the 4 northern powerhouses, a feared and respected crew known as the Crimson Storm. He's one of the mightiest mages in the Saloon Kingdom. And his daughter, she's Yellowstorm. In the original version of Jude's story, Cordelia's dad, Count Chase, would have had zero reason to meet him. All thanks to his 9 blocked Yin Pathways, Jude grew up pretty weak, so the two of them just drifted apart. And with Cordelia vanishing at the party, the engagement would have been totally called off. Our guy sips his tea thinking this is just another thing that's gone off script. But something about this tea was bugging him. He couldn't figure out why it was so sweet. Did the maid totally goof, or was this on purpose? Arthur Chase finally broke the awkward silence, saying he'd heard a few stories about our main character. Nervous, his mind raced trying to figure out what to do. His palms were sweating like crazy. He decided the best play was to just kneel. The Count eyed him and said that in a crisis, Jude was handed a golden opportunity. Our MC, finally putting 2 and 2 together, replied, Music, oh yeah. He mentioned how lucky he was to snag the sun necklace and passed it to his father-in-law. Arthur took the bling Music, his eyes giving the jewel a serious once-over. The Holy Order's top treasure, a real-deal relic. This is a once-in-a-lifetime chance, he said. Just holding it, he could feel this insane non-stop yang energy buzzing off it. Jude, still not quite sure what Arthur was up to, wondered if this was all about the necklace and if that's why he got summoned here in the first place. Arthur remarked that with this thing pumping out so much yang energy, everything else pretty much pales in comparison. Our boy was lost, but Arthur just kept talking, saying he'd actually brought him here to give him something. He then grabbed a little box and set it on the table, adding it wasn't the main event or anything, but that it might help out. The MC thanked him and carefully opened the box. And whoa, what he saw inside was a huge surprise. It was the exotic Yang pill, which packed enough power to fix those 9 blocked Yin Pathways. He was in music, total shock. This gift was way too generous. Like seriously. Arthur cut him off again, saying he'd heard a little rumor that when the two of them went down that cliff, Princess Cordelia actually carried him and jumped. He then asked if that was for real. Our guy stammered out a yes while thinking to himself, I can't exactly mention the piggyback ride, can I? The Count, looking super annoyed, snapped, you flimsy weakling. Take these fruits. Music. They'll help you bulk up since you mages are too feeble to even hold your own staves right. You should eat them. Our MC thanked him again. Man, this wasn't just a father-in-law, this was a dad. The second Jude got the box of fruits, he checked them out. He popped it open and found 2 grape-looking fruits inside that were supposed to help music seriously boost the muscle power of whoever ate them. Our MC was floored yet again. They were actual strength fruits. This was an item you couldn't find in the early game, and here the Count was just handing them over as a gift. Meanwhile, Arthur was mentioning that the extreme yen pill and the strength fruit tasted music a little bitter, so he suggested washing them down with some tea. It suddenly clicked for our MC why the tea Arthur gave him earlier was so ridiculously sweet. Now somewhere else in the mansion, Cordelia was waking up in her room, stretching out on the bed. She mumbled about how much she'd slept, but somehow felt even more sleepy and worn out. How do I get sleepier the more I sleep, she wondered. Music. Back in the hall, our MC was still trying to figure Arthur out. He'd given him an extreme yen pill and a strength fruit without a word about how nice he was. Was Arthur actually a good guy? The MC looked over at him and figured, maybe the Count genuinely liked him. Arthur, chilling in his chair, spotted something and asked why Jude was still wearing that ring. Our guy glanced at his hand and explained that it was a gift the Count had given him before. That's pretty much why he always had it on. See, the reason Jude and Cordelia were a thing was because Count Bale and Count Chase were old pals, so they made a deal and arranged their marriage. Since it was a setup without either of them agreeing to it, their relationship was kinda awkward. The MC figured that since they were nobles, they just had to pretend to like each other for appearances. And that's why he was still rocking the engagement ring. Count Arthur, in a chilly voice, told him to toss the ring. Jude, looking pretty nervous, asked Count Chase why he'd say that. He shot back that his son-in-law was the only one wearing one right now. Our MC Music thought for a second and realized he'd never actually seen Cordelia wear her ring ever. So he admitted that yeah, he was the only one wearing it. Arthur told him that she claimed to have accidentally lost the ring, but with a casual shrug, he said it was no big deal since he'd just have new ones made for them both, so our MC shouldn't sweat it and could just get rid of the old one. The MC figured she probably just chucked it instead of actually losing it. Why the heck would I marry some dude like Outboxer? He could totally picture her reacting exactly like that, and he was right. Jude, still thinking it over, figured the Count was about to annul their marriage. He'd been freaking out for nothing. But now he was positive the Count was just a guy who couldn't be straight up about his feelings. It was kinda obvious, really. Like father, like daughter. Just as Jude was about to bolt, the Count brought up the social event. Apparently, he'd heard Jude would be Cordelia's +1 at the big social gathering. Jude, playing it cool, replied yes, and called him father-in-law. The Count looked genuinely shocked to be called that. After a tiny cough to compose himself, the Count said he doubted Jude's frail body could handle the long trip. He basically said Jude needed to beef up a bit to travel that far. Jude, internally screaming with joy, thought to himself that it had to be the stamina fruit. I'm positive. He was then handed the stamina fruit. A super giddy Jude replied, thanks, father-in-law. After a moment, the Count said that was all for now and basically shooed him away. Jude walked away with a bunch of super valuable loot from him. All right, I'll get going then, father-in-law. Jude said his farewells. As he left, Jude felt stuffed but amazing. But then Cordelia yelled his name like her life depended on it. He casually replied that she'd finally made it. She got mad at Jude's totally chill attitude, demanding to know when he arrived and why he didn't give her a heads up. Trying to defuse the situation, he said it was a surprise summons, so he had no time to tell her, and that nothing major happened. Why would my dad summon you if nothing was up, she pressed, obviously super worried. Jude noticed the maids were totally eavesdropping, so he switched topics. He mentioned he'd checked out the mansion, and the garden was seriously beautiful. Now she was just annoyed, asking what in the world he was on about. Jude just grinned and suggested that if she was cool with it, they could go for a little stroll in the garden. While they walked, Cordelia kept asking what he was talking about. Why did Count Chase give him stuff? Jude replied that he told him to get stronger so he could carry her. Cordelia's face scrunched up in disgust as she said, no thank you. I can walk perfectly fine on my own 2 feet. Jude commented that Count Chase knew about their little escape in the flower field and that's why he'd used the word carry. She grumbled that he should have just said so. She had been worried for nothing at all. Jude thought about how similar the father and daughter were, especially how they both made faces when they were annoyed. Walking down the stairs, Jude said he was forced to eat so much with comments on this problem and that one, it seriously felt like his stomach was about to explode. Cordelia shot back sarcastically that now he knew how she felt in the dungeon when she had to chug all those mana potions. All of a sudden, she saw something different about him. His dark circles had vanished. This meant his 9 blocked paths had to be getting better. Jude was surprised she'd even noticed that. She's a lot more observant than she looks. Awkwardly, he also noticed something. She was way too close. So to change the subject, he mentioned that Count Bale, her dad, should be back in about 10 days tops. Cordelia noted that this meant it was time to get ready for her father's test mission. After all, it's a requirement for anyone who wants to leave Boone and kick off Jude Bale's main scenario. Jude Bale is a character from Legend of Heroes 2, who was mostly ignored by players because his start was painfully slow and he had a major physical weakness. As the game's story went on, very few picked Jude due to his rough start, even with his powerful skills later on. Cordelia was also unpopular because of her tragic backstory and super hard gameplay. Both of the characters, Jude and Cordelia, had really intricate designs and backstories, but their initial difficulty scared off less patient players. But the real reason everyone avoided Jude was that his character settings were just so frustrating. One of the biggest pains was his 9 blocked yin paths, a huge roadblock that could only be healed naturally through game progress and by getting the Sunfire fish. This super important event didn't even happen until a half year into the game, marking a huge turning point in Jude's story. If you're wondering what you could do as Jude during that half a year, well, you could watch the last leaf fall from your window while being stuck in bed all day. Jude could also just pass out trying to move his weak body, get out of breath after walking for more than 10 minutes, or even find new ways to faint. In the beginning, Jude was just a frail, sickly guy in the background who had to go through all this nonsense just to progress in the game. Seriously, who'd pick a character like that, the MC wondered. He got why Jude wasn't a fan favorite. He got a cool protagonist, level talent later. But that beginning was a total nightmare. Plus, he knew fixing those 9 blocked yin paths was just the warm-up. He was basically grounded until he finished his dad's trial quest. And that quest was reason number 2. Jude was so unpopular, proving to Count Bile he wasn't sick anymore. Music. This father's trial quest was a must-do to get anywhere in the main story. And to beat this thing, Jude had to train under Beale's super tough standards, which were seriously next level. You were cooped up in the mansion for like a month or two after getting better. And yep, no cheat codes for this quest. The in-game reality was a grind of doing 100 squats, 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and running 10 kilometers every single day. Kinda like Sadama Cordelia saw. He was worried and asked, "You gonna be ready for the party?" The MC just grinned and said that shouldn't be a problem, all thanks to this little necklace. Surprised, she asked how the sun necklace could possibly help. The sun necklace is an item with only a 3% drop rate in the game. It's a super top-tier item. The MC said he'd already hit the jackpot just by getting it. Even Chase called it super valuable the second he saw it. Cordelia had to agree, saying he had a point. And besides the necklace, Jude also got a bunch of surprise gifts from his loaded father-in-law. Curious, she asked if that meant he was already on Count Chase's good side. Jude said yup, and with a huge grin added that on top of everything he had Cordelia with him. She just froze for a second trying to compute what he just said. But then she snapped out of it, asking what that was all about. "Why are you smiling like that?" She yelled a few times, but he just kept quiet. Meanwhile, Maya and Daria were totally shipping the two of them. They're so in love. It's adorable. A week later, a maid knocked on Miss Cordelia's door asking if she was up. Our girl opened the door, said she was just reading, and asked what's up. The maid announced a letter from young master Jude Bale. Cordelia played it cool but took the letter and thanked the maid. Totally intrigued music, Cordelia stared at the letter, wondering what kind of shenanigans he was up to this time. She figured she wouldn't see the guy until they went to Langist for that big party. So she opened the letter, and the first line read, "To my beloved Cordelia, whom I miss so much." Reading that, she immediately started roasting him from line 1. She decided to skip all the mushy stuff and get to the real point. The letter said that Count Bile would be back from his trip soon. She was supposed to pass on a message from him to Count Bile when they met next. Not totally getting what he meant, she noticed there was no date for this supposed meeting. Guess I have to send him a letter to find out, she thought. Just then, the guard Dahlia walked in with a message from Count Chase. Music. She told Cordelia that the Count's buddy, Count Alex Bale, was coming home from his expedition that very day, and that Cordelia needed to get ready to head to the Bale estate for a meeting. Dahlia's words left her totally baffled. 2 days later at noon at the Bale estate, Cordelia sat at the dining table trying to piece together how she even got there. She remembered riding over in a carriage with her dad. But why was she at the Biles' house in the first place, she wondered. Meanwhile, Jude Bale was watching Cordelia, thinking that seeing her now, he figured that's exactly how he must have looked when he visited Mr. Chase's place. Music, Gale Bale with a big smile on his face genuinely thanked Miss Cordelia for happening to find the sun necklace while they were playing in the fields. Jude Bale aside, she was a total good luck charm for the Bale estate. Looking super embarrassed, she said he was giving her way too much credit. She fumbled for the right words and called him brother-in-law. Her head was totally spinning, and Cordelia thought she was definitely going to be sick by the end of this meeting. Meanwhile, the MC's brother saw how uncomfortable she was and smirked, thinking how lucky Jude Bale was. Count Bile then turned to Cordelia, saying he heard from Jude she had a question for him and told her to ask away. Getting even more flustered, she started to stutter. Music. Her words were just totally stuck. The MC, seeing she was a legit bundle of nerves, jumped in. He offered to talk to his dad for her, and the Count just nodded, telling him to take it away. So the MC announced he wanted to hit up the upcoming social shindig with Miss Cordelia as his date. Count Bale mentioned the get-together was in the Commerce City, Lancaster. Gale chimed in, saying he'd been to that same party a few years back. Jude could totally go too, since it was for underage members of the 12 northern clans. The MC's dad noted that since he's a Bale kid himself, it's pretty much expected for him to show up. But he figured it'd be tough for a guy like the MC who's never even held a sword right, to even leave his hometown. The MC gave Cordelia a little kick to get her attention, teeing up the perfect moment for her to say her pre-written lines. Trying to play it cool, she whispered, asking if he was sure this would fly. He just grinned and said, maybe. Then the MC's dad got all serious, adding that the Biles are a family that takes pride in its fighting skills. He could only let Jude leave home if he was tough music enough to handle himself. Cordelia just blurted out, Father, no wait, I mean father-in-law, I really want to go with young Master Jude music. After that little outburst, she was dying inside from embarrassment. The Count saw how flustered Cordelia was and mentioned that even with all that, Jude was stuck in bed until just a bit ago, so there's no way he can go. Count Chase cut in, saying his buddy's old-school attitude was hopeless. He then brought up the necklace Cordelia and Jude stumbled upon. Turns out the sun necklace is a relic from the Order of the Sun God. Way back when it belonged to Garius, one of the most legendary paladins of the Sun God. You don't seriously think your kid just found it by dumb luck, do you? Look, I get he's still a work in progress, but if you ask me, your son has already shown what he's capable of. Count Bale glanced at Arthur, saying that talking like that in front of the kids makes him look like the big bad guy holding them back. Arthur shot back. Well, that's kinda how it looks. Meanwhile, Cordelia gave Alex the puppy dog eyes, begging him to let Jude go with her, saying she'd only go if Jude came too. Count Chase Music, looking dead serious, asked Alex if he was really going to say no with her pleading like that. Count Bale, feeling the heat, said that since she was making such a big deal of it, he couldn't refuse. After a beat, Alex mentioned he'd heard from Knight Victor, Music, that Jude was in good enough shape to learn the Bale family's fighting style. Then he asked how he felt about starting like that very afternoon. Jude and Cordelia were totally blindsided by that question. The MC's dad grinned, warning them he was a tough teacher and hoped Jude could hang in there. The MC was floored. He couldn't believe Count Bale was actually going to teach him. He realized this never happened in the game and figured it must be a bonus reward. A little later, Jude and Cordelia were taking a stroll through the palace gardens. The MC, looking a bit pensive, admitted he thought it would be a total drag. But now that his dad was teaching him, his eyes lit up with excitement. Cordelia watched, thinking about what Jude said. She knew he was legitimately happy about the Count teaching him, but it was also super obvious he was stoked to try something new that wasn't in the game. The MC teased that if he totally bombed the training, she'd just have to go to Langus by herself. Then she sarcastically wished him luck finishing the main quest solo. She then fumed that if he failed, she'd personally off him before the apocalypse even hit. Cordelia was positive he'd cook up a plan to pass the training. I mean, he was the #1 player. Still, she told him not to get himself hurt by overdoing it or anything. Jude, caught off guard by her concern, said she was a real chip off the old block. She just stared at him, totally confused by his comment, and shot back, "Duh, I'm like my dad. Who the heck else would I look like?" But he wasn't talking about her appearance. On her way out of the mansion, Cordelia mentioned that Jude's dad was a total hottie. His eyes were half-lidded, giving him a cool, aloof vibe. Yet, he was super friendly and seemed totally flawless. She was glad he was a good guy. Just then, she heard Adalia calling for her to go. It was time to head back to Chase County. So she said her goodbyes to the MC, promising to bring all the stuff he needed to get ready for the event. That way he wouldn't have to sweat the details. The MC answered, looking a bit concerned, and wished her a safe trip home. She spun around and dashed towards the carriage. The MC watched Cordelia for a split second. He figured it was no big deal, but Jude was basically programmed to be his dad's spitting image. Nah, I don't need to overthink this, he told himself. Maya, seeing his expression, worriedly asked if he had a headache. The MC quickly said no, he was totally fine. Now, 4 days later at the Bile estate, Jude and Cordelia were getting ready to head out for the big social shindig. Both complained they were practically croaking after training like mad for the past 4 days. The MC said that even after nearly dying, he saw some gains and asked if she had too. She replied that she'd show him her results when they got to the valley. Suddenly, Arthur popped up out of nowhere, interrupting them. Jude bowed and thanked him for the chance to go to Langus with Miss Cordelia. She just stammered that she was thankful too. Meanwhile, Dahlia announced that everything was ready and it was time to hit the road. Count Chase, Alex, and the MC's brother wished them a safe journey. They cheerfully replied they'd be back soon. Then they took off for the social gathering in Langest. Inside the carriage, Jude said that now that they were alone, they should double-check if they had everything. He asked if she had brought all the supplies. Cordelia replied that this time she'd stashed everything inside her bag and even her dress. So, she handed him the magic potion and the towel he'd asked for. She then asked if he was really going to draw magic circles on the towels. The carriage was way too bumpy and he might get carsick. The MC replied he'd draw them when the carriage stopped and that she shouldn't worry about him. He told her she should try to get some rest. She agreed. The night before, she'd spent the whole time reading magic books and didn't get a wink of sleep. Jude looked out the carriage window, saying that if this followed the game's plot, they'd definitely get stuck taking the scenic route. The next morning, Dahlia asked if the road up ahead was blocked. Jim, a guard Count Bile assigned to protect Jude, said it was. While he was patrolling the area, Jim saw people turning around. He asked what was up and they told him the bridge had collapsed. Dahlia understood, saying the only option was to take the long way. Maya worried about young Master Jude since they were taking a longer path. It hadn't been that long since he was sick. The guard tried to calm her down, telling her that the young miss had learned healing magic from her fiancé. Because of that, she was sure everything would be just fine. Dahlia said Cordelia had stayed up till dawn studying. She was so dedicated to her love. The two gushed about how much they loved each other. They were so wrong. Cordelia had in fact pulled an all-nighter studying dark arts and paralysis magic. Suddenly, Guard Jim called out to Miss Maya. Looking flustered, he told her not to worry. He would do his absolute best to escort the masters as comfortably and safely as possible, and as a guard, it was his duty to protect Miss Maya. He finished by declaring he'd protect her with his very life. She coolly replied that she would really prefer it didn't come to that. Inside the carriage, Cordelia slowly opened her eyes and asked Jude if he heard that. With a completely unbothered look, he said, "Yeah." The plot was following the game's script perfectly. If they take the mountain path, they should be able to trigger the hidden event just as planned. She looked at him, saying that wasn't what she meant. She was talking about what the guard just said to Maya. He deadpanned a, "Yeah, I heard it." Cordelia, totally buzzing, said you never hear that kind of dialogue in the game. Usually just a message box pops up saying an alternate route was chosen. She was super excited, thinking something might be brewing between those two. Jude coldly pointed out that it sounded an awful lot like a death flag. He said they should be careful. She glared at him, thinking that at times like this, she was missing some girl talk, so she decided to drop it. Then our MC asked what he was munching on and what was in that little bag next to him. He said he was just chewing on some medicine Cordelia's dad gave him, and the bag was a money pouch her father also handed over. She immediately asked when he got that and demanded they split it 50-50. Jude Bile shot her down, saying his father-in-law gave it to him, not her. She furiously yelled that her dad gave it to him to buy her yummy food and insisted he split the cash with her already. That night at the camp, everyone was chilling after their long trip, but Cordelia and Jude Bale snuck out. As they headed for the forest, our MC was glad they'd slipped away without anyone noticing. She mentioned her hands were shaking so bad she thought she was gonna die. Cordelia then asked which way to the valley where the event was supposed to start, and our MC pointed, saying it was definitely that way. After walking for a few minutes, they found a gorgeous waterfall surrounded by huge rocks. This secret event, which Cordelia Chase stumbles upon by going off-route and taking the mountain path, happens late at night when she sneaks out of camp. It was her first time roughing it on the road, so sleeping in a place like that was tough. She had the pressure of meeting the heirs of 12 noble families, plus the responsibility of being the youngest Chase daughter. For all those reasons, Cordelia just needed some alone time to clear her head. She went to a stream to wash the sweat off her face. And what she found there, far away from prying eyes, was a moon so bright it totally outshone the stars. After seeing such a beautiful sight, Cordelia started to sing. The melody slowly drifted through the dimly lit stream area. A mysterious creature appeared before her, drawn in by her voice. And because of this event, which felt like something straight out of a fairy tale, Cordelia thought she was dreaming. It seemed like just a cute little fan service event, but ironically, it was a core element for her players because of the reward. Anyway, back to the story, our MC pointed out that she probably knew this, but only Cordelia could finish it. He couldn't help at all. She wasn't the least bit excited, and just said she didn't want to. Jude Bale told her that even if she didn't feel like it, it was still necessary. The reward was a huge deal for her. He asked if she was just going to give up on it now. Cordelia shot back, "Of course not." She planned on grabbing every opportunity she could. Our MC was relieved, saying that's why she brought soccer clothes and a swimsuit, and why he'd put up with motion sickness in the carriage to draw the magic circle. She covered her face and sighed. "Fine, I'll do it. Everything perfectly now. Now stop bugging me." But then Cordelia looked at Jude Bale and said in return he had to wear his swimsuit too. Jude Bale refused. He wasn't wearing a swimsuit for an event that wasn't even his. Cordelia argued that even if it was her character's event, he was there too, so they should share the misery. He grumbled that was ridiculous, and besides, he didn't even pack a swimsuit. Then she whipped out the one she'd brought for him. It was even the same design as the one you could buy in-game. Jude begged her to chill out, not expecting that at all. He swore he'd just hide in the bushes, but Cordelia wasn't having it. She reminded him she'd gone through hell and back to get him the sun necklace, so now it was his turn. Then she put on a pouting face, saying how totally embarrassing it was to be the only one in a swimsuit when they were both there. After seeing her act, Jude was speechless. There was no way he could say no after that, so he gave in. He mumbled that he'd put it on. Cordelia lit up, saying it was his duty, and that since they were the same height, the clothes should fit perfectly. Suddenly, she noticed something and asked why his lips were turning blue. Jude just figured it was probably because he was cold. His body temp was naturally low because of his blocked 9 Yin Pathways, so he'd never really noticed. She looked at him worried and asked if he was cold. Our MC admitted that now that she mentioned it, the air was pretty chilly. He said they should probably finish up quick and head back, so he asked for the swimsuit to get changed. Cordelia quickly hid the swimsuit behind her back. Jude asked if something was wrong. She just said it didn't matter anymore and that he didn't have to put it on. He was like, why the sudden change of heart? Cordelia, blushing a bit, said she didn't want him to get a cold. She had no intention of letting a weakling get sick music. Just because she didn't want to be the only one embarrassed, she furiously chucked the clothes on the ground, griping she'd brought them for nothing. And why on earth would Cordelia take a bath in this weather? Listening to her rant, Jude admitted she had a point since he wasn't the only one who could get sick. He told Cordelia to just get it over with. After a couple minutes from behind a tree, Jude called out to see if Cordelia was ready. She yelled back to wait. She was still putting on her bikini and swore she'd kill him if he peeked right then. A few seconds later, he turned and asked again if music was all set. Then he started to say they'd do as planned, but he was left speechless when he saw her. Cordelia stood in a towel by the stream, shyly looking at him, and man, it was a wonderful sight. Our guy already knew she was gorgeous music, but getting a good look at her in that moment, he thought she was absolutely stunning. Cordelia asked what he was gawking at, making a face that was just indescribable. Jude quickly snapped out of his daze, replying, it was nothing. She said she was getting in the water now and told him to go hide in the bushes. Our MC agreed. The second she stepped into the stream, she shivered from the cold. Our guy wondered what on earth was going through Cordelia's mind bathing in a stream in midwinter. Hidden behind a tree, Jude told her to get singing already, or they'd both freeze solid. Cordelia was getting ready to sing the game's song, but she totally blanked on which song was from the event. Worried, she figured it had to be a song Cordelia knew by heart, so the MC should know which one it was. She started thinking it was something about the moon, a song about the moon. Cordelia was in despair. She couldn't remember the event song, so she just started singing the first song about the moon that popped into her head. Jude stared at her, totally baffled. What was that? Was she singing Twinkle Twinkle Little Star? He told her to hold on. She was supposed to sing the game song, not a nursery rhyme. She shot back that she couldn't remember it, only that it was about the moon or a star. She added that you can't just hit pause in reality since this wasn't a game. He started thinking it was probably fine. The song might be different, but it was still her singing. Maybe it would all work out because she was cute. Suddenly, Jude looked up. A bright green light appeared in the trees. While Cordelia kept singing, her lullaby lights began to surround the stream. She was then cut off. One tiny being said she was so beautiful, and the other apologized for scaring her and asked her to please keep singing. Cordelia looked at the two fairies before her. Finally, music, they were here. A green-haired fairy asked why the pretty lady was bathing with a towel on. The other, a blonde one, replied that it didn't matter, music, because she was so beautiful. The fairies started fawning over her, wrapping themselves in her hair. One cheered that being pretty was so cool, and the other agreed that pretty things are the absolute best. The green-haired fairy, still tangled in Cordelia's hair, asked her to please continue singing and if they could maybe sing together. Our MC watched the whole thing from behind the tree. Seriously, this was just like the game. He also figured Cordelia's looks mattered more than the song. Everything was on track. It was almost time for the monster to make its entrance since the fairies had arrived. He should probably show himself soon, too. The golden fairy said she'd forgotten to introduce herself. She was called Melly and the other was Deli. They started bugging Cordelia, asking to play together and if she'd come to the queen's ball. They said that even though she's human, it might just work out. Cordelia could only think about how chaotic and selfish they were, but also super cute. Suddenly, Jude saw something coming. He jumped out from his hiding spot and yelled for her to get out of the water right now. She had no idea why. The bicorn hadn't shown up yet. Our guy told her that it was coming from a different spot. The bicorn's hiding place was actually underwater. Cordelia froze in place. A monstrous creature had just appeared. She turned to look at it. A monster that looked like a horse with 2 horns rose from the water. She immediately realized this wasn't how it was supposed to happen in the game. This was totally different. The bicorn began to conjure green magic that spread across the stream. Cordelia got trapped in a giant shimmery bubble. Jude sprinted her way. It was the bicorn's special power, telekinesis. She tried to break free, but her arms and legs were totally stuck. The bicorn was trying to bolt with Cordelia. Jude yelled for her to get out of there, like right now. She got plopped right onto the monster's back. Before she could react, it was about to dash. Jude Bale yelled, "It's trying to take you," she shot back. "No duh. Sherlock." The horned horse gave her the weirdest look. Music. All Cordelia could think was, what on earth is that? She had to bail, but with her magic running on fumes, she couldn't bust out of the telekinetic grip, leaving just one wild option. She steeled herself, and then, completely out of the blue, she headbutted the bicorn right on the neck. Jude Bale and the fairies just stared, jaws dropped. The monster was dazed for a few seconds, and Cordelia felt a killer headache coming on. But hey, it totally worked. She was finally free from that telekinetic trap. She immediately launched herself right off the monster's back. Music. Snatching off the towel she was using. She tossed that towel with its magic circles up high before splashing into the water. Jude watched the whole show. Fairy Mary asked if she was okay after that headbutt and dive routine. Then it suddenly clicked for Jude Bale what Cordelia was up to. Up in the sky, music. The towel with her hand-drawn magic circles for this event was floating gently. He smiled. That was Yellowtorm for you. When it came to a real fight, even he, the #1 ranker, couldn't top her. Underwater, Cordelia yelped in pain from landing on her butt, but she held her breath tight and grabbed the magic staff she'd stashed at the bottom of the stream. She gave the monster a death glare, then poked her hand out of the water like a signal that she was about to strike. Jude Bale just closed his eyes. He knew he could totally count on her. Several magic missiles suddenly shot up from under the water. They slammed into the towel with the magic circles. Then a brilliant flash lit up the sky. The bicorn was totally dazed by the flashbang right in its eyes. It stumbled and tumbled right into the stream. Cordelia burst from the water, gasping for air. She looked at Jude Bale music and shouted that he was up. Jude slowly opened his eyes, whipped out the sun necklace, and gripped it tight. He zipped towards the monster using the 36 celestial steps. The bicorn opened its eyes and saw Jude Bale right there, but after one blink poof, he vanished. Jude quickly used a rock on the monster for leverage. He began to chant the sun god's magic, but figured he was out of time and skipped the incantation. He then unleashed a flurry of consecutive strikes. The monster crashed into the water from the assault. Jude watched music to see if it was down for the count, but the horned horse scrambled back up and immediately tried to nail Jude Bale. Jude dodged the attack. He'd aimed right for the monster's face, but thanks to the level gap and it being a mid-level boss, it wasn't going down that easily. On second thought, he should be glad. After all, Cordelia would totally lose it if he beat the boss all by himself. Meanwhile, Cordelia was gearing up for some fire magic. She grumbled about how tricky it was to use near water. A bunch of magic circles appeared at her feet, getting ready to unleash the spell. Flames started to swirl around her staff. She got a huge grin on her face when she saw it was working. Then, she tossed a spicy meatball right at the monster. By the time it noticed the attack, music, it was way too late to scram. A massive kaboom just lit up the stream, and she watched to see if her attack did the trick. Jude remarked that a good chunk of the stream probably just sizzled away. Cordelia, looking incredibly smug, said that was just her awesome power for you. She also mentioned if this were a game, she would have launched 80 fire missiles at once. But they didn't even get a level up pop-up. Jude said, nope, that means the boss is still kicking. He then told them to stick to the plan. Usually in this event, they're just supposed to make the bicorn run away. But knowing how valuable that horn was, they couldn't let it escape. The fight was starting up again as they braced for the next attack. Jude noted that it looked pretty worn out and said he'd finish it the second he saw an opening. Cordelia shot back that he was such a comedian, and asking who said he'd get the final blow. Jude reminded her they were a team in case she forgot. She said she couldn't care less and wasn't about to lose to him. Cordelia shot the monster a look and gestured like, bring it on. The boss totally ticked off, charged right at her. As it closed in, she realized it still packed a serious punch. So she triggered a pitfall spell, telling Jude to nail the timing this time. After that, she cast another spell, one meant to lock down the boss's movements. This really bugged it. She couldn't hold on for much longer. All of a sudden, the chains restraining the monster snapped. Cordelia felt a jolt run through her whole body. She wondered, did I really use that much magic? It was getting tough to even stay on her feet. She dared it to come get her if it wanted, but good luck finding the hidden pit she'd set up. The bicorn charged straight for her, but stumbled right into the pit she'd made before chaining it up. She remarked that the power to control the situation and transform the battlefield is like Mage 101, you big dummy. After that epic gloat, she collapsed, moaning that her head was killing her and she was out of mana. Then Cordelia told Jude the final blow was all his. He started channeling the magic in his necklace, promising this time he'd land the finishing hit. A few days back at the Bile House training grounds, Jude was getting schooled by his dad. Count Alex noted it was great seeing him move around so freely. Just as Ver mentioned, he was totally wiped. Even though it was just a practice fight, his father had only used the basics. Alex remarked that Jude's martial arts talent was basically a gift from the gods, but it's pretty useless if he lacks the stamina to back it up. And before he leaves in 3 days, his father had a duty to teach him a couple things. The first lesson on the list was how to use the Thunder Strike. Alex explained it's called that because it hits 7 times, just like a series of individual lightning bolts. Second, it'd be tough to pull off right now since Jude's body couldn't quite handle his Kai. He also warned that while prepping the magic, his body would be totally defenseless. However, this would be a huge advantage against enemies who leave an opening. Count Alex said it would definitely be the finishing move. Back to the action, Jude zipped towards the boss. The bicorn had scrambled out of the hole, but then it noticed music. It couldn't find him anywhere. Cordelia, seeing the monster searching, just smirked and pointed up. Jude was right above it, getting set to drop the hammer. This was the exact opening he needed to end it all. Jude declared this was the most powerful attack he could muster. Then, with everything he had, he nailed a direct hit on the boss, which twisted in pain from the blow. Even after taking a storm of powerful hits, the bicorn was somehow still on its feet, but it finally stumbled and splashed into the water. Level-up effects started popping up all over Cordelia, totally hyped. She cheered that they actually did it. She was even more shocked as the effects just kept coming. She looked over at Jude and asked if he saw that. She just gained 3 levels, but he was just bobbing in the water like a limp noodle. Cordelia hurried over, asking if he was okay. She dragged him out, plopped him on a rock, and demanded to know what was wrong. Barely conscious, he croaked that she had to put the sun necklace on his chest, cause he couldn't move at all. She grumbled, "Ugh, not this 9 yin blockage again," and told him to just hang on. She'd get him onto dry land. The 2 fairies, Amelia and Adelie, were totally blown away that they'd managed to defeat such a crazy strong monster. They chirped that the real party was just beginning, and told them to hurry up and come along. Adelie added she was only inviting Cordelia cause she's so pretty. Amelia agreed, saying Cordelia had to come with them right now to see the queen, and she even beckoned to Jude because she thought he was a cutie. Cordelia dragged Jude from the water, leaned him against a tree, and placed the sun necklace on his chest, music, just as he asked. She looked down at him. He was in really bad shape after pushing himself so hard for that attack. Thanks to the sun necklace, his temperature started to stabilize pretty quickly, so she figured it was the perfect time to work her magic. Cordelia grabbed her staff and cast a healing spell. She asked him how he was feeling. Surprised, he said his muscles were finally loosening up and his bones felt like they just snapped back into place. He felt a ton better and said they could probably leave in about 3 minutes. She got it, reminding him the fairies were waiting, so they'd just chill for a little longer. Completely soaked, Jude looked at Cordelia, thanking her for having his back. She froze, solid, and blushed. Suddenly, she jumped back and asked what that was about. Like, was he trying to play the damsel in distress? Music. Jude was completely clueless. She just told him to forget about it. The fairies flew over and asked if the MC was okay. She said he just needed a bit more rest. She explained that because he used his internal energy to beat the bicorn, a nasty cold energy had basically flooded his whole body. They listened closely as Cordelia explained he'd need more time to fully recover. Then they turned around and started gossiping that he was cute but kind of a weakling. But hey, being handsome goes a long way. Then they asked for the MC's name. She replied that she was El Cordelia and the knocked out boy was Jude. Music. Adelie asked why in the world she was called El Cordelia. That name was so ugly. The MC corrected her that it was just Cordelia. She'd gotten it mixed up with her in-game name. Mary cheerfully piped up with a question, asking why she had clothes on while taking a bath. Cordelia explained that what she was wearing was a swimsuit. Her actual clothes were somewhere else. It suddenly hit her, her clothes. She couldn't possibly meet the queen dressed in a swimsuit. She dashed off to get her clothes and yelled to pause the game real quick. Jude remarked that she couldn't pause reality. She warned him to stop bugging her or he'd be taking a dirt nap. The MC called over to Mary saying she needed a wardrobe change before meeting the queen. After a few minutes, they finally entered the fairy village and were floored by how bright it all was. The MC noted that it was still a forest, but the whole vibe was completely different. Jude agreed. Adelius told them he would show them the way, which was right over there. The pair followed the fairies, completely captivated by the amazing scenery. But everything around them began to shift. The forest, the music, woods exploded with even more vibrant colors. Cordelia kept saying how incredible it was. Every time they took a step, their surroundings changed. Jude had no idea what kind of place he was even walking through. A place that exists everywhere, yet is nowhere at all. Fairies were just zipping through dimensions and space constantly. No wonder they were so rarely seen. They were basically just stuff of legends. Jude figured since he and Cordelia had seen them in games, they knew they were real, but it was still wild to see them appear and disappear in the blink of an eye. And now that he thought about it, they only ever showed up in Cordelia's main questline. He figured he might be getting his hopes up for absolutely nothing. But this rare encounter could definitely be used to their advantage. The MC mentioned that the path was getting pretty tight. They saw an ornate door. She opened it and waved Jude in. The MC thanked her and called her his darling bride. She told him to shut his trap, but another voice cut in. The fairy queen said the pink-haired girl must be the human child Amelie and Adelie were buzzing about. The fairy queen sat on a giant throne in the middle of a cage-like building. Graciously, the fairy queen said she'd heard so much about them from Adelie and Amelie. They were mesmerized by her incredible beauty and soft voice. She looked at them, saying that in this bountiful autumn, the Queen of Autumn Lorelei welcomed them both. Meanwhile, back at their camp, Daria galloped in on her horse. She said she hurried back because she heard a big explosion on the other side while on patrol. All of a sudden, she saw Maya and guard Jim chatting about the young master being missing. Then she noticed their tent was empty, which meant her quiet night was officially ruined. The guard apologized for dozing off, claiming he wasn't even that tired. He reported he didn't know what happened. He just got super sleepy after drinking young Master Jude's tea. Dahlia grabbed the cup and took a whiff. She recognized the smell. It was an herbal remedy Lord Chase made whenever young Lady Cordelia couldn't fall asleep. So she told everyone to split up and search instead of just waiting around. If her hunch was right, this whole escape was masterminded by those two. Back in the fairy wonderland, Jude and Cordelia gave their greetings to the Queen Lorelei. Music. She said it had been ages since she'd seen human kids and was happy. Adelie still had a great eye for people. She asked if their names were Jude and Cordelia, and he confirmed. But Jude's mind was elsewhere. He just realized the two fairies that came with them had vanished, but he had no idea when they even left. Lorelei let them know that Adelie and Amelie were already in the banquet hall. Apparently they gave her the 411 on our duo before zipping off. Since they can just pop through space, not even time can slow them down. Our duo was shocked. It was the exact same explanation from the game. The Queen mentioned that the bicorn had been a real pain for ages, so for taking that beast out she was going to give them a fitting reward. Cordelia was absolutely thrilled, while Jude figured this was all going according to his master plan. In the game, this event would have just happened automatically without a single snag. Cordelia would have just scared off the bicorn that was bugging the fairies and gotten an invite from the fairy music queen. But this time the script was flipped. Cordelia wasn't flying solo, Jude was with her. Instead of just chasing it away, they actually defeated the bicorn. And since the fight's outcome was different, he figured the reward got a nice little boost too. Jude wondered what he might get. A fairy stone. Some fairy powers like Winx. He's a guy who never turns down a reward. Jude figured the one thing he needed most right now was the moonlight item. If he could just get his hands on that, the powers wouldn't even matter. The thoughtful queen considered what to give a mage and a warrior. After deciding, she snapped her fingers and said these items ought to be enough. Cordelia and Jude saw a green light flash before them. For Cordelia, she was granted the moonlight. It's an item they've had for hundreds of years, a legendary staff made by fairies. To Jude, she presented the fairy steps. She told him that even though it was made for another race, it had never found an owner quite as fitting as him. Smiling, Lorelei said they were valuable items, but it's much better for them to be used by good people than to just sit around collecting dust. Our guy was floored. Fairy steps, no way, he thought. He totally didn't expect to get an item of this caliber. Fairy Steps is an A-rank item that lets you warp through space up to 3 times. It completely dodges attacks by shifting to another dimension. The music hero was deep in thought, imagining that if he used it, he wouldn't need to dodge at all since the item lets you evade without even moving. He couldn't believe the queen was just giving this away. Overjoyed, he thanked the fairy queen, telling her she was the best queen ever. He then turned to Cordelia and asked what she was waiting for since she hadn't thanked the best queen in the world yet. She was pouting and not liking this one bit. The item she received was B rank while his was A rank. She grumbled that it was so unfair and Jude tried to calm her down. Lorelei just laughed and said she had her reasons for giving those rewards. Cordelia asked if it was because she's a mage and he's a warrior, and Jude Music told her to use a gentler tone. The queen replied that her guess wasn't entirely wrong. They both looked at her waiting for the real reason. If it wasn't that, then what was it? She just smiled and said she prefers a handsome boy to a cute girl. After a while, they finally got back to the stream. Music completely wiped. Cordelia was exhausted because the fairies just kept pestering them to play. Plus, she couldn't really say no when they insisted she sing about 40 times. Jude was also completely exhausted. The fairies said time flows differently in their world and told them not to worry, but he never guessed they'd be there for 12 straight hours. The two just hugged each other. He relieved that it was finally over. The fight with the bicorn was easy, but getting through that fairy banquet was a whole other battle. They cried tears of joy, finally free from socializing. Then Cordelia remembered something was missing. She looked over at the lake and saw the bicorn was still there. Cordelia asked Jude about its horns. Since they don't just drop like in the game, it looked like they'd have to pull them off by hand. Jude confirmed one horn was his. Cordelia said the other was hers, super excited. She couldn't believe that, besides the moonlight, they'd also get 2 bicorn horns and the fairy steps. She felt like things were only going up from here. Jude then apologized for killing the vibe, but it seemed like they'd need to ask the guards for a hand. Cordelia's look went from calm to pure panic in a heartbeat. Jude pointed out that the glowing towel and that little kaboom probably woke everyone up. As she dusted herself off, Jude called out to Cordelia, but she was just trembling. She then wailed that the two of them were now totally screwed. Over in the fairy world, Mary asked the queen if giving them both moonlight and fairy steps was really the right move. She was shocked that a human was worthy of fairy steps. Adele added, "There's a saying, you know, too much power changes people." While the two of them kept asking questions, the queen just listened peacefully with her eyes closed. She remembered that the moment she saw those kids, a scene flashed before her eyes, something she'd peeked at through a gap in time. She couldn't make out all the details with just her power, but she was positive, so she told the two not to worry. She knew the moment she met them, that those kids' fate wouldn't end with just them, since they'd become one with this world. The very next day, Daria stared blankly at Cordelia, asking if she grasped what she'd done wrong the night before. She pointed out they'd taken a major detour from their planned path. They hadn't even scouted the spot. But the two of them went to the stream by themselves without a single escort. Cordelia apologized and promised it wouldn't happen again, but the guard spoke in a very serious tone. There were only 3 more days until they'd reach Langus, and as a guard knight, she couldn't allow the two of them to be put in danger ever again. So until they arrived in Langes, the two of them were forbidden from leaving their carriage. Cordelia nervously asked if she was super mad. Daria grinned and replied that since the two were stuck in the carriage, they'd finally get the alone time they'd craved. Inside the carriage, Jude was resting after the long night. Cordelia entered carrying a basin of water and said she heard he'd gotten sick. He replied, "Yeah, I'm a little dizzy, but other than that, I'm fine." Then he asked her what Daria had said. Cordelia sighed that she'd gotten a huge scolding, and they were banned from leaving the carriage for a bit. Jude commented that it was better this way since he had no reason to go out for now. He looked to the side and noticed Cordelia was looking sad, no doubt because of the scolding she'd just gotten. So to cheer her up, he said that Miss Daria probably scolded them not because she was angry, but because she was worried. Cordelia replied that even so, she was afraid Daria would start hating her. He said for now they'd just show they were thinking about it. If they apologized properly, she'd accept it. After all, she was like their big sister. She got a bit more cheerful and commented that yeah, that's what they'd do. He offered to come up with a ready excuse. She replied that there was no need. If he walked, he might just die for good and should focus on getting better. Cordelia sat on the floor beside Jude and said she'd wipe his sweat. He asked what kind of noble lady sits on the floor like that. She replied, "Like I care. When I watch TV on Earth, I'd always sit on the floor instead of the couch." Cordelia began to gently wipe Jude's face and he said it felt really nice, but he seemed sleepy. Cordelia told him to just sleep, saying she would take care of him for the time being. She'd heard the journey was going to last 3 days. They'd talk about how to deal with the demonic hand after he got better. While Cordelia re-wet the cloth, Jude called out to her and said, "Thank you so much. I wouldn't have been able to survive if I were alone in this world." She couldn't say a thing, just stared, but thought she was the one who should be saying that. 3 days later, nearing their destination, Cordelia asked Jude if he was a scammer in real life. "You darn scammer," she exclaimed. He replied that she was being too mean, then asked what she thought of it. She answered that the plan was perfect and that was exactly why she was calling him a scammer. Cordelia was still staring at the paper. This plan is completely amazing. This is rank 1 level stuff, she thought. Suddenly someone knocked on the carriage door. It was one of the guards pointing for them to look ahead. Cordelia stood up awestruck by what she saw while Jude glanced out. The city of Langhast was right before them. Cordelia smiled, totally excited to see it in person. There was even the city's symbol, the knight statue. She commented that it looked even more amazing than in the game. The two spoke at the exact same time, saying they could practically hear the background music. They looked at each other for a moment, turned back, and started singing the song together. Cordelia teased, "How did you sing my part? You're such a total nerd." Jude shot back that she was one too. The trading hub of Langhast is run by Duke Hessel, but for real, it's led by the 12 northern clans. It's neutral ground, not part of any family's turf, and it's nicknamed the City of Beginners, which marks the start of Jude and Cordelia's main quest. Standing in a huge mansion, Jude wondered what this was. Cordelia just stayed at a normal inn in the game. So what was with this luxurious mansion? Maya explained that Duke Helg had rented the place so they could both stay comfortably for the social event. Plus, even though they were engaged, he was super insistent that they stay in separate rooms, which is why Jude thought his future father-in-law was ridiculously generous. Suddenly, he saw something. Cordelia was apologizing to Dahlia and the guard opened her arms, accepting her apology. Then Cordelia happily leaped into the guard's arms. Jude watched the sweet scene. It looked like they were all good now. He turned to Maya saying he was going for a walk and asked if she could watch his bags. She replied, "Of course." Nia's guard, running over cheerfully, helped Miss Maya with the luggage. Jude, however, ordered every single guard knight to follow him. That one guard looked incredibly sad to be following his young master. Jude also ordered all of Duke Chase's knights except for Miss Dahlia to tag along. A woman asked if that was all really necessary. Jude replied, "Yep. My father said that after we get to Langhast and the social events are done, he'd need to borrow the knight's strength for something," he explained. Of course, his dad never said that. It was a complete lie. Cordelia and Dahlia were strolling through the shopping area. The guard told them the magic shop was around there, but Cordelia said they needed to turn down a specific alley. She asked her young mistress how on earth she had found it so fast. Cordelia claimed she'd studied the map very carefully. Yeah, right. Someone who visited the place a million times in the game couldn't possibly forget the way. Cordelia looked at her and said she was probably wiped from being on guard, so it would be good to rest a bit. Dahlia joked she could carry her around Langhast if needed. Then she asked what stuff she urgently needed to buy at that shop. Cordelia said that she wasn't actually going to buy anything. But there was someone she had to meet. They're stuck on the night shift, so she couldn't delay it. She was so excited to meet them, she said. 15 minutes before arriving in Langast, Jude was briefing them about the main events in the city. They were going to be a zillion times tougher than the fight against the Bicorn in the valley. Even if their powers got a boost from the items, they wouldn't be able to win alone. Cordelia agreed, saying they would probably get wrecked in that fight. Jude said, exactly, but to make sure that didn't happen, he was planning on using his father and her father. Cordelia asked what letter he was holding. He said it was a forged document he'd whipped up imitating her father's handwriting. They would use it to bring all the mages of Langhast together. As long as he had this paper, the mages of the Crimson Dawn Tower would have no other choice but to help them out. Cordelia realized he hadn't just copied the handwriting, but also her dad's speech patterns and signature. Whoa, that's seriously incredible, she thought to herself. Cordelia put the letter away, wondering what crazy plan he would dream up next. So, you'll use my father, the master of the Crimson Dawn Tower, to get the mages' help, she asked. Jude tossed her a money bag and replied that she was spot on. Since mages were part of society's upper crust, even if the Tower Master's daughter asked them herself, they'd still want a little something for their trouble. She eyed the money bag and said she'd do it. Then she asked how he was going to use his father. Jude mentioned that on the last expedition, his dad ran into a group of demon worshippers. When he peeked in one of their backpacks, he found a coded secret message. After they cracked the message's code, they found out where the demon worshippers would meet, a specific spot right here in Langhast. Jude will deliver the forged document with this little story he cooked up to the Knight's Order in Langhast. His father has a great reputation, and with his son personally delivering the letter, the Knight's Order will have no choice but to believe him completely. Cordelia noted that they'll use the NPCs to get stronger, and with the Knight's Order, they can take out a few of them pretty early. Jude replied, "Music. That's right. This whole plan will only work because we're Jude Bale and Cordelia Chase and because this is reality, not some game." The MC smiled and said, "Not half bad. It's a perfect plan." The MC also grinned with excitement. They're going to bring outsiders into this little event. At the Order of the Blue Lion Knights headquarters, a man the commander was asking why he had to immediately check a letter claiming demon worshippers were hiding out in Langhast, as if there's anything more urgent than that. One of the guards wondered if he actually heard what Commander Baruso just said. The guard beside him replied that they seemed to be top-secret orders from Alex Bile. Jude said that because of the contents, his dad told him to deliver it by hand and then torch it. After it's read, Jude can't leave a shred of evidence that he faked anything. The commander replied that he'd take care of it. With the knights left at headquarters, they would move as fast as possible toward the demon worshippers' hideout. The MC raised his hand and said that this might sound a bit childish and out of nowhere, but he asked if he could tag along with the guards. He looked at Jude and replied that he could let him go with the guards, but from what he understood, Jude wasn't in the best of health. The MC commented that it was music true. Considering he was cooped up at home due to the blockage of his 9 Ren paths, he normally wouldn't even dream of asking. However, this was the first time his father had ever trusted him with a task like this. On top of that, it was a great chance to see for himself why his father entrusted such a big job to the Order of the Blue Lion Knights. The commander asked if Alex Bile trusted them that much. The MC shamelessly said yes because Commander Baruso was just that good, so the commander let Jude tag along with them. 30 minutes later, at the Demonic Hands headquarters, someone was telling the commander that they were pretty sure they'd found something. Jude told them they found a letter in a box tucked in the corner of a room. Baruso was stunned. That letter had the locations of the other meeting spots in Langs and info on their members. The author of that little letter was our MC, who had kept the whole music thing under wraps. The commander ordered everyone back to headquarters to quickly cook up a strategy and hit all 6 meeting spots. That night, Cordelia was griping that her legs were killing her from running around so much looking for all the mages in Langus. She missed being able to just post a notice like in a game, but she figured if she was this worn out, she could only imagine Jude. She poked his arm, but he didn't even twitch, totally unresponsive. This time, he had seriously turned into a corpse. Jude said he was still kicking, then asked how it went if the plan panned out. Cordelia replied, "Duh." She managed to convince 4 mages. Since the demonic hand boss they'd be facing uses ice magic, she recruited a fire mage who would be a perfect counter to the boss. She mentioned she heard the knights found and completely wiped out the 7 demonic hand bases in the area and asked if it was for real. Music. The MC replied that it was. The captain of the Blue Lion Knights really respects his father, and because of that, he was able to handle them just perfectly. Based on how the story goes, there are 12 locations and they've already taken care of half of them. Jude mentioned that the escort knights are now in the loop about the danger, so it's all going as planned. He said he needed to get something ready before the social event, since the most important job would be on the day of the party. Cordelia asked what the most important job was. Jude looked at her and said, "Seriously, the demonic hands targets. Protecting the 2 most important people in this scenario is the #1 priority." The MC pointed out that they're after Cordelia and that guy, Lucas Risbel. At night, deep in the forest, a carriage was making its way to Landis. Inside, a man was intently watching the scenery from the window. Elsewhere in the city, an old man was asking how this was even possible. How were 7 bases destroyed in a single night? Fuming, music, he demanded if they had any idea how much he'd invested to help them get in. One of the worshippers begged for forgiveness. Music, they're still trying to piece together what exactly happened. Baron Edgar said it's way too late to figure it out now. Those Blue Lion goons must have sniffed out the other key spots and the big party is just around the corner. How are they going to get it all together by then? A cold voice cut in, saying it didn't matter. The Baron, who was just shouting, went dead, silent with fear. He addressed the man as Mr. Minos, a guy who let a demon into his body to become a half-demon. The Baron whined that they were in a mess with over half their forces totally wiped out. But before he could finish his sentence, Minos shot him a furious look. He demanded to know if they were certain Cordelia Chase was in Landis. His followers said yes and told him the other target, Lucas Risbel, would show up sometime tomorrow. Minos said in that case the plan hasn't changed. In 2 days, they'd snatch the targets alive and pull a demon into this world. He started to make the air around him ice over, saying that even with these little surprises, everything would go down exactly as he planned. Finally, the day of the big social event arrived. Maya and Dahlia were thrilled after getting their young masters all ready. Maya remarked they're already so beautiful. Dressing them up is just so satisfying. Dahlia totally agreed. She couldn't stop gushing about how drop-dead gorgeous Cordelia looked in that dress. Then she glanced at the clock and saw it was getting late, telling them to get going. Dahlia and Maya took off to let the others know while our main characters said they'd be right down. They gave each other a look like they were plotting something. Cordelia sauntered to the mirror and gasped, "Holy smokes, how can Cordelia be this pretty? I'm gorgeous. Look, Judah, a beautiful woman." Jude said she sounded like a total narcissist and told her not to act like that in public or it'd be embarrassing. She shot back, asking if he didn't think she was beautiful. You know, if Cordelia was the absolute best. Jude didn't deny it, but told her to quit talking in the third person. "You sound like Anya from Spy Family," he said, holding out his hand. He said that today was a super important day, so they shouldn't get sidetracked. Cordelia slapped his hand away and said, "There's nothing to freaking give." He replied that he didn't want a thing. He was just offering his arm to escort her. She looked shocked and said, "That's kinda cringy. No thanks." The social event is a huge banquet thrown by the kids of the 12 northern families. Because it's such a massive deal, all the big shots in Landesta's high society who want to network with these families show up every year. And because of that, your social ranking depends on getting an invite. That's why this party is a really big deal. Jude asked if she remembered the game plan. Cordelia replied, "Yup, protect Lucas from the demon worshippers." No matter how tough they are, since half their forces got wiped out, it must be pretty hard for them to crash this party. People around them were whispering about Jude, Cordelia Chase's fiancé. For a guy who was super sick not long ago, he looked perfectly healthy. Some asked if he was all better. Others gushed about what a great-looking couple they were. The two were internally cringing from the spotlight, which made it tough to focus on their mission. While Cordelia was getting annoyed by all the gossip, she noticed someone heading their way. A girl with light blue hair said it had been a hot minute since they'd seen each other. Her name was Sylvia from the Crosbell family. The other girl was Viola, Viscount Lang's youngest daughter. Cordelia's face lit up, saying it was great to see them and telling Viola to quit hiding and come say hi. Sylvia said it was good to see her looking so healthy and asked who the guy beside her was. Jude bowed, said his name was Jude Bale, and that it was an honor to meet them. She replied that the feeling was mutual and that she was really curious about Cordelia's fiancé. Jude just smiled, thinking about how in the game, Sylvia was designed to be just as beautiful as Cordelia. That's why he'd braced himself to not be totally captivated by her looks. He didn't feel his heart pound, which meant his prep had worked. He glanced over at Cordelia. She had crouched down to hear what Viola was trying to whisper to her. After listening, she let out a warm laugh. In that instant, Jude realized Cordelia was even more beautiful. Even though he saw her every single day, his heart still skipped a beat. Suddenly, Jude saw someone else approaching them. Cordelia looked over in the same direction. A boy stopped right in front of them and just stared. He reached out his hand, introducing himself as Lucas Resbel of Resbel County, the party's host. Music. He gave them a real warm thanks for showing up to the event. Jude figured he was just coming over to say hi first, but then he didn't do anything else. Our MC introduced himself too and thanked the guy for the party invitation. As a prodigy born with a knack for the sword and son of Count Resbel, leader of the 12 northern clans, Lucas was all about the idea of getting stronger. He actually loved the grind of training itself. That's why whenever he music walked up to someone, his interest level totally depended on how tough they were. It was a pretty awful habit. Our MC figured that if his personality was just like in the game, Jude, who was known for not being able to learn martial arts, cause of his sickness, would just be someone to respect and that's it. But he wasn't like his video game self, so he put a little more force into the handshake. Lucas definitely noticed the shift that happened. Jude Bale, Cordelia Chase, and Lucas Resbel. You couldn't deny the similarities between these three folks. They were all playable characters from Legend of Heroes 2. And between them, two people, Jude and Cordelia, were confirmed to have memories from their past lives. So what about Lucas, who's also a playable character? Jude wondered if he could be the reincarnation of the third-ranked player, the one who always butted heads with him and Cordelia. He had to figure this out before the demonic hand crashed the music party, and he needed to be slick about it. Our MC leaned in and asked, "Hey, you too," but Lucas didn't say a thing. He just stood there looking totally lost. Jude coughed a little and commented that he'd spoken out of turn. He was still not fully recovered from the block of the 9 yin paths, so he offered an apology. Lucas accepted the apology and went off to mingle with the other guests. Cordelia grabbed Jude's arm, saying, "That was so embarrassing and so funny." Our MC just told her to zip it. She asked if he got his answer about whether Lucas had memories of the modern world. He just repeated zip it. But like Cordelia said, it was technically a success, even though he had no clue if that was a good thing or a music bad thing. Just like when he met Yellowstorm back in Pleads, he didn't get any special vibe. And judging from Lucas's reaction, music, the guy genuinely thought the whole situation was weird. With that though, he could confirm Lucas didn't have memories of being the third ranker. If a character like Lucas had memories of playing Legend of Heroes 2, he would have been a huge help in dealing with the demonic hand problem at this event. Music. So yeah, it's a bummer. But even then, Jude had zero guarantee that other reincarnated rankers would be anything like him and Cordelia. He had no idea if they'd even want to team up now that the start of the main story was all messed up. It would be lucky if the other scenarios weren't also altered. Cordelia snapped Jude right out of his thoughts. She said she'd totally spaced on it. But Lucas was a playable character too, and it'd be way better if the rank 3 player had reincarnated as him. Our MC asked why. She just said she didn't like Lucas. Her favorite character was, well, Cordelia, and since she wanted to platinum the game with everyone, she had to play as him. After seeing his story, she totally got why she hated playing as Lucas. That's because in Lucas's storyline, Cordelia is the one who gets snatched by the demonic hand and shows up as a demon boss later. Jude pointed out there was nothing to do about it since Lucas is the main character of that story. But if you play as Cordelia, Lucas is the one who turns into a demon. Cordelia shot back that she knew that. However, in both routes, they end up becoming enemies with each other. She asked if he had any idea how many people rage quit the game because of Demon Lucas. That's why tons of people can't stand him, especially if Cordelia is their fave. She had some serious beef with him. Just thinking about it was stressing her out even more. Our MC said there was another reason, and Jude Bale asked what it was. She replied that the romantic cat made him wear maid outfits. Just music thinking about it made her brain want to short circuit. Our MC was just glad the romantic cat wasn't around. If she was, he was scared to even imagine what would happen to Lucas now. Then all of a sudden, Cordelia spotted someone new arriving at the party. She gave a little wave, letting Jude Bale know that was Ronan the fire wizard he'd picked up from the Tower of Crimson Dawn. However, it was her first time seeing the two people with him. She reminded Jude he was supposed to call for more backup. She looked at the MC, asking if they really had to wait for the party crashers. Jude replied, "Yep, there's no guarantee they'll attack the same place at the exact same time. That's why we have to keep our eyes peeled." Cordelia glanced aside, muttering it was time to deal with that goofball hitting on Sylvia. Jude told her that was Felix Duran from the Duran Marquisade. Sylvia's face was a complete blank slate. He let the MC know that Felix was the oldest of the youths from the 12 clans attending that day. Cordelia scoffed that she could still totally beat that dummy. She then zipped right over to them. He just said it didn't matter, she could do her thing. Jude figured that besides Lucas and Cordelia, the kids from the 12 clans wouldn't really change the outcome much whether they made it or not. Since that was the case, he might as well save all of them. He looked at Cordelia, who was chatting with Felix Duran, and saw she couldn't hide her feelings to save her life. Music was so obvious. But he kinda liked her totally bored expression more. The sad look Cordelia had in the game just didn't suit her. Jude noticed the music had switched up. It was probably dance time. The bad guys wouldn't attack yet, so he glanced over and saw that a bunch of people in the crowd were staring right at them. He froze up. He couldn't believe she was actually there. Cordelia mentioned that her maid was coming their way. Then suddenly a super excited Daria appeared too. The two were beaming at their young masters, and Jude just wondered what was with all that sparkle. Cordelia asked why Maya brought Daria too, but it wasn't just them. All the young folks at the event were staring. The MC thought it was pretty obvious why everyone was looking. The partygoers were kids and not really dating music yet, so they usually just danced with friends. However, he and Cordelia were already engaged, which meant everyone was dying to see a dance between the fiancés. Jude figured he was stuck and took off his gloves. He offered his hand to Cordelia and asked if she'd do him the honor of this dance. In her head, she just wanted to bolt and not dance in front of everyone. But out loud, she said, "Of course, young Master Jude." The two of them then headed to the dance floor hand in hand. Cordelia grumbled that this was super cringy and asked if he even knew how to dance. Jude replied that she knew all about Jude Bale's talents, which were nerfed by those 9 blocked yin paths. He grabbed her waist, pulling her in, saying he was good at anything that involved using his body. Cordelia was surprised by the move and said she was aware of that. She looked at him, wondering if Jude's shoulders were always this broad and if he was this tall. The MC, seeing she was spacing out, asked if something was up. She replied that it was nothing. But right as they were about to dance, a huge explosion rocked the event's entrance. Jude pulled Cordelia into his arms to shield her, while also glancing at Senna. The cultists started storming the party as people ran and screamed. Cordelia looked over too and told Jude that he was there. Lucas was protecting Sylvia from a man who had just strolled up to them. The silver-haired man said he'd finally found him. Lucas Hezbel. Music. Lucas quickly yanked a dagger from his coat ready to fight. He told Sylvia he wasn't exactly geared up for this, so beating him right now was basically impossible. Because of that, he'd hold him off with everything he had so she could find a way out and make a run for it. She was terrified and begged him not to do anything crazy. Minos started walking towards them, the ground freezing over with each step he took. He pointed his music finger, getting ready to cast a spell, while Lucas stood his ground in front of Sylvia, guarding her. Suddenly, the fire mage Cordelia hired blasted a fire spell toward the enemy. Sylvia ducked behind Lucas to shield herself from the explosion. Cordelia grabbed her arm and said, "We need to bounce now." She told Lucas to get out of there too, telling him to follow her that way quickly. He asked what on earth she was talking about, ditching an enemy to run. As a knight, he felt it was his music duty to stay. But the MC snapped, "What's your plan, tough guy? You don't have a weapon. Have you ever fought a mage? You really think you can just stroll through those flames?" She told him to think fast, make a choice, and recall the name the enemy dropped when he appeared. After hearing Cordelia out, it finally clicked for him that the bad guy totally introduced himself when he arrived. He balled his fists. Cordelia was right. Bailing was the smartest move, so they started chasing after Cordelia, who was hurrying them along. The MC, and who was out in front, stopped dead when his name was called. He saw Maya standing off in a corner. While Mia was worried about her young master, one of the cultists charged her ready for the kill. The MC panicked and screamed her name as Mia looked back, startled by the sudden attack. She squeezed her eyes shut in fear. Then Daria appeared before her, taking the enemy down in one strike while Maya kept her eyes tightly closed. The guard told young master Jude Bale they were also getting out and to escape with Lady Cordelia first. "Super relieved," he replied. "You got it." The MC looked at the party that had turned into a total war zone. The demonic hands fighting force had really weakened. If this were the original story, Minos was supposed to be the final boss of this whole ambush. But him showing up at the start meant the odds were actually in their favor. Minos, with furious bloodshot eyes, watched his target's music getting away. Jude Bale figured he was livid that they had escaped. With Lucas and Cordelia there, Minos would probably chase them. They needed to get their plan ready and fast. Cordelia pointed to some stairs, saying that was their way out. She pressed her hand on a certain spot on the statue. Meanwhile, Sylvia and Lucas just stared stunned as a door materialized in front of them. Sylvia asked what in the world that was. "Why is there a door inside music, the wall?" she asked, totally baffled. Cordelia said young master Jude Bale found a secret room and that they should get in right away. She lit the area with light orbs. There was a staff and some magic circles on the floor, plus swords were everywhere. Sylvia tried to process what she was seeing. Weird circles and an even weirder staff. She asked Cordelia what it all meant. But the MC just said they had to move, and she'd explain it all later. She opened up a small hiding spot and said, "Sylvia, stay in there for a little bit. You're not the main prize, so you'll be totally fine if you just lay low." Music. Sylvia asked what she meant by main prize and questioned if Cordelia was telling her to hide in there alone. Cordelia replied, "It's music, fine. When this is over, I'll come get you." Sylvia said she got it and that she didn't need a shove. She tucked Sylvia into the spot and closed it now that she was hidden. Next on the list, Lucas grabbed a sword and said he was going back to the banquet hall. The MC asked what he was talking about. He said now that he had a weapon he could use, and as a knight, he wasn't about to cower in a secret room, and if he was the target, the others would be way safer without him around. Cordelia ordered him to zip it. Lucas tried to talk but couldn't. She had cast a spell that basically muted him. He tried to speak to her, but the MC replied she couldn't hear a darn thing. He should just shut up because listening to that nightly garbage was hurting her ears. She pointed a finger in his face, saying she was being super nice, just explaining all this. If she'd used a paralysis spell, he wouldn't even be standing. She asked if he thought they ran all this way just to hide because they were scared. This was a real emergency. Their lives were on the line. If we win, we'll get a notification saying, "We're the first on the server." Woody told her to knock it off. "You're talking too much." "Okay, but seriously now?" Woody told them the silver-haired guy Lucas saw was someone who let a demon possess his body. Music. His mission was to capture either him or Miss Cordelia. If that guy managed to get past the mage holding the line, he'd come looking for them right away, so they had to be ready. In the banquet hall, the fire mage Ronan was slammed into a wall, having just been taken down by Minos. The fight was so intense it shattered his mask and burned his arms. Then he started his slow-mo villain walk after his targets. He was all like, "No point in hiding." A solid strategy, but too bad for him, it wasn't gonna fly. Inside the secret room, Jude, Lucas, and Cordelia were glued to the front door. The air started getting frosty, which meant he was super close. Lucas remembered what Jude had said before. That chilly air, the kind that felt like it was flash freezing his bones, was definitely the work of someone who'd made a deal with a demon. Our boy Jude started slipping his gloves back on and told Lucas if they could just hang on for 3 minutes they'd win this thing. Then bam, the door blasted open into the secret room. Minos had officially arrived. He gave them a serious look, obviously salty. His plan wasn't going smoothly but figured it was no biggie. All of a sudden, a bunch of scrolls were chucked at him, setting off explosions everywhere. Jude figured that even if they were just 1-star spells, they'd set up a ton of circles to fight back, but yeah, that was useless. Minos just flash froze everything around him to dodge the damage. Our MC felt the temperature drop even more. Looks like low-level spells weren't even tickling him. He eyed the enemy thinking just a few more steps and the plan would kick in. So Minos started walking, telling Lucas Resbel and Cordelia Chase that whatever they did, it wouldn't work. Hearing that Cordelia slipped off her glove, thinking to herself, it's almost showtime, he mused that a sacrifice of this caliber should summon a way higher-ranking demon than he planned. And without even noticing it, he stepped right into the magic circle. Jude got this huge grin knowing he'd finally walked into the trap. Cordelia was pretty stoked it worked too. She muttered that some dummy, who underestimates her for being weak, could never beat her. She then quickly sliced her hand, letting the blood drip onto the magic circle. Then she triggered Valstim's magic spell, and chains started wrapping all over Minos' body. He was like, "What is this? What are these chains?" Cordelia Music explained that it was a magic seal even Lizigan would have trouble breaking out of. Apparently, the stronger the demon, the more effective the magic circle is. Minos was absolutely livid. This Vestim magic circle wasn't gonna hold him. Cordelia just gripped her staff tightly. She played it off like it was nothing, but really she could barely stand. Her own magic power was the only thing keeping Valstim's circle going. Since she couldn't chug potions like in a game, she could only keep this up for a few more seconds. But she cracked a smile. That was all the time he needed. Jude started charging the enemy. Minos saw him coming and unleashed his ice magic. Jude felt like he was in a deep freeze with a yin energy just eating away at his body and soul. Even if a normal person could handle the cold, that yin energy would freeze him solid. The big difference here, though, was that he was already used to it. Minos couldn't believe he broke out of his ice prison that easily. Our MC got ready to strike, asking the bad guy if he was used to yang energy. Holding the sun necklace in his hand, he unleashed music, a flurry of consecutive punches right to Minos' face. Lucas was seriously impressed by our MC's combo moves. He knew Jude shouldn't even be able to learn martial arts with his condition, but young Master Jude's skills were just insane. After landing those hits, Jude quickly backed away from the half-demon. His hand was shaking. That Balliste magic circle must have weakened him, plus he was still recovering from his fight with Ronin. Jude was wondering how this guy was still standing. After becoming a half-demon music, his physical abilities got a major boost and his durability went way beyond human limits. When he went in for another hit, Minos stopped him with just one hand. The dude was slowly getting his strength back and was about to use some magic. But Cordelia screamed at Lucas to help like right now before Minos could use his ice magic. Lucas immediately grabbed a sword and charged at them. Minos saw the attack coming and tossed Jude aside. Lucas landed a nasty slicing blow on the half-demon, seriously messing up his left arm. Jude got his bearings and saw Lucas's sword was glowing. Turns out this skill of Lucas's was an ancient sword technique, passed down only to the direct Resbel family line. They say it was inspired by the sword of the Holy King Greyhan. With that thing, he took out 5 great demons and started his own kingdom. The sword gave off a holy light with the power to wreck demons. Minos screamed at them, "You worthless bugs, you're nothing without this magic circle," as he and Lucas started to clash. Cordelia was still tasting iron yuck. She couldn't even see who was brawling with Minos. Her head was pounding and the whole room was doing the cha-cha. Her mana was draining faster than a phone battery on 1%. Just then, Jude yelled her name, totally freaking out and asking if she was holding it together. Snapping out of it, Cordelia yelled back that she was running on fumes. That magic circle was about to pop like a balloon. Jude gave her a look and said it was go time right now. This was their Hail Mary, but he needed to know she could pull it off. Cordelia took a huge breath and was like, "Duh, who do you think you're talking to? In a fight, I'm basically your backpack." Meanwhile, Lucas was playing Fruit Ninja with all the giant ice cubes Minos was chucking at him. The half-demon got even crankier, calling him a sassy human. With a seriously evil glare, he summoned a gazillion ice chunks and just let them fly at Lucas, who was having a tough time blocking everything. He was thinking, man, even locked up this dude's got serious firepower, and he wondered if the guy's magic battery was unlimited. But he shook it off, telling himself to ditch the doom and gloom. No backing down now. If what that kid Jude said was the real deal, he absolutely couldn't let this guy out of the magic circle. While Lucas was getting his game face on, Jude strapped the sun necklace to his hand. Then, he closed his eyes, getting in the zone for the next spell he'd unleash on Minos. This one had to be the finisher. Cordelia was watching the whole show from a distance, knowing she only had one chance to get it right. Jude was prepping his Thunderfist, and the signal was when Minos started huffing and puffing. Cordelia knew if she messed this up, either she or Lucas would get a not-so-fun demonic makeover. The only tiny problem was her vision was all fuzzy, and she couldn't even aim straight. She shut her eyes, muttering that desperate times called for desperate measures. So she was just gonna have to trust her ears and her gut. She started to focus, tuning in to every little sound from the fight, trying to tell who was who. With her ears, she picked up the crackle of breaking ice. A heavy sword slice shattered the ice, and then she felt someone charging up mana in their fist. Another clean sword slash followed right after. Next, she heard someone gasping for air, and then a massive sword strike obliterated an ice wall, sending shards flying everywhere. All of a sudden, she heard someone getting knocked back. That was it. Cordelia knew it was her cue. She lifted her staff and poof, the spell holding Minos vanished. He watched the chains fade away and thought, ha, the girl finally ran out of juice. He figured the seal was totally busted. Lucas saw this and got super worried. The seal was the only thing giving them a fighting chance. But then he heard a loud spell being shouted. Cordelia was casting something. She whacked her staff on the ground with everything she had, and a bright light started to glow from it. Mana started swirling all around the staff. A super intense light just flooded the room. Minos shielded his eyes, thinking it was moonlight and grumbling that this girl had way too many tricks up her sleeve. Then Jude held up the sun necklace and it started sucking up all the moonlight. Minos was just trying to figure out what the heck was going on. The moonlight was pooling into the necklace and he was like, what does that even do? He didn't even notice his hand was starting to sizzle as Jude strolled up and told him it was useless to block. This, my friend, is what you get when you mix centuries of stored-up moon magic with a holy relic juiced with the power of the sun god Solari, Jude said with a smirk. If we were using a regular sword before then, I guess this is basically a Star Wars lightsaber. Cordelia yelled. What the heck are you talking about? Just zap him already. I'm about to pass out over here. For Pete's sake. Minos started scrambling for an escape, trying to find a spot where that gnarly light wasn't so bright. He spun around and booked it, but Jude cast a spell, shouting, and where do you think you're off to? A flashy illusion spell popped up right in front of Minos, making him slip and eat dirt. Wasting no time, Jude sprinted toward the demon, stopping just in range to land the final blow. Minos was thinking, how did he get here so fast? He started shaking in his boots as Jude got ready to unleash the thunder punch. Just then, Cordelia flashed him a big thumbs down, pretty much saying, you're toast, pal. Then Jude landed a thunder blow with all his power on Minos' chest. It was so intense the ground started cracking. Lucas watched, thinking that punch was insanely powerful. Believing that punch was off the charts, Minos was now totally knocked out. Jude figured it was finally game over. He closed his eyes, so relieved. For a second there, he thought he wasn't going to win. Cordelia also gasped for air, trying not to pass out from using too much mana. But then a cold sweat of pure terror hit her. Her gut feelings are never wrong, so she frantically screamed for Jude to watch his back. Minos' hand suddenly appeared right in Jude's face. He slapped a hand on his chest and with a terrifying glare started to cook up a dark spell. Jude thought, no way, this is impossible. He was sure the guy was down for the count. The demon Minos was basically built to destroy playable characters. He'd never been beaten by anyone, not even the queen of butt-kicking. But surprise, this world wasn't a game. Minos tried to figure out what was happening. His arm was literally disintegrating. He asked what on earth that was. He started yelling that this couldn't be happening. He hadn't lost yet. He'd never lose to a couple of scrubs like them. Jude started smirking as Minos shrieked, get away from me, don't come any closer, go away. But our hero just kept smiling, charging up a spell with the sun necklace in his hand. Then he yeeted the necklace right at Minos' face. Lucas squeezed his eyes shut from the blinding light, but then cracked them open to see what was up. In that moment, the demon's pieces just poofed into thin air bit by bit right in front of Jude. Level up effects started popping up all around him. Wiped out and exhausted, he looked back over his shoulder. With his eyes already feeling super heavy, and he told Cordelia it was really over. But just then, Jude and Lucas froze solid and a dead silence fell over the area. Cordelia had collapsed on the ground. There was blood all around her and she was barely breathing. Jude was completely stunned to see her like that. He thought it just couldn't be real. He started shouting Cordelia's name as he stumbled toward her. His vision got all blurry, but he kept yelling for Cordelia to talk to him. Lucas sprinted over to him, trying to tell him something, but Jude couldn't hear him. All he could think about was whether Cordelia was okay. Lucas grabbed him as he spoke. Please, you gotta save Cordelia. Please. His eyes began to flutter shut. Suddenly, system messages popped up, but he only had eyes for Cordelia. And then he was out cold. The next day, Jude shot up in bed screaming Cordelia's name. He calmed himself down a bit. Beside him was his personal maid, Maya, still a little out of it. He wondered if he was even still in Langhast. When Maya called to him, he turned to look at her. Maya had tears in her eyes. For a quick second, she thought he was never going to wake up. She was so terrified. She was really, really terrified. She softly said it was a huge relief to see him awake and asked how he felt. Jude answered that his body was a little sore, but he was fine. Nothing to worry about. He then asked if she was okay. Maya said she was thanks to Dahlia protecting her. He noticed she looked pale, so he asked if she hadn't slept at all. She said, nope, it's my job to keep an eye on the young master until he's all better. Jude thanked her and asked how everyone else was doing. She said that young Master Lucas was taken to the hospital, and Miss Cordelia, who was also out cold, was taken by Dahlia to get some first aid. The doctors said she just overdid it, but with some rest, she'll be good as new. A lot of other people got hurt too, but they've already handled the invaders. The knights and mages have the situation under control. After hearing the whole rundown, Jude Bale felt a lot more relieved. All of a sudden, he felt her hand touch his. Maya, with her eyes sparkling, said that Miss Cordelia was still resting, but had woken up a short while ago. She then asked, if you feel up to it, why not go see her right now? Jude Bale thought there was no way he could refuse when she was this excited. He sighed. If he went, he'd just be feeding Maya's shipper fantasies, but he really needed to go make sure she was okay. As Maya led Jude Bale to Cordelia's room, he had a nagging feeling he was forgetting something and wondered what it was. After Jude Bale walked into the room, Dahlia said they'd wait outside and told them to talk as long as they liked. They slipped out and closed the door. Jude Bale looked at Cordelia and asked if she was all right, but she didn't reply. She looked like death warmed over. He sighed, relieved that at least she wasn't seriously hurt. Cordelia mumbled she'd used way too much mana. Her head was pounding. Even lying still, the room was doing the cha-cha. Jude Bale wondered if this was what a hangover felt like. She blinked at him and asked him to repeat that. He said, I asked if it feels like a hangover. Cordelia had no clue what a hangover was, but just went with it. Who knows? Could be. Jude Bale noted how slow her reactions were, saying she really didn't look so hot. He added that if it felt that rough, she should just stay lying down. She insisted she was feeling better, but was secretly thinking, what the heck is a hangover? Jude Bale then asked if she'd heard it before she conked out. She was totally lost and asked what he was talking about. He answered, your new title. Cordelia, suddenly buzzing with excitement, said she was so out of it. She figured she was just hearing things, but it was for real. She got a title. She thought she must have misheard. Is it the title that makes the impossible possible, she asked. Jude Bale confirmed that was the one. Cordelia was ecstatic, gushing about how awesome that was. If something like that happened in the game, it would have caused a total meltdown online. That's how epic it was. Seeing her so fired up, Jude Bale was just relieved she was actually okay. Then he decided to mess with her a little. He asked if she wasn't going to mention him saving the last hit for her. Cordelia shot back, is that really a priority right now? He was saying how great it was that she got her title, but he completely froze mid-sentence when Cordelia announced that Adario was alive. Viola and Felix were rescued, and counting the mages and knights who pitched in, over 30 people were saved. She was so excited. She added that a few mages got banged up, but nobody died. And for the knights, no one was seriously hurt. Jude Bale just listened quietly as she mentioned that in the game, tons of people died, but this time everyone made it out alive. Cordelia said they saved so many people, feeling like they were getting closer to that perfect happy ending. Jude Bale was just frozen for a second. Then he gently put his hand on her head and suddenly started giving her a noogie, shaking it back and forth. She yelled, what the heck are you doing, you jerk? Jude Bale just said she was being so awesome he couldn't help himself. He plopped down in the chair, saying he was just glad they made it out in one piece. Cordelia asked if he was already cooking up more plans. He said that for now, the game's script would just keep rolling like usual. She figured if that's the plan, then after dodging the demon hand, they'd need to book it to the forest, and asked if that was north. Jude Bale said, yep, and that according to his big master plan, he'd head for the northern border since there's an item there that'll totally fix the 9 paths of Yin blockade. Cordelia chimed in that the northern border is in Hezbel County. Jude Bale said they'd have to hit up Lucas for help getting to the border. But the second Jude said Lucas, both of them suddenly got that feeling they were forgetting something. They both whipped their heads around to look at each other. They totally forgot about Sylvia Q. Sylvia, who was now bawling her eyes out, saying they were so mean to her. She wailed about how they could possibly forget her. Cordelia started crying too because she's the type who waterworks when she sees someone else crying. Jude and Lucas just watched the two of them from a distance. The MC was wondering how she slipped his mind. He definitely had plenty of time to think things over calmly. He's usually a walking encyclopedia, he remembers everything. So weird. He tried to figure out what could make him totally blank on Sylvia. Then it hit him, he was worried sick about Cordelia. Sylvia was still a mess, saying how terrified she was. It was dark, the noises outside were super loud, and she screamed a bunch of times to be let out. But nobody listened. She thought she was losing her mind. Jude then remembered Cordelia had put up a soundproofing magic circle just in case. Dale let them know a knight from the Crociel family's county was here. It looked like it was time for Sylvia to head out. Cordelia apologized, crying right along with Sylvia as a soldier carried her away. Then she spun on Lucas, asking what he was doing that whole time. Why didn't you let Sylvia out? Lucas mumbled that he was super ashamed, while Jude thought it was painfully obvious. The guy was silenced by Cordelia's magic, so he couldn't tell a soul Sylvia was in there. It's a safe bet the knights just dragged him off to the hospital with everyone else. Jude figured he bounced back once the healing wore off. He seems like a genuinely good dude. Dale said she was sorry. She kept the news about Miss Sylvia on the down low, thinking she'd been snatched and not wanting to stress them out while they healed. Cordelia was like, it's all good, not your fault at all. It was totally young master, Lucas's fault for keeping her cooped up. Jude knew he had to rein her in since they needed Lucas's help to head north. Things would get awkward if they weren't on good terms. He turned to Lucas and asked if he was feeling better. Lucas replied that after a little magic healing, he was good as new. He mentioned he had a question. Was it true that the blockage of his 9 Yin Pathways wasn't totally fixed? Jude confirmed that it was. Lucas noted that even while under the weather, he pulled off some next-level martial arts. Super impressive. With a serious look, Lucas asked, "If you were all cured? Just how strong would you be?" Jude stayed quiet as Lucas explained that the Resbel County lands are way up in the northernmost part of the kingdom. Past the borders, there's a frozen island where it's colder than you can even imagine. Cordelia and Dale were all ears as Lucas told them that on that island there's a way to cure Jude's 9 Yin pathway blockage. He replied that he was super grateful for this offer, but had to ask why he was bringing it up. Lucas admitted he felt like he'd finally met a worthy rival. He said it was a bit embarrassing, but he'd never had anyone his age who could actually challenge him. He also added that while this might sound cool to other people, he had always felt kind of lonely. For him to get even stronger, he needed a real rival to push him to keep getting better. That's what he'd always dreamed of. Jude asked if he was saying that he, Duke Lucas, the genius of the Resbel family, saw him as his rival. Lucas said yeah. Inside, Jude was thinking this was so cringy, but on the outside, he just said it was an honor. Keeping a straight face, Lucas said he got that it was a sudden offer, and so, he figured Jude should have time to think and give him an answer tomorrow night in the conference hall. Jude asked what was up with tomorrow. In the hall, Darius jumped in explaining that since music, they'd just woken up, she hadn't had a chance to fill them in. The kids from the 12 families were still pretty weak, waiting for their family backup to show up. There's still a chance of more attacks, so that conference Duke Lucas was talking about is to discuss the recent ambush. A lot of people got hurt, and a bunch of them are just kids. Because of that, a lot of folks are having a tough time dealing with it mentally. The Blue Lion Knights suggested holding the conference tomorrow night to give everyone a chance to rest. Jude was like, okay, so that's what he meant by tomorrow night. Lucas said since they had to explain the whole demon fight they needed to be there. Our guy said that was totally fine. He'd give his answer after the meeting. Lucas said he'd be waiting. Then he bounced. Jude watched him go. Thinking everything was falling right into place, now plopped in an armchair, Cordelia asked why he was playing hard to get if he was heading north anyway. He said he needed to act like he was mulling it over since Lucas has been waiting for a rival for years. He's probably worried he'll turn him down. Cordelia was like, "You really think so?" "Music," Jude replied. "Yep, but right now we gotta cook up a story for tomorrow's meeting." She asked how they actually beat Minos. Jude said that even with Lucas's help, Minos was way too tough for just the three of them to take down. Cordelia suggested they just say it was after the brawl with Ronan, so he was already worn out when they fought him. Jude said that could fly, but the biggest deal right now was the fake documents. Even though they grabbed them just in case the mages said it wasn't necessary, so he asked Cordelia what she did with the papers she had. She replied that they actually turned them down, and then she made sure to torch the whole lot when Dahlia wasn't looking. Jude said that was a huge relief, because with the Blue Lion sniffing around for his dad, he figured it was time to play one of his cards. Cordelia asked which card he was going to play. He whispered it in her ear and said he'd handle most of the story. She'd just need to chime in if needed. She grinned, all excited, and said that'd be a piece of cake. He figured he could leave it to her. Jude glanced at her, asking how her dizzy spell was and if she was positive she didn't need more rest. She said she was fine as long as she was sitting. Then she asked what that was when he activated the slippery zone. Jude just asked what was what, saying he just activated it using the magic circles on his glove. Cordelia shot back that he did it all wrong. If you've got magic circles on your gloves, you're supposed to act like the Flame Alchemist, like times this asterisk music and strike a pose. Exactly like this. Don't you dare screw it up next time. Just like that. Meanwhile, Jude wondered if those were her final thoughts before passing out. He admitted he thought she was serious and asked why it mattered so much. Cordelia insisted it was super important and that she was so disappointed in him. Then she said there was one more thing, but she couldn't quite remember. Jude watched her closely. He noticed she seemed distracted. No, wait, not distracted. More like anxious. He called out her in-game name. She whipped around and quickly asked, "What is it?" She totally jumped when Jude suddenly asked if she was nervous. She gave an awkward smile and then turned away, saying, "No, it's not that. It's just, after waking up, I remembered we barely scraped by against Minos and my body's exhausted, but I just can't sleep." He told her he knew exactly what she meant. That feeling after the relief of finishing something big is the worry about what's coming up next. Even though we gave it our all and managed to beat him, Minos was just music, the tutorial boss, and there's no guarantee we can successfully clear the next event. They both had the exact same thought this wasn't going to be enough to keep them from kicking the bucket. Jude figured he needed to come up with way more detailed plans. While Cordelia was thinking she needed to music it crazy strong, she looked at him all hyped up and said that since they were on the same page, they should just go all out. He just said, "Yeah," while thinking to himself, "I'm not so sure we're on the same page here." Cordelia then declared their worries were over because they were the best players in the game. "We'll totally figure it all out." Then she asked who he thought would be sent to escort them and if he had anyone in mind. Jude said he wasn't really sure about that. Maybe some beefy knights. Meanwhile, in a forest near Lang, some old guy was screaming that he just needed to go a little further, if only he had a tiny bit of power left. Someone was strolling by while the old dude kept yelling about how people like that always get in his way. Count Chase remarked that someone wandering around here looked shady, and with a mug that ugly, they were probably one of those demon followers. At 8 p.m., in the meeting room, Jude slammed the table and announced, "I found the Fairy Queen." The entire room went dead silent, just staring at him. Commander Baruso pointed out that he'd asked for an explanation about the half-demon's demise, so he asked what in the world Jude was suddenly rambling on about. Jude shot back that he knew it was an issue, but begged them to just hear him out. He started by saying that while they were on their way to Langast, he and Miss Cordelia were together by a stream in the woods. The moon was stunning, and at night it all seemed so magical. Of course, what truly captivated him was Cordelia's beautiful smile, lit up by the moonlight. Meanwhile, Cordelia was fuming, thinking, what in the actual heck is that moron talking about? Jude just kept on with his tall tale. However, I wasn't the only one who was completely mesmerized by Miss Cordelia. I stepped away for just a second, and that's when fairies popped up, and the Fairy Queen herself invited her. The pure, sweet Miss Cordelia couldn't possibly say no to the fairy's request. That's when the bicorn showed up and attacked the fairies. Ronan and his buddy asked in disbelief if he meant those two-horned demonic beasts. Jude replied, "Yep. For starters, they're famous for hassling fairies." Then he launched into a description of the epic struggle, while the wizard Ronan just listened, his jaw on the floor. Our guy just kept piling on more and more details while Cordelia stared, thinking, what kind of world-class fibber is he? So after 2 entire hours, Jude wrapped it up, saying that with the Fairy Queen's help they managed to take down the music demon. Baruso just commented that fairies are the stuff of fairy tales. But out of nowhere, Ronan's companion jumped in, saying the powder was without a doubt from a bicorn horn and mixed with the power of chaos. She said they were super rare beings, basically unicorns, and she was floored they were seeing one of its horns. Ronan also chimed in that the wand had some moonlight on it, and that even if all its power was spent, it still held the moon's magical vibe. Jude shot a smug look at the commander, who was still wondering if fairies were even a real thing. Heck, even in the game, only Cordelia ever got to meet them. Considering how insanely rare they were, there was no way anyone could fact-check that info. To win, Mr. Baruso over Jude revealed his source, his dad. He figured Baruso wouldn't buy it if he claimed the Fairy Queen told him so. He had no choice but to drop his father's name. But he was sure his old man would get it. His dad was the type to have his back as long as the reason was solid. That was his ace up his sleeve. Jude figured that's how they managed to beat him. Meanwhile, people in the meeting were whispering that if it was Miss Cordelia involved, then even fairies might show up. Cordelia was cringing inside, hearing people say, even I, a woman, was almost captivated by her. With beauty like that, Jude has to be telling the truth. Commander Baruso said it was all right. Jude was thrilled it worked, but Cordelia was still dying from second-hand embarrassment. Baruso then pointed out, however, that the half-demon's motive was still a total mystery. Therefore, he wanted them to chill in their quarters for now until backup showed up. After everyone left, Jude and Cordelia were chatting when Sylvia walked over. Cordelia turned around the second he called her. He said he'd been so busy he hadn't properly greeted them and thanked them for saving her life. She replied that it was no big deal. After all, that's what friends are for. Silvio noted that she seemed fine now. The demon fighting story was scary, but he was dying to hear more about the fairies and asked if she could spill the details. Cordelia excitedly said, "Of course I'll tell him everything." Then she turned and told Viola not to just lurk there, calling her over to chat with them. Jude slowly faded into the background, letting them talk. Later, he started looking for Lucas, when suddenly Lucas just appeared before him. Lucas asked if Jude had his problems all sorted out. Jude saw Lucas was obviously on edge, so he decided to push another one of his buttons. Jude replied, "Yep." However, besides the whole cure for his illness thing, he was more stoked that Lucas saw him as a rival. Lucas was totally stunned. Jude knew this was a deep cut from Lucas's past. Ever since he was a kid, he was a total nerd for hero stories. The line Jude just dropped was from Lucas's favorite story. It was what the rival told the hero in the book Heroic Legends by Bill Teen. That's why, as they talked, Lucas remembered what he'd always admired and wanted, and he started to feel like he was becoming a hero himself. Jude held out his hand and said he was just starting on a warrior's path, but he hoped to live up to his expectations. Lucas shook it and said he'd be waiting for him up north. Suddenly, Daria glanced over intently, watching the chat between young Master Jude and Duke Lucas. That night, Cordelia burst into Jude's room yelling that they had a major emergency. He asked what was up. She said it was about following Lucas to the north. He's going to get the blockage of his 9 Yin Pathways fixed, but what about me? Jude was completely confused. Cordelia explained someone was coming from the main family, so what was her excuse for heading north? Then she asked if he didn't hear what Daria said earlier. Daria had noted that seeing how happy young Master Lucas was, it looked like young Master Jude planned to go north with him, then asked if Cordelia would get lonely. Cordelia didn't get it and asked why. Daria said, yeah, since Cordelia would have to head back home. Back in the present, Cordelia said that's what Daria told her. Then she asked what she was supposed to do. Jude closed his book and said he was wondering what she was going to say. He pointed out that he had an invitation, and that meant Cordelia was going too. Cordelia was lost, as he told her she just had to do what she did last time and everyone would get it. She told him to hold on a second. "You can't be seriously telling me to do that again," Jude said. After we go north and clear up those 9 yin pathways, you're getting hugged, carried, and tossed in the air. I promise I'll do all of that for you." He grinned, all excited, and added, "And we'll send anyone who comes for you with spears packing. Just make sure you sell it." Cordelia, totally fuming, muttered he was a huge pain. Jude apologized, saying he loved her a ton. She just shrieked, "Love my foot." A couple of days later, Cordelia found herself writing a letter. She wrote that it had already been 4 days since the attack from the demonic hands. That very morning, knights from Count Crosbull and Viscount Lang showed up to escort Sylvia and Viola. And while it was a bummer to see them go, she was positive they'd all meet up again. Later on, Felix and the other nobles took off too, leaving just me, Jude, and Lucas behind. The folks from the Bale and Chase families weren't due to arrive until the next morning. Cordelia paused her writing for a second and sighed, grumbling to herself, "Ugh, I never want to do that again. It's way too embarrassing." The next day, Jude and Cordelia were floored to see he had come to get them in person. She blurted out what her dad was doing there and why her brother-in-law was tagging along. Jude's brother walked up to him and said he was in on the whole thing. "Looks like you've bulked up a bit since I last saw you," he remarked, then asked if he was all right. Jude said he was fine and asked what brought him here. He whispered that he heard Count Chase was coming himself, so they had to send the Bale family's successor. Then, out of nowhere, Arthur said he'd heard Jude took on a half-demon with Cordelia. Jude confirmed that was spot on. With Cordelia and Lucas by his side, they managed to pull out a victory, and with some help from the wizards at the Crimson Dawn Tower. The Count asked, "So you couldn't beat it alone? You still look pretty scrawny. I can't just let this slide," he added. He shoved a gift at Jude, saying, "It's no big deal and don't get any ideas. It's not like I got this specifically for you." While Jude was still getting presents from his father-in-law, Cordelia elbowed him and told him to quit shaking down her dad and get to what they'd talked about. Then Arthur and Gale both gave Jude their full attention when he called their names. Jude said that he had a few things to run by them. After hearing what Jude had to say, Count Chase noted it would be a long trip, seeing as it was way up in the north of the kingdom. Jude said that despite that, since it was a personal request from Lucas, and he was planning on accepting it, his brother told him that if that's the case, he'd get an escort team ready for him. All the while, Cordelia was trying to get a word in. Suddenly, the Count was totally blindsided when she shouted, "I want to go too. I want to be with my darling man. I can't bear to leave his side." He promised he would pick me up and toss me way up high. A stunned silence completely fell over the room. All eyes were locked on her. Gale opened his mouth to speak, but he couldn't seem to find the right words. He saw Cordelia hiding behind Jude in total embarrassment and thought she is just adorable. Arthur gave them a serious look and said he doubted that weakling could keep his daughter safe. He then added, "I'll get some items ready for Jude. He's all skin and bones. So grab them before you go." Jude thanked him. "You're the best father-in-law." A few hours later, Maya asked if she could possibly come along. Gala told her he understood, but it was a no-go music since she wasn't a knight. Jude agreed, asking her to stay home. "It's way too dangerous." She said that was totally fine and she'd wait for his return. She also let him know Count Chase had something for her to give him. He asked what it was. She handed him a little box, explaining it was a new engagement ring. He took it, saying he'd give them to Cordelia when the time was just right. Dahlia came over and asked Mia if she could borrow the next volume of that book she lent her. Mia replied, "Absolutely, I'll send it over to you soon." Music. After saying her farewells to her young master and Dahlia, she headed back to the Bile mansion. Dahlia then told him they'd start getting ready to leave. But Jude asked if he could swing by Lucas's place, first having something important to talk about. Lucas asked if he was for real about the witch's forest. Jude said, yep, the fairy queen told him Cordelia's destiny was in the witch's forest and recommended they visit when they got a chance to go north. Lucas remarked that if that was the case, they'd have music to completely change their travel plans. He let them know that all sorts of monsters showed up in the witch's forest. For safety reasons, he really couldn't recommend that route for an escort. Jude said he knew it was dangerous. However, music deep inside the woods, a poor witch's soul was sealed by evil forces, and the only one who could possibly set her free was Cordelia. Cordelia awkwardly said that was true, all while thinking the fairy queen never mentioned anything of the sort. However, it was a fact that a special quest for Cordelia was inside the witch's forest. With a sparkle in his eye, Jude said since the fairy queen gave them this tip, they were bound to run into an amazing event. Lucas got super excited when Jude said they would have to fight monsters along the way, like the bicorn, but that this was all part of the adventure. Cordelia added it might be a bit spooky, but it was just like a hero story with so many trusty knights around. Lucas was totally lost in his own world, music dreaming of hero stories, trustworthy knights, and a grand adventure. While Jude and Cordelia thought they'd successfully pulled a fast one, the guard realized his hands were tied. So, he announced they would change their route to the witch's forest for Lady Cordelia. Lucas, all pumped up, said it was a knight's duty to protect a lady, and therefore, Lady Cordelia didn't have to worry about a single thing. A bit flushed, she replied, "Thank you so much." As for Jude, he thought he'd always wanted to say that, and it felt like he had just fulfilled a lifelong dream. Cordelia and Jude watched Lucas and the guard walk off. After that, the two shared a look. Cordelia said she felt a little guilty and responsible, and Jude agreed. Music. But the main thing was, their little plan had worked perfectly. The Witch's Forest was the name for Trafalgar's ancient forest music, which was located in the northern Viscount's lands. The place was absolutely crawling with monsters. For that reason, not many people lived around there, and because of the dirt roads, carriages couldn't pass. Lucas's personal guard told them they'd have to hoof it from there, and that they'd send all the carriages onto the northern Viscount's estate. Jude told Lucas it'd be way better to greet the northern Viscount after the adventure. While Cordelia was thinking that guy was incredibly slick, he was busy playing Lucas and selling him on this whole adventure thing. Lucas wasn't suspicious at all. It looked like he already trusted Jude. Cordelia wondered if he'd planned all this from the get-go. Now that she thought about it, something felt off. That weird tone of voice he had used with Lucas. His reaction at that meeting, the way he mentioned they could fake documents and how he had music, perfectly mimicked the handwriting of her dad and Count Alex. If all of that was planned because he was that confident in his skills and charm, then she really hoped Jude's job on Earth wasn't being a con artist. Jude glanced at her as if he could already read her mind. Jude said he was just an ordinary citizen who followed the rules and paid his music taxes, and asked her to stop having such weird thoughts. Cordelia asked if he paid taxes. He shot back, asking if she'd rather he was a tax dodger. Then Cordelia thought about how he'd mentioned a hangover and now taxes. If it were all true, that meant he was a hard-working adult. She wondered if he was maybe older than her. During their trip in the forest, some goblins appeared but were easily handled by the guards. Looking disappointed, Lucas commented that this was pretty different from the adventure he'd imagined. Jude, on the other hand, thought, well, obviously, there are a ton of knights here and 2 tough guards. Suddenly he noticed Cordelia was trembling and asked if she'd gotten hurt. She grumbled, shoot, music. If I'd taken out those monsters, all that experience would be mine. What a total bummer. Jude was now certain something was definitely wrong with her. One of the knights announced that they had successfully eliminated all the monsters in the vicinity. However, the fog was getting thicker and thicker as they pushed deeper into the witch's forest. Jude watched the whole thing unfold. Looks like the fog's rolling in, he thought. He pulled out a rope he had with him and tied it around Cordelia's waist. She asked what in the world he was doing. He replied that he was using it so she wouldn't make a run for it. Can't have you biting someone after all, he added. Lucas stared at them as Cordelia shot back, asking if he'd like to be the first person she bit. He shot back that he was just kidding. We're using this so we don't get lost in the fog, he explained. Cordelia grumbled that he could have just said that from the start. Jude, meanwhile, couldn't help but notice how tiny her waist was. Lucas walked up and asked Music what was going on. Why are you tying Lady Cordelia up with a rope? Jude explained it was because of the fog. Then he asked if Lucas wanted to be tied up too. He excitedly yelled, yeah, this is way better so we don't get separated. The guards thought the whole thing was adorable. Lucas, totally pumped, shouted, it's adventure time. Cordelia, fuming, Music spun around to Jude and said, they're laughing at us. They think we're cute, you jerk. And so the trio began to walk slowly and carefully through the witch's forest. Cordelia saw the fog was getting super thick. This is creepy, she thought. I feel like someone's watching us. All of a sudden, she walked right into Jude's shoulder. Music! And asked why he'd just stopped in his tracks. He answered that their surroundings had changed. Lucas then asked what was wrong. Jude said the ground felt different, and the smell, the vibe, music, and everything else was different from the Trafalgar forest. And there was one more thing. It had suddenly gone completely silent. Cordelia yelled out Daria's name. Lucas also yelled, asking if anybody could hear him. Cordelia figured they couldn't see a thing in this fog, but they'd been zapped to a whole new forest, a place cut off from everything else. Feeling worried, Jude glanced at Lucas and said the adventure he wanted so badly had just started. As they walked, crows cawed overhead. Then the fog slowly started to fade away. All of a sudden, Cordelia spotted something deep in the woods. A skeleton was propped up against a tree next to Music to a couple of swords. Jude checked out the brooch on its clothes and said it was ancient, but it was the symbol of the Guardians of the Holy Cross. Lucas asked if he meant those guardians who work in the shadows to protect the continent. Jude nodded. Yep. From the looks of it, a small group must have gotten trapped inside this barrier, he concluded. Lucas asked if he was saying getting into the barrier was easy. Jude told him not to sweat it. All we gotta do is find the witch's seal and break the barrier, he said. While the two of them talked, Cordelia looked really sad. Suddenly, they both jumped when Cordelia cast her digging spell. They just stared at her. Cordelia announced she was going to bury them. We need to bury them before we go. With her magic digging, the graves would be a piece of cake and wouldn't take long. Lucas said that was a great idea. I mean, these guys risked Music their lives to protect the whole continent. Jude agreed with him. Just leaving them like this wouldn't feel right. As she dug the graves, she stopped the second she saw something. What is that? She asked. Jude went over and asked her what was up. She told him she'd found a wooden chest while she was digging. When she popped it open, there was a book and a scroll inside. Jude said the scroll looked like it had an attack spell for wiping out demons, and the book was all about divine martial arts. Lucas suggested Cordelia keep the spell and figured Jude should get the divine martial arts book since he's the swordsman. After a while, they finally finished burying all the guardians of the Holy Cross. Cordelia remarked that they're probably happy now. Jude Music said they already repaid them by leaving the spell, and Book adding it was all thanks to Miss Cordelia's kind heart. Getting all flustered, Cordelia told them to talk about it later since they had to keep moving. But all of a sudden, music. Cordelia heard someone whispering in her head. Lucas was up ahead when he heard her say, "Wait a sec. Music." In her mind, a strange voice was calling out Cordelia's name. Jude asked what was going on, and she said she was hearing voices. Music. She pointed into the woods and said the strange voice was telling her to go to the big forest with the exposed roots. Deeper in the woods, a witch was waiting, telling Cordelia to just follow her voice and she would find her. Cordelia happily followed the witch's voice with Lucas and Jude trailing behind her. Lucas asked if Miss Cordelia was the only one hearing the witch because he couldn't hear a thing. Jude said they should just trust music her and follow, but honestly Jude thought that for some reason he could kind of hear it too. He couldn't see a thing, but that strange voice in his head had to be the witch. He wondered if anyone other than Cordelia was even supposed to hear it. But one look at Lucas's face, and yeah, that theory went right out the window. He wondered what Jude and Cordelia had in common that Lucas didn't, guessing it was that hot fairy queen, but who knew? Cordelia then chirped, "It's this way. The witch was sealed in the cave." Lucas warned her to be careful since they didn't know what was waiting inside. Smiling, Cordelia just replied that it was totally no problem at all. They just needed to follow her lead. At that point, Jude figured he'd keep it quiet that he also heard the witch's voice since she was the star of the show. He wasn't about to steal her thunder. With every step, Cordelia took the voice, said she was getting warmer. When they got to the middle of the cave, they were totally floored by what they saw. In front of them, a witch was sealed in a giant ice crystal. The witch mentally said, "Phew, you found me. Please get rid of this seal." Lucas stated the obvious. There's really a person inside the ice. As the witch started to explain how to bust the seal, Cordelia quickly cut her off, saying she already got it. She excitedly explained that to set the witch free, they'd need to splash holy water on the seal stones in each corner, then draw a magic seal-breaking circle in the middle of the ice. The witch wondered how she knew, but confirmed, "Yeah, that's pretty much it, I guess." Cordelia said she'd handle the holy water, and Jude did the same. Lucas asked how they managed to be so in sync. The witch telepathically started. "The magic circle you need to draw is," but couldn't finish because Jude was already drawing it. She asked how he knew, wondering if he was some kind of seal-specializing wizard. He, however, just played it cool like nothing happened. Cordelia announced her part was done and asked if Jude was finished. He replied he was almost there. The witch figured she'd just stay quiet since they knew everything. Cordelia then told them to back up a bit because she was about to break the seal right then and there. She grabbed a dagger and pricked her own finger. The drop of blood fell on the magic circle, and around the ice crystal, the seal slowly started to crack. Lucas noticed the magic circle was a completely different color from when they fought the half-demon. But then he felt this crushing pressure. He spun around, looked back, and asked, "What is that noise? Something's coming." Cordelia replied that it was probably the evil thing holding the witch captive, the one the fairy queen had mentioned. Jude added the entity probably noticed the seal was being broken. Lucas asked if the seal would take much longer. Cordelia said yes, it would take a minute, and told him not to rush her. The seal was breaking at a snail's pace. She pleaded, "Come on, please faster." Memories of her past from when she was a little kid flashed through her mind. Her father, while fixing her scraped knee, had told her to pay attention and listen. He'd said that blood was connected to the soul. So for mages, the blood pumping through their bodies already had incredible value. "Remember that and take good care of your body," he had said. In the present, Cordelia gripped the dagger tightly. While Jude and Lucas braced for the incoming fight, she thought, if blood connects to the soul, the only way to break this seal faster is to offer up even more blood. Just then, a massive crack shot through the ice crystal, and suddenly shards of ice flew all over the room. Jude watched the whole thing intently. Cordelia also watched the witch levitate in front of her. She said it had been a long time, and today she was finally free. The moment she'd been waiting for was here. She looked at Cordelia and thanked her for freeing her from that awful seal she had endured for hundreds of years. Cordelia tried to say something, but heard a huge crash behind her. The door holding the witch's enemy was smashed open, and a menacing red gaze full of rage locked onto them. Cordelia grumbled, "This is the absolute worst timing." Meanwhile, the witch said, "It seems I've gotten you into trouble. I'll give you a little hand." She came up behind Cordelia and hugged her gently, while saying she'd teach her how to get out of this dangerous spot. With cold eyes, the witch asked her to accept her soul. Suddenly, Cordelia felt like thorny whips were digging into her. She broke out in a cold sweat, completely paralyzed, as the witch began to fuse her soul with Cordelia's body. Just then, Daria got the chills and glanced towards the forest like, what was that? With a sinking feeling, Daria wondered, "Where in the world are you, Miss Cordelia?" Jude looked back, thinking, yep, this is just like the game. After being freed, the witch does a temporary mind meld with Cordelia to fight the monster, and then poof, the connection's gone. After that, once she's totally free, the witch's soul just pieces out and ascends. By borrowing her soul for a sec, Cordelia unlocks the witch form. That's how the event auto-triggers in her storyline. Right then, Cordelia's hair started to slowly shift in color. She felt her soul linking up with the witch's. and she snapped her eyes open the second it was done. Her whole look had completely transformed, and so did the color of her outfit. Her hair turned black with neon green streaks and her eyes went light green. At that moment, she knew this was definitely the witch's music. Power. Jude Bale figured that if this went by the book, borrowing the witch's power meant Cordelia could totally smoke this monster. But he had managed to learn one crucial thing about her. Panicking, Cordelia yelled, "Oh crap, we've got a problem, a massive problem. I feel all this power, but how the heck do I even use it?" The witch music, totally baffled, asked if she seriously didn't know how. Cordelia shot back nope and told her to spill the secrets. The witch then asked, "Music? What do you mean secrets?" The one thing Jude Bale had learned about her was that Yellowstorm is absolutely terrible at following the script. So the two of them charged the two-horned monster while Jude Bale said they just needed to buy some time. The beast let out a massive roar. Every step it took cracked the ground. Jude Bale and Lucas froze in their tracks. Our guy sized up the boss. Then Jude Bale used the 36 heavenly steps to zip behind it. But the monster's eyes tracked him perfectly and it spun around in a flash. Jude Bale was stunned. He's way too fast. Just then, Lucas screamed for him to move and hurled his sword with everything he had. The blade smacked the boss's hand and just ricocheted off. Jude Bale used that opening to get some distance. He thanked Lucas for the save. Lucas replied, "No problem, but we gotta get your sword back to fight this thing though. I doubt we'll even get the chance." Jude Bale was worried. Even after leveling up from that half-demon fight, this was tough. Velus's magic circle was useless since they hadn't prepped the area. In the end, music. They had to bet everything on Cordelia. Cordelia was still fumbling with the witch's power. She just kept muttering, "Absorb the mana, use the mana, F key, F key." Then she just screamed, trying to force the magic out, but zilch. The witch was just cracking up watching her. Annoyed, Cordelia snapped at her to quit laughing and just tell her what to do. The witch apologized, explaining, "I'm sorry, it's just that you were being so adorable." She floated over to Cordelia and said, "It's actually super easy. You just have to music do this. Feel it out nice and slow. Even if it's not your mana, your body is the container that music holds it." At that moment, Cordelia's eyes totally lit up. With the witch's guidance, she summoned a magic circle and aimed it right at the monster. Meanwhile, Jude Bale got sent flying from a nasty hit. Lucas yelled, "You all right?" Cordelia took a deep breath and then said with a grin, "Hey, this is a piece of cake, once you get the hang of it. Now the real party starts." But then she saw Jude Bale was already down for the count and asked, "How'd he get KO'd so fast?" She pointed at the monster and screamed, "How dare you take down Jude Bale? I'm not gonna let you get away with that." The monster's mouth suddenly started to glow. Lucas yelled that it was dangerous. The boss started charging up mana in its mouth for a huge fireball, but Cordelia just flicked her hand and suddenly, music. The monster's jaw snapped shut. It still managed to fire the spell, but Cordelia redirected the blast straight up. Chunks of rock started to rain down, but she froze them in midair and made them float with wind magic. Then she clenched her fist and shot them right at the boss. A tornado of wind then trapped the monster, which started howling with pain and rage. Meanwhile, Cordelia's nose started to bleed. The witch warned her, saying it was way too soon to be using her power so freely. Music. She told her not to force the power, but to use her own magic. Exhausted, Cordelia just asked her for a spell. The witch questioned, "You don't even know that I'd love to teach you, but we are totally out of time." Just as she said that, the boss's hand lunged at them. Cordelia was too wiped to dodge. But suddenly, Jude Bale dove for her, catching her in a classic hero move, right after he hit the fairy steps. The moment the boss went to strike, they zipped away. Jude Bale, still holding Cordelia, tumbled to the ground. He asked if she was good. She didn't answer, just started coughing up blood. The witch noted that her reckless power-up was worsening the side effects and that pushing it was a bad idea. Cordelia said she was aware, but she was the only one who could hear that nagging voice. Suddenly, Jude Bale scooped her up and called her name. Then they had an intense stare-down with Jude looking super serious. Then she grinned, saying, "You really should have music," said something a little sooner. As she cut the witch's soul connection, she told him not to forget who was carrying the team to victory. Then she transferred the witch's power right over to Jude Bale. Jude Bale's whole look changed the second music he got the juice. His hair grew out with green streaks and his eyes glowed brighter. The witch eyed him and said, "If you're thinking of using that Sacred Cross Guardian's technique, just know it clashes with my power. A massive side effect is gonna hit you." Jude Bale shot back that he knew that. Then he glanced at Cordelia, saying he didn't have time to prep a spell anyway. Jude Bale activated the Sacred Guardian spell, yelling out, "This crazy magic might actually work." The monster roared and charged forward. Jude Bale fired the spell, but the boss didn't budge easily. Meanwhile, Jude Bale figured the technique wasn't the issue. The real problem was his body. He still hadn't bounced back from the 9 blocked yin paths. The witch warned, "Keep this up and you'll make the same dumb mistake as the girl. You are not going to survive this." But then she was stunned, wondering how that was possible. Cordelia was pointing her finger at the boss, casting a magic missile. She said, "I can't even catch a break, but it really seems like without me, you guys just can't win." Cordelia fired the missile with all her remaining mana. The spell shot out like an arrow and nailed the monster's eye. The boss roared in pain and stumbled. It was the exact opening Jude Bale needed. Music! He began to channel his mana, activated the golden cross spell, and blasted it at the monster. The creature exploded the instant the attack landed. Lucas watched the whole thing captivated. The boss music howled in agony as the sacred crosslight surrounded it. The red glow in its eyes completely faded, and its entire body slowly began to crumble away to nothing. Lucas realized it had turned to dust just like that half-demon music they fought before. He saw Jude, Bale, and Cordelia collapsed on the ground and ran to them. System messages were popping up, but Jude Bale was totally out. As Cordelia looked at him, she thought about how they'd leveled up and snagged a pretty sweet title. After all, the monster was toast and Lucas was okay. Suddenly, Lucas asked if they were all right. Cordelia replied, "Nope, my brain is completely fried. I'm gonna crash for a bit so you handle the rest." And with that, she passed out. The witch's voice echoed in Jude Bale's mind. "If you can hear me, open your eyes, wake up and look this way." Both he and Cordelia woke up at the same time. The two shared music, surprised and baffled looks, asking each other if they were okay. The witch looked them over and commented, "It's adorable how you two look out for each other, even in here." She explained that this was their mental world. Their bodies were in a deep sleep and she had pulled their minds here. Jude Bale said, "So that's why we're together," she replied. "You got it. So let's have a chat. Should I tell you my tragic backstory?" Cordelia answered, "No need. I already know it." The witch asked a bit awkwardly, "Seriously, you even know why I was sealed?" The MC replied, "I know everything." Totally deflated, she said, "I see. So you knew about that too." At that moment, Cordelia noticed the witch looked like she was about to cry. So, Cordelia ran to her, saying she didn't know that times much, and begged her to tell her all the details. Instantly perking up, the witch asked, "Are you for real?" Cordelia replied, "Yes." The witch smiled and said, "Alrighty then, let's start from the top. A long, long time ago, there was a child sold for just 9 copper coins to be a sacrifice in a demon summoning. That child was forced to be the demon's plaything for the rest of her life. After she died, she was fated to wander in misery for all of eternity. The ones who sold her, her own parents, the ones who enslaved her demons. And even though she never once made a choice for herself, the child refused to accept her fate. She used her position to eliminate a number of demons. From that point on, people started calling her a witch. As time passed, the witch just kept getting stronger. She became powerful enough to be recognized by the 5 lords of hell. Among those guys, Asmodeus planned to use her soul to eliminate the other lords of hell. Without a soul knowing, he trapped the music witch's soul inside Trafalgar Forest to make her obey him until his plan was ready. She noted that the story got a bit long. That's my life story so far. Cordelia figured that in the game, her story was just a super quick summary. Jude thought that the full story was massive, almost enough to make him doze off right there. The witch said it was a huge relief to tell her life story to someone. Then she put her hands on Cordelia's face, saying that the past is in the past. She moved in even closer, saying, "Let's start talking about the future, my dear child. Even if it was only for a moment, you were with my soul. During that time, I learned the potential of your body and soul." She gave Cordelia a kiss on the cheek, adding that her potential is equal to her own. Cordelia, totally embarrassed, asked what music on earth she was doing. The witch said she left a trace of herself in Cordelia's soul and told her to remember using her power to evolve her own in the future. Then she looked at Jude and said she had something for him. She said that even if she wanted to give him something, he just wasn't compatible with her. Jude looked a bit bummed and replied that he understood, but she said that he possessed a different kind of potential instead. He was suddenly pretty surprised by what she said. Then she looked up, saying she'd stalled long enough. It was time to go. As her body turned into countless flower petals, she told them they would meet again. Jude and Cordelia watched in surprise as she added, "This isn't goodbye, so see you later." Right then, they remembered the game said that after being freed from centuries of imprisonment, the witch ascended. After that, she never showed up again, but what she just said meant the main story of the entire game was now changing. When Cordelia woke up, Dahlia was calling to her, asking if she was okay. She was still a bit groggy after her little chat with the witch. Music. Dahlia asked again if she was okay or hurt anywhere. Cordelia replied that she thought she was fine, looking down at her bandaged hand. Jude, sitting by the wall, pointed out she was awake. Dahlia then informed them that everyone was safe and nobody had any serious injuries. Just as she was about to mention young Master Lucas's situation, music, a voice cut in, grabbing Cordelia's attention. Lucas was recapping the battle. He said Jude literally jumped in front of the attack to protect Cordelia, and that it was an incredible scene, a true testament to his love. Daria pointed out he'd been rambling for a solid 30 minutes, as Cordelia quietly muttered a whole dictionary of insults under her breath. Lucas saw Cordelia and Jude were awake and checked if they were all right. Cordelia gave a quick yes, which was all he needed to dive right back into his tale of their battlefield romance, claiming it was practically a legend in the making. While she silently labeled him a hero story fanatic, Daria finally got to her feet, noting they'd likely just passed out from exhaustion and was glad they were okay. She announced they'd camp there for the night and head back into the forest tomorrow. Music, Lucas chimed in, telling Jude and Cordelia to get more rest while they handled the cleanup. Jude totally agreed, admitting he was wiped out, but he really just wanted some alone time to check for any loot drops. Cordelia shot him a look, thinking he had a greedy little smirk on his face, obviously thinking about items. Lucas dramatically placed a hand on his chest, declaring that while the two rested, he would regale everyone with a detailed blow-by-blow account of what happened. Cordelia squeezed her eyes shut, bothered by the bright light, her mind just screaming, "Oh, for Pete's sake," and seriously, Jude just begged the guy to please take a breath. The next morning, they were back on the trail through the forest. Lucas announced their next stop was the Northern Viscount's mansion, where they'd stay for a day or two, and that they'd also get to meet his household staff at the mansion. Jude asked if they were the guards from Resell County. Lucas replied that he'd heard someone he really respected was coming. Cordelia, of course, asked who it was. Lucas totally dodged the question, just saying that while it might sound a bit odd, he hadn't seen them in ages, so he was excited for the reunion. Now back in the carriage, Cordelia asked Jude who he thought Lucas was talking about. He just said, "Beats me." Then she asked why he had that goofy look on his face and saw what he was holding, asking what that little doodad was. He said it was a little something his father had given him. Jude adds that he'd left it with Maya before heading out. Totally furious, Cordelia gets in his face, asking why her dad gives more gifts to his son-in-law than to his own actual daughter. He tells her to chill out because this time there's a gift for her too. Now she gets all excited and asks if that's for real. Jude says yes, because if there's one engagement ring, there has to be two. She pouts and twists her hair, muttering to herself, "Why an engagement ring?" But then all of a sudden, as Jude opened the little box, they heard Count Arthur's voice, who'd heard from Alex that Jude learned to use his fists before he learned to use a sword. The Count says he doesn't want Jude hurting his hand, which is why he had the gem taken out of the ring. He ends by saying he's leaving Cordelia in Jude's hands. After his voice faded, Cordelia tells Jude, "You heard him, so you'd better treat me real nice or I'm gonna tell my dad on you." Jude tells her to get lost and says he has a dad too and can tattle on her right back. She asks if he's a little kid. He retorts, "I should be asking you that." Suddenly, he changes the topic, saying there's an instruction manual in the box. He tells her the ring boosts the effectiveness of magic between its users. His ring's got healing magic and hers has defensive magic. Music. On top of that, there's a skill that gets better if they wear them at the same time. Cordelia says it's a pretty good ring. Jude agrees while thinking, "It's also really cute, just as I'd expect from my amazing father-in-law." Jude takes the ring and looks it over for a second. Then, "Music," he asks Cordelia for her hand. She quickly sticks her hand out and then immediately gets all nervous. Jude gently takes her hand and very calmly slips the ring on her finger, saying he was super worried when she coughed up blood during the last fight. Still holding her hand, he turns it over and says he's happy the cut on her hand has healed completely. He thought it might leave a scar when he bandaged it, but it looks like healing magic is pretty amazing stuff. Cordelia blushes and is at a loss for words. Jude then, "Music," asks what's wrong. She says it's nothing, just that the ring on her hand is really beautiful. He says, "Maybe it's because your hand is beautiful, so it's a good match." She blushes even more and says, "It's because I'm Cordelia, the most beautiful character around." Just as she was asking how much longer he was going to hold her hand, the carriage jolted and shook like crazy, causing her to lose her balance and fall right on top of Jude. Anitis quickly opens the door, asking if they're okay. She explains that a fallen tree was in the way, so they had music to make a sudden stop. She sees Cordelia in Jude's arms and he just stares at Anitis blankly. The woman apologizes for interrupting and says they can get back to their little lovey-dovey moment. Cordelia asks if this kind of scene doesn't only happen in romance novels or something. Jude replies that it does, but this game seems to be full of cliches. Now, at the Northern Viscount's mansion, an older gentleman greets the trio, welcoming them. He says he heard about what happened in Langus and his music, glad they're safe. Lucas thanks him for his concern. A maid then remarks they must be tired from their trip and invites them to rest up for the day. She says she will show them to their rooms. But before leaving, the Viscount mentions the two make a beautiful couple, just as he'd heard. Jude thanks him for the compliment while Cordelia feels incredibly awkward. After they leave his room, she whispers to Jude that the Northern Viscount isn't a big deal in the story, but seems like a nice guy. He agrees, saying he seems like a pretty chill dude. Suddenly, something totally catches Cordelia's eye. Dahlia walks up and asks if she's heading to her room already. She says yeah and asks if the Knights got their rooms too. Cordelia gets super excited when Dahlia says yes, but they're all gonna grab some drinks on the first floor first. For a second, music. She thinks about saying no, but with a big smile on her face. Cordelia tells her to go have a blast and eat something good since music needs to enjoy the trip too. Dahlia admits she gets worried if she's not on duty protecting her lady, but she promises to follow orders and get a good night's sleep. After Dahlia leaves, Lucas says his goodbyes and heads into his room. Just as Jude was about to go into his, Cordelia calls out asking him to wait a minute. She gives him a little wave and says softly that before bed she just wanted to wish him a good night and sweet dreams. Of course, he can't resist and tells Cordelia to dream about him. She gets totally ticked off and yells, "What in the world is this knucklehead talking about?" Later that night, Jude was sound asleep in his bed when suddenly an intruder pops up at his window. This shadowy figure smashes the window, and the second it breaks, there's a huge explosion. The intruder ends up on the floor, coughing from all the smoke. He chokes out, "What was that?" while trying to catch his breath. But when he looks at the empty bed, he wonders where Jude is. Jude used that split second of confusion to attack from behind. A swift kick to the head knocks the intruder out cold, and Jude takes a look at the guy's clothes. He realizes it's the same outfit as the demonic hand members who attacked Langus and figures the ones who got away are back, and he needs to find Cordelia like right now. But just then, Cordelia bursts into the room looking totally different. Her hair is now black with some wild pink highlights, which makes Jude ask if she's all right. At that exact moment, Cordelia casts a spell and aims for the window. A bunch of magic missiles fly out and nail the masked goons trying to climb in. She screams that these jerks are messing with her beauty sleep. Jude just remarks that she's a little feisty tonight. The two of them then bolt out of the room. He asks if her witch powers are working well. Cordelia says she can't keep it up for long and they'd better scram before the effect wears off. She asks if he has any clue what that explosion was all about. Jude casually says, "Oh, that was me. He'd set music, an explosive trap on his window." Cordelia is totally stunned and asks if he's some kind of spy. He just says no and calls her crazy. Meanwhile, Jude put it all together. Their rooms were on the second floor and the drinks were just to get the knights to let their guard down. It all pointed to one thing: the Northern Viscount was the trap. When they get to the first floor, Lucas is already fighting 3 masked dudes. He hears his name, looks back, and sees Cordelia cast a spell that makes the floor slick as ice. The intruders immediately start slipping and sliding. Lucas uses the opening Cordelia made and with his special move instantly takes down 2 of the demonic hand goons. There's still a third guy trying to make a run for it, but Jude trips him up and finishes him off with a solid punch to music the head. And then suddenly, Jude spots Cordelia bolting out of the mansion and yells after her. Cordelia had a terrible feeling, thinking something was seriously wrong. However, she grinds to a halt when she sees Dahlia getting swarmed by more masked enemies. Jude catches up, telling her they can't just charge in blindly since they have no idea what they're facing. But Cordelia doesn't hear a single word he's saying. She's completely frozen, just staring at the horrible scene. Dahlia was fighting like a beast against the demonic hand, but then an arrow hits her right thigh and Cordelia is sure it's poisoned. She screams out for her knight, screaming for them to get off Dahlia right now as she casts a circle of fire, but then a powerful pressure suddenly washes over her and she can't move an inch. This weird pressure hits the entire mansion. Cordelia collapses to the ground and Dahlia begs her young mistress to hang on. Meanwhile, Jude realizes this feeling like his body is being crushed by an invisible force can only be one thing: a gravity field. The Northern Viscount strolls towards them, calling them insolent fools. He says he was quite worried when he heard they defeated Minos, but thanks to King Spellig's little brat, it was easy to take care of everything. He congratulates Lucas for trusting him so blindly. The Viscount waves his hand and orders his men to only capture the children of the 12 clans. As for the knights, he could totally take them all out. Cordelia struggled up, asking if he seriously thought she'd just let him. She said if she went full witch, she could wreck the gravity field, but Jude pleaded with her not to, since it'd be a one-way trip for her. Cordelia shot back that it didn't matter. The knights Dahlia, Lucas, and especially Jude were way more important. She said that above all else, he was number 1. Once she shattered that gravity field, she knew he'd handle the rest. Jude was just speechless, unable to stop her. He knew the only way out was for Cordelia to unleash all her witchy power at once. Music. But if she actually did it, she couldn't handle the blowback and would totally bite the dust. As Cordelia started powering up, Jude desperately begged her to stop thinking how she always plays the hero. It was the same deal against Minos and that witch's forest boss, and he told himself he couldn't keep being this much of a pushover. But then a huge boom echoed and everyone felt the ground shake like an earthquake. The Viscount's maid yelled for them to look up. The night sky was literally ripped open. Out of nowhere, a red flash sliced the dark and slammed into the ground like lightning. Cordelia paused her power-up, thinking for a wild second the sun had just fallen, even though she knew that was nuts. Then a dude just appeared before them, glowing grandly. It was the Sun Warrior himself, Landius the Red Flame, the guy who never ever gives up. Jude suddenly realized the gravity field was just gone. It felt like it had been totally smashed. He glanced back when Lucas said he made it just in time. Jude had to ask, "Is that the guy you were talking about?" Lucas was like, "Yep, that's the red-headed warrior I respect more than anyone." In the meantime, Landius gathered Kai into his left fist and with one punch sent all the goons rushing him flying. The Viscount yelled for them to back off and only attack from a distance. A zillion arrows and fireballs flew his way. Landius just laughed, saying it was a smart move but totally useless. He took a deep breath, music, and let it out. Then he roared like a lion, supercharged with Kai, kicking up a massive windstorm. Cordelia struggled to keep from being blown away, but she stumbled for a second. The gale force wind shoved her as Dahlia reached out. Luckily, Jude was back a bit and caught Cordelia right in his arms. Watching this whole crazy scene, he realized Landius hadn't used fancy martial arts. He just punched the ground a few times and yelled with Kai in it. And that was all it took to knock out the demon hand fighters. This dude was known for having a super tragic ending. He was a main hero in Legend of Heroes 1. Landius looked back and asked if they were all right. Then something totally caught his eye. Cordelia and Jude were just standing there frozen, just staring at him. The guy then slowly walked over to them as Cordelia clutched Jude's shirt for dear life, looking terrified. Her hair was back to normal. He lifted a hand toward them and said he just couldn't ignore it. Cordelia whipped her head around and buried her face in Jude's chest. Music. It was the most scared she'd been since logging into this game. Jude, meanwhile, could only gawk at the 2-meter-30 giant in front of him. Landius's hand then clamped down on Jude's shoulder, and with a huge grin, he announced, "You're my new disciple." Jude was just thinking, "What is going on, Cordelia?" Meanwhile was thinking, "What in the world is this?" Landius said he'd teach him the 9 gates of the 9 heavens if he'd be his student. He wrapped it up by saying he couldn't just pass up a kid with the heavenly martial constitution. This constitution, a super rare gift from the heavens, was another one of Jude's traits that got nerfed by Yim's blocked 9 paths. Jude was set up to be awesome not just in close-up fights, but with pretty much every weapon and fighting style out there, a real jack of all music trades. Jude figured that because of this choice, he could pick up most physical skills, but he never got the chance to learn the art of the 9 gates of the 9 heavens in the game. He kept thinking that it wasn't a martial art you just stumble upon. He wondered where he'd heard of it before when suddenly Cordelia ducked behind him. She magically drew a 3 on Jude's shirt. Then it clicked, it was an awesome martial art from the last update of Legend of Heroes 3. Landia announced he could learn the 9 gates of the 9 heavens due to his heavenly martial constitution, then asked if he wanted to be his disciple. Jude thought, whoa, this never happened in the game. He now had a shot to learn a martial art no one else ever had. He grinned and said, especially from one of the game's protagonists. Jude knelt and replied, "Of course I'll be your disciple, master." He thought, I've got no reason to say no. Music. The next day, Jude, practically dying in the carriage, said, I had every single reason. Cordelia asked, is it really that bad? He replied that his soul had taken a round trip to heaven and back countless times. She asked if he wanted to lie down or needed help. Jude said it hurt to lie down, so he'd rather just stay like music, this. That morning, Jude had met up with Landius to learn the techniques he'd mentioned. Landius told him he'd have to bounce again once they hit the county, as he had some business to attend to. But first, he had to pass on the basics. Jude nodded and said, got it. The warrior got closer, grabbed his arm, and said that since it was day 1, they'd kick things off with music, chest, and triceps. You're gonna knock out a set of 20 push-ups, and when you're done with your upper body, you'll do the plank. Back in the present, Jude said, this isn't training. It's just a workout, and now my whole body is killing me. Cordelia was spacing out, so he asked her to sit by him real quick since he couldn't move. She sat down and said, I'm here. Just as she was about to ask why he'd called her over, Jude reached out and pinched Cordelia's cheek. She kicked his foot, asking, what do you think you're doing? You want a magic missile to the face, or what? Jude told her to pay attention. He said he'd spilled the beans on the counterfeiting plot, capturing Minos and even the whole witch's soul possibly coming for her. She asked, what are you even talking about? He pointed out how she got super ticked last time when he woke the boss monster without a heads up. Cordelia remembered that was in the book's dungeon. In a serious tone, Jude said he was telling her now, because he didn't want to cook up new plans behind her back. So from here on out, don't go being so reckless. I mean, I was right there with you. He asked what she figured would have happened if she'd overloaded on the witch's power. He said she knew darn well she would have died and asked her to stop making him worry. Cordelia replied, all right, and apologized for being a handful. He finished by saying that when she ate, she shouldn't skip her veggies and that she also needed to sleep and wake up earlier. Cordelia asked, what are you, my mom, now? Just then in a room, someone knocked on Cordelia's door. She swung it open and asked Dahlia how she was and if the doctor made it on time. But the woman named Sleon apologized for not being Miss Dahlia. She let her know that young Master Lucas needed to talk to her and asked if Cordelia could join him. Cordelia asked why it was only her. The guard replied that he'd wanted to tell young Master Jude the same thing, but right now, he didn't want to interrupt his training with Mr. Landius. Now Lucas, sitting across from Cordelia, asks if she's ever heard of the sunfire flower. She says she knows it's a flower that blooms every 20 years and is packed with youthful energy. He's impressed. Cordelia knows so much. Cordelia smiles, saying it's just a famous legend. In her head, she's thinking, duh, of course I know. It's a super OP item that gives a huge stat boost. Lucas tells her it's not just a legend. There are actual records about it in the county of Resbelia. In these records, which describe a place that's crazy cold, it's written that a flower with some serious energy was found in the icy anvil forest. He finishes by saying this record was from 20 years ago. Cordelia asks if he's saying this flower can cure Jude's illness. Lucas confirms it and mentions that winter is coming and they're still within the window of opportunity. However, the icy anvil forest is a seriously cold area up north. To find this plant, he and young Master Jude have no other choice but to go there. But he says taking Miss Cordelia with them to such a freezing place doesn't seem like a smart move. But Cordelia cuts him off, saying they just need to figure out how to stay warm when they get there. They'll also need a ton of potions and gotta keep an eye out for monsters like polar bears. She wraps it up by saying since Jude Bale is swamped with training, she can go ahead and give the knights the heads up. Lucas is all for it, asks her to do just that, and thanks her for sparing some time. Cordelia brushes it off like it's no big deal and says her goodbyes. But before she takes off, she spots Jude Bale training with Mr. Landius. She can totally hear Jude over there yelling, "Dang, this hurts." She mutters that he's totally gonna kick the bucket like this. As Lucas watches her from afar, he thinks Jude Bale's got a fiancé with such insane synergy, it's like they're soulmates. And to top it all off, he became the student of Mr. Landius, the guy he's always looked up to. Lucas mumbles that he's kinda jealous of young master Jude Bale. Music. Noticing he seems a bit rattled, the Guardian says you can't learn Mr. Landius's art without a heavenly martial constitution. She tells him it's not like Lucas is lacking in talent. Even Mr. Landius gave him props. When it comes to pure sword skill, he's right up there with the ghost swordsman Kamal. Lucas admits he's glad to hear that, but he still can't help feeling a little envious. So she asks if he's just gonna sit on his butt and watch him level up. He shot up from his chair all fired up and said, "Not a chance," because at last, and he's got a rival on his level and he can't just chill while the other guy is training. Jude Bale collapses, saying his legs are totally shot. Landius just grins and says he's already in the perfect position for music, starting his upper body workout, so let's get to it. Meanwhile, Cordelia's watching Jude Bale bawling his eyes out while Landius tells him to quit crying, or else he'll get all dehydrated. But then a light bulb goes off for the warrior, and he tells his student to listen up to what he's about to say. He says they're gonna hit Resbelge County tomorrow. It's already been 6 days since Jude Bale became his apprentice, and what a bummer. It looks like they've got to pause the muscle training since they only have 1 day left. Landius adds that now it's time to start training the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude Bale is like, then what have I been doing this whole time? Landius says it was just basic muscle training since Jude's a bit of a weakling and also needs to get sculpted, music, in his body to get totally ripped like this. Jude Bale's crying on the inside, thinking he really wants to let a few choice words fly right now. Cordelia's a little bugged, thinking Jude's just doing basic body training and that this was a totally bogus way to level up in the game. She shoots her hand up and says she's got a question. Cordelia asks Landius if after learning the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, Jude Bale is going to get as huge as him. In her head, she's picturing a beefy Jude Bale with a beard that just poofed into existence. A super awkward silence fills the air. Then Landius cracks a smile and says, since she's his student's fiancé, it makes sense for her to be worried about that. He explains that the 9 gates of the 9 heavens aren't why he got so jacked. Cordelia, totally curious, asks what made him so massive. He replies that it's all thanks to the giant's blood running through his veins. It's a technique that uses soul currency, aka blood, to tap into the sleeping power in his body and soul. And he got this huge thanks to the ancestral recollection technique. Jude Bale thinks, hey, that technique popped up a few times in Legend of Heroes 2, but he never guessed he had giant's blood in him. Landius then starts schooling Jude Bale on the technique. He tells him the 9 gates of the 9 heavens is a martial art made up of, you guessed it, 9 gates. It's an art that buffs your body and soul to the next level with every gate you unlock. He says the technique he's about to demonstrate was dug up from an ancient relic and it's the key to opening the very first gate. Jude Bale asks if he needs to memorize all the moves for this music technique. Landius says, you bet, cause the only person who can open the gates to their own body is themselves. Music. And all he can do is basically give him the roadmap to that gate. He tells Jude Bale to get into the same pose and pay super close attention. Landius says that a special talent in the practitioner is a must-have to truly master this martial art. Jude's just wondering, what the heck is a practitioner? Meanwhile, his master mentions that with his celestial martial constitution, he'll be able to completely master the technique and basically live forever. Jude felt a shiver run down his spine. He was thinking this technique was so OP, it could make him live forever. Landius told him to close his eyes and burn every word he was about to say into his brain. He shut his eyes like he was told and heard his master say, this isn't your typical martial art for attacking, and it's not just a breathing technique either. You have to create 9 gates with your body and soul, and each gate you unlock will take your body and soul to a whole new level. While Uday was getting the hang of Landius's technique, Lucas's guard was peeking through the window. She noted that Resbelge County is crazy cold and it'll be music. It's tough to protect Cordelia in that climate while she recovers from those demon worshipper injuries, wounds that even healing magic can't seem to touch. Celian told Miss Dahlia that he totally understood how she felt, but hoped she'd head back to Count Arthur's mansion before things got any worse. Uday slowly cracked his eyes open. His vision was still a total blur. Just then, he clearly heard a voice call his name. His vision snapped into focus the moment he saw Cordelia's face, who was asking if he was all right and if he could hear her. Lying there in bed, Uday asked what happened. She replied that he'd finally woken up, but to make sure all his marbles were there. Cordelia held up 2 fingers and asked, how many fingers am I holding up? Uday shot back, that's your rank. She got absolutely furious and told him to get lost. Suddenly, Landius cut in mentioning he had no idea what they were on about, but that the two of them made a really adorable couple. He said that Uday had called for Cordelia. Uday tried to piece together what had happened. He felt a massive headache and asked his master for a recap. Landius commented that a whole day had passed since he memorized the technique. He passed out one night and woke up the next. Cordelia told them they were on the outskirts of Respelga County in the merchant city of Vufanir. She said he'd been out cold for a bit, but Landius insisted there was no need to sweat it, so they just put him in the carriage and came here. Jude watched Cordelia for a moment and noticed she looked music, a little worn out. Landius then told him he'd open the first gate in just one day. He said he knew it'd be easier for Jude, but this was way faster than expected. Landius finished muttering, "Just as I thought." That practitioner also had the celestial martial constitution. Hearing what his master said, "Music," Jude wondered to himself again. Who is this practitioner? But he pushed that thought aside for the moment and told Landius that the martial art he got in the book dungeon was reacting to the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude explained the martial art was called 36 celestial steps, but after he memorized the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, it evolved. As he wondered if there could be a link between the two techniques, Landius got super excited and asked him to spill the details, suggesting it might even be that practitioner's martial art. Unable to take the suspense anymore, Jude said, "In training, and now you keep mentioning this practitioner. Who or what is that?" Landius let out a little sigh and replied that it was time they knew. He asked the two of them if they knew how many lords of hell there were. Cordelia and Jude said in unison that there were 5. Then Landius revealed that there were actually 7 lords of hell. 2 of them came to the human world to stop Pleiades from being wiped out. All the races of the continent teamed up music to fight against them after countless sacrifices. The 2 lords were taken down and now there are only 5, or at least that's how the story goes. He mentioned he'd thought about this story a million times. Which of the races and how could have possibly defeated lords of hell who had such insane powers? He figured that if he found out who it would be a huge help for his own future fights. And finally, after tons of research and searching, he found a record in an ancient relic that belonged to the guardians of the sacred light. It was a log of ancient stories from Pleiades, stuff that no one had ever laid eyes on before. In it were the tales of the very ones who defeated the lords of hell. Now over in Lucas's chambers, a maid was helping her master, and he asked, "What's all this about?" She says. The Lord chose this with him in mind. Lucas tries to protest, but the guard asks him to just hear her out. Celian tells him that Lord Landius said he was heading to Fort Thunderdome to meet with the Lord. She suggests that Lucas should go say his goodbyes and that she'll let young masters Jude and Cordelia know about the change in plans. Lucas just lowers his head, bound by his lord's orders and muttering that he'll see him soon. Now out by the mansion, Cordelia, who got zero sleep worrying about Jude, let out a massive yawn. Suddenly a chill ran down her spine. Landius popped up behind her, teasing that she pulled an all-nighter for her one true love. Then he told her she should go rest. Cordelia insisted she was fine, lying that she was just an early bird. Landius's gaze then turned up toward the sky. He tells Jude, "You might not have the right stuff to master it, but you can't give up on the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Just to awaken the 8th gate, you had to tap into an ancestral memory. But even that wasn't enough to fully learn the martial art." Landius recalled that in the last 1,000 years, fewer than 10 people were born with the celestial martial constitution. Finding Jude and seeing his potential made him absolutely ecstatic. He grins, saying there's nothing left to teach since only Jude can open his own gates. However, that doesn't mean he's done being his master, since there's a ton he can teach besides the 9 gates of the 9 heavens. Jude was quiet for a moment, a profound sadness filling his eyes. In Legend of Heroes 1, there were 5 main characters, and all but one of them met a seriously brutal end. Among them, the specifics of Landius's death were always a mystery, which is why he was a no-show in Legend of Heroes 2. In the game, a few bigwigs from the demonic hand had talked about Landius's death. Because of that, a bunch of players figured he was taken out by the demonic hand. Jude thinks the only likely suspect is one of the demonic hand's top dogs, the Duke. But honestly, it seems way more likely that Landius would wipe the floor with the Duke, not the other way around. Still, he couldn't be certain. So Jude calls out to his master, saying he needs to tell him something. He explains that when he found the witch's soul in the Trafalgar Forest, he couldn't make out what she was trying to say, but now he believes it's a prophecy about Landius. Cordelia shot Jude a look mentally, asking if he was really going to tell him. Jude glanced back telepathically, saying yep, and asked if she was cool with it. Cordelia was all for it and switched on her let's cause some drama mode, swearing she totally heard the witch talking about it too. She reflected on how she'd actually met one of the main characters from Legend of Heroes 1, someone impossible to even see in the game. And he's the guy who dies in Legend of Heroes 2. If they've made it this far, they can stop the Demon Hand's plans. So to get a happy ending, they just have to keep every single person who can fight alive. Landius asks what it is. Jude relays what the witch said. A great danger will befall the warrior of the Sunday. Tell him to beware the red scorpion's venom. He concluded that's what she said, while Cordelia nodded her head like a bobblehead in agreement. while Landius says he'll whip up an antitoxin just in case Lucas opens the door and walks over. Then Landius informs them he has to leave now for some urgent work. He tells Jude not to slack off on his muscle training. Next, Landius turns to Lucas, who nearly jumps out of his skin when his name is called. Landius flashes a huge grin and says he's taking off, but don't you dare cry because crying makes you catabolize. Lucas gets all misty-eyed as Landius says he's looking forward to seeing him again and wishes may the muscles be with you. Meanwhile, Cordelia's just thinking, what on earth is he on about? Landius kicked off the ground and just flew. Then he kicked the air again, bounding between houses with a wild cackle. A bright light flashed across the sky as Landius zipped away. The three of them just stared blankly at the sky for a few moments, the faint sound of Landius's laughter still echoing around them. Lucas is completely awestruck by the heroic scene, while Cordelia and Jude are both thinking the exact same thing. That guy is totally nuts. Jude then says that since their master is gone, it's probably time for them to get going too. Cordelia agrees that's a solid plan, but Lucas cuts in asking them to hold on. The two of them watch him, intrigued, waiting for what he's about to say. Lucas hangs his head, looking nervous as he tells them about the change of plans. After a moment, he reveals that something urgent has come up that he needs to fill them in on. Already in a room in the mansion, Cordelia slams her hand on the table, asking if he's serious and if they really can't go to Frostionville. Lucas points out they've already been attacked by the demonic hand 2 times. But the other kids from the 12 northern clans haven't been hit a second time. Jude asks if he's saying the 3 of them are the demon hand's main targets. Lucas points out that the half-demon they fought with Landis name-dropped him and Miss Cordelia, so he figures it's a pretty solid theory. Cordelia looks away while Jude flashes a nervous grin. They're both thinking, we're so busted. Cordelia then asks what's the plan for the Sunfire Flower. He tells them his father said he'd send some people to search for it, but Lucas has to investigate the demon hand before he can join the hunt. Jude asks if that means they're stuck here until the investigation wraps up. Lucas says, unfortunately, yes. As long as it's inside Vapin, they can roam free, but outside the city is a no-go. Cordelia shoots Jude a look, asking if this throws a wrench in their plans. Jude looks back and says, oh yeah, it totally wrecks everything, so they have to switch up the plan. But first they need to get Lucas out of the room. Lucas looked pretty bummed out. Then Jude, music, says he'd love a tour of the city since with his 9-blocked Yin Pathways and all this is his first time ever being this far from home. He adds that Miss Cordelia mentioned it's her first time in Vapin too and wraps it up by asking if Lucas could be their guide. Lucas looked incredibly relieved, almost weepy. Suddenly, he leaps off the couch and exclaims. Of course, he vows to give them the grand tour of Vidaphne, but then adds that now's not the time since it's getting late. He tells them to get a good night's rest because tomorrow will be a big day. Jude and Cordelia put on their best couple act warmly, accepting his offer, and Lucas practically skipped out of the room. The second the door closed, Cordelia held her head and said her lying skills are definitely improving. And Jude teases that she's still got a long way to go. She asks what the plan is now, since at this rate they'll be trapped here doing absolutely nothing. She demands to know if he has a plan, and right then Jude slaps 2 letters and a quill on the table. Her eyes go wide, staring at the letter, and whips around to face him, asking if he's got to be kidding. Music. Jude just grins and makes a little heart with his fingers, saying he'll put a lot of thought into the contents, adding that teamwork makes the dream work. Cordelia grabs her hair, groaning that he's impossible, and mutters a whole dictionary of curses at him. Later that day, the window to Cordelia and Jude's room was wide open, but the 2 of them had vanished. All that was left was a note penned by Cordelia. It announced she was off on a surprise honeymoon with her darling beloved and that they'd be back in a couple of days. It also said not to bother looking for them, since she didn't want their romantic getaway interrupted. Meanwhile, walking through the city, Cordelia is fuming, muttering about why she's always the one who has to be mortified. Jude tells her to just think about it for a second. He brings up a riddle. You've got a beaker of black ink and a glass rod. What do you think happens when you stick the rod in and pull it out? She snaps that she's about to explode and asks why on earth he's asking a stupid riddle right now. Jude just grins and tells her to humor him and answer. She thinks about the music question for a moment, then says the rod will turn black. And if you do it again, it'll get even blacker, Jude says. Exactly, which means the first time was suspicious, but if she keeps doing the same thing, they'll just be convinced she's totally head over heels for him. A furious Cordelia starts smacking Jude's back, yelling if he has a death wish and when he's gonna shut his yap. Already. Rubbing his sore back, he whines he's going to report her for fiancé abuse. Cordelia just tells him to knock it off. She's already annoyed enough as it is. Then she asks what's next, pointing out they aren't dressed for the cold and still need horses for Frostyville. Music. Jude just says he's already got a plan for that. Cordelia lets out a huge sigh and warns him that if this fails, he is music, dead meat. Watching her, Jude thinks that the cold weather and lack of sun really seem to bring down her mood. A lot of knights were hurt fighting the Northern Viscount, and Dahlia's been missing ever since that big confrontation. Jude figures all these things are probably weighing on Cordelia's mind. But out of everything, there's one thing that's probably hit her the hardest. Then he calls out to Cordelia and gently tells her that Dahlia is going to be all right. She locks eyes with him, a million thoughts racing behind her super emotional gaze. And then, she looks down, probably picturing poor Dahlia right now. Music. She turns and starts walking, saying of course Dahlia will be totally fine. She says Dahlia's got this, that she'll shake off the curse no problem. Yep. Jude then offers Cordelia the handkerchief he had in his shirt. She snags the handkerchief and dabs at her tears. Through sniffles, she declares she'll level up like crazy so she can heal anyone who gets a scratch. Jude can't help but smile, relieved to hear her so fired up music, vowing to protect them all so Dahlia and the Knights don't get a single boo-boo. And just like that, Cordelia's sunny smile was back as she strolled next to her fiancé. In the next scene, Cordelia is perched on a huge black horse. A shady lady named Faviana, who trades anything for a price, asks how they like the horse. She boasts that he's a real powerhouse and can carry 2 people no sweat. Jude agrees that the horse definitely looks up to the task. With him, getting where they're going will be a total cakewalk. Then the woman adds music that the gate guards are on break, making it the perfect time for a sneaky exit. But she gets nosy, asking if they're running from the law or just eloping for a honeymoon. Jude just gives a little smirk and stays quiet. Faviana figures his silence is the only answer she'll get, so she says she won't press it and just wishes that luck is on their side. Cordelia watches her leave and mutters to herself, asking why she said luck instead of muscle. Jude replies that only the master says stuff like that. Music. The two then ride out of the city. Cordelia is grinning, so Jude asks if she's feeling better. She admits she'd spent the whole music day worrying sick about Dahlia and couldn't think straight. But now, she's really happy because it's sinking in that they did the right thing. Cordelia adds she really wants to save Landis and asks if the hint the two of them music left will be enough for him to make it. Jude just asks if she's got a crush on him. She replies that out of all the main characters from the first game, he was her number 2 favorite. Jude guesses. Let me see is number 1. Helena. Cordelia asks how he knew. He says his favorite from the second game was Cordelia, so he just figured they had similar taste. Cordelia mentions that, well, they are both super gorgeous music, you know. Jude grins and says, obviously, thinking she just picks her favorites based on how pretty they are. She gives a little smile, hoping the clue they left for Landius actually works. Suddenly, she whips around her face inches from Jude's and asks if they can save more game characters. A huge, brilliant smile then spreads across her face, totally captivating Jude, who's just soaking in every detail. He answers with a confident yes that they're going to save every last one. Then Cordelia asks what's next after they get the sunflower. He explains that after eating the sunflower, his 9 blocked yin paths will finally be healed. Then he thinks they should go check out the Northern Barbarian Invasion event. Cordelia agrees that a trip to the edge of barbarian lands sounds like a great plan. She then asks if Helena's death happens around the same time as that invasion. Jude confirms it all goes down in barbarian territory, so they'll have to stick to the script very carefully. After they rescue Helena, he teases that they'll do something she'll really like. She's immediately hooked and asks what. Jude drops the first hint, saying the word music. Master. Cordelia racks her brain for a second but comes up empty, so he gives a second clue, reminding her about his special martial celestial constitution, and how she also has a secret little trait of her own. She gets so hyped when she finally remembers what it is. She almost knocks Jude right off the horse. After he wrangles the stallion, Cordelia asks how that's possible since in the original game, that only happens in part 2. He says he knows a master who can help them, so it won't be that hard. One of the ingredients is sitting on the ice anvil, and they'd snag the other part, the ancestral blood, through Helena. Jude said that just like he'd gotten the 9 gates of the 9 heavens, they didn't have to stick to the original script perfectly. They could just unlock their trait anytime. But Cordelia piped up asking how they'd even get the magic circle of ancestral remembrance, which was a crazy hard thing to do. Jude, seeing his chance, shot back, asking if she hadn't bothered to memorize Veslot's magic circle. Or if you know, being the server's number 2 player, she just couldn't handle memorizing the ancestral remembrance technique. Cordelia totally lost it and chomped down on Jude's collarbone, yelling that it wasn't her fault, her memory was terrible, while he complained that biting was way out of line and asked if she'd gone full-on werewolf on him. The next morning, when Leon found the note Cordelia left after reading it, he just stared at the guards and asked what in the world was going on. The female guards swore they didn't even blink while watching the room. They knocked forever, but when no one answered, they figured the two were just, having a private moment. Just then, another guard rushed in, saying he'd just talked with some of the guys at the gate. They said nobody left the city all day, so the lovebirds must have snuck out at night through some secret spot near the main gate. Leon figured it didn't matter if they left on their own. They were still guests. If something happened, it would be Risbeldo County's neck on the line. Meanwhile, the 2 guards on duty were totally freaking out. They were thinking if Adoram found out, they'd be joining the unemployment line for sure. Music. Leon ordered everyone to search the area, figuring they couldn't have gotten far, and told them to get young Master Lucas to help with the search. Over by a stream, Jude was just finishing setting up a tent. Cordelia, impressed, said he was pretty good at that and asked if he was a big camper in real life. He just shrugged and said he liked it. He sat down next to Cordelia, told her they'd be staying the night, and asked if she was getting too cold. She said she was fine, but then added that she was definitely not showering. Jude told her she didn't need to explain since he knew all about this particular event. Cordelia pulled off her hood and without looking at Jude mumbled that the Silver Fairies event only kicks off if someone is all alone at night in this icy valley. As night fell, Cordelia and Jude were being watched by a couple of fairies whispering to each other. One whispered how beautiful they were and wondered if they'd want to play. Suddenly, two winter fairies appeared floating and smiling, asking if they wanted to come play. Jude smiled, placing a hand on his chest, saying it would be an honor to play with two such lovely fairies. Just then, music, the ring on his finger, started to glow. One of the silver fairies asked if that ring was the fairy steps. The other gasped, saying if it was, it belonged to the autumn fairy queen, Queen Lorelei. They wondered to each other why this guy would have something so precious. Meanwhile, Jude was thinking to himself, hook, line, and sinker. Music. See, the game's lore mentioned the Winter Queen saw the Autumn Queen as her rival. Jude totally used this and told the two fairies he won the ring at her banquet. He claimed Miss Lorelei herself had given it to him. One of the fairies looked completely stunned and asked if Queen Lorelei really gave him the fairy steps in person. She turned to her friend and said this was an emergency and that playtime was over. After a quick chat, the fairies insisted the two had to come with them right away. As they walked through the snowy forest, Cordelia mentioned, "This is just like I imagined." Jude asked if she meant how the scenery was changing around them. She just replied that it was so beautiful and magical. The fairies flying ahead of them giggled, asking if they were keeping up and saying they were almost there. Then a brilliant blue door just appeared. Cordelia had to squint from the bright light. After a few more steps, it happened again, and this time everything blurred for a second. And then suddenly, Jude and Cordelia found themselves in the Winter Fairy Queen's chamber. The queen appeared before them, giving a graceful and beautiful bow. They must be the two who met her sister Lorelei before arriving. She smiled and said that here in this cozy winter, she, the Winter Queen Jude, welcomed them. Jude and Cordelia tried to say hello but didn't stand a chance. The queen swooped in her cold eyes, locking onto them, studying every last detail. Then with a smile she remarked it was just as she'd pictured. She said they were both definitely pretty enough to be invited to the autumn fair. The queen asked if he truly had the fairy steps. Jude said, "Yep, sure do. He got them straight from Queen Lorelei, who also threw in the sacred moonlight staff." He added that he thought getting so much stuff was a little over the top, but Lorelei had insisted on it, saying she always treats her guests right. Hearing Jude's reply, Jude's expression soured. Music. She figured she had to at least match what Lorelei did. Otherwise, it'd feel like she'd lost to Lorelei. She zipped between them and at the door ordered the winter fairies to whip up a banquet for their guests. Afterwards, she turned to the two of them, saying she hadn't forgotten about preparing a banquet. She just figured it'd be better for the queen to greet them personally first. Jude smiled, saying she was so thoughtful, and recalled rumors about a silver angel spotted in the valley, an incomparable beauty, and said it obviously had to be Queen Jude. Jude's words hit the mark. His straightforward compliments made the Winter Fairy Queen blush a little, and she asked, all embarrassed, if she was really that pretty. Meanwhile, Jude thought to himself that fairies sure are suckers for a compliment. Hearing Jude's shameless lines, Cordelia couldn't hide her face, thinking what a total rascal he was. After composing herself, Jude announced that everything was all set. Once they'd enjoyed the feast, she would give them their rewards as well. Back in the city of Vufanir, a guard mentioned she was looking for a certain couple and asked a local lady if she'd spotted them. Meanwhile, another guard added they were about the same height, and the girl had pink hair and blue eyes. A guy behind the counter just shook his head, saying he hadn't seen them and was sorry he couldn't help. They scoured the entire commercial district, but nobody had seen them. The guard said there's no record of the two leaving, and no city guard saw them go. The woman added that the only reason they'd come here was to cure young Master Jude's illness. Music. So they must have left the city for that place. Miss Cordelia said she'd find the herb to cure young Master Jude's illness. A shadowy figure listened intently as the guard mentioned the place was the Begora de Gallo. Back at the Winter Fairy Queen's palace, Jude slowly reached out and gently stroked Cordelia's beautiful hair, making a shiver run right down her spine. He said that while he never thought he'd get so mad at her slip-ups, he would never ever lay a hand on her. Meanwhile, the Winter Fairies watched, completely captivated. One of them was screaming her head off. Another was just staring in awe. The one with popcorn slapped on some 3D glasses because this was pure cinema. Jude leaned in so close she could feel his breath, and while looking straight at Cordelia's lips, said he couldn't stay mad because he, music, loved her. The Winter Fairies went wild and completely lost their minds. Popcorn and 3D glasses flew everywhere. Music. They screamed it was peak cinema, that their hearts just couldn't handle something so beautiful. While the Winter Fairies were in a total frenzy, Cordelia lowered her head, completely embarrassed. Jude asked what was wrong, and she mumbled that she just did what the fairies asked her to do. She asked how he could say all that music with a straight face and said she was embarrassed as hell. Jude told her not to cuss in front of the fairies. Queen Jude said the tale of the Fairy Queen and the Ninth Circle Mage was a beautiful story, but acting it out made it so much more immersive. She said it was absolutely incredible and thanked them both. Jude thought it reminded him of a certain someone who just loved romance stories. Cordelia, still bright red, wondered if he was a real-life actor. The queen clapped, saying that with the amazing show over and the banquet done as promised, she would grant them both the fairy unit and the winter's blessing. The winter's blessing gives you resistance to all types of cold. A totally hyped Cordelia thanked her for being so generous. Jude added that this would make their trip to the Begornadeo way less of a nightmare. The queen picked up on their chatter and mentioned she'd been curious why they were there. Then it clicked they were going after the Begornadeo. With a snap of her fingers, she declared she'd help them out and ordered an item to be brought forth, a proud little smile playing on her lips, adding that she'd make sure they never forgot that winter fairies always triumph over the autumn fairies. A few moments later, a fairy knight presented a mystical space-bending feather. Jude explained that the ancient dwarves who built the Begornadeo were super tight with them, the winter fairies. Because of that music, she also knew the exact coordinates, and the feather would let them pop over to the Begornadeo in an instant. Cordelia beamed at the fairy queen while Jude's brain was already doing the math. She gave them 2 bracelets but only 1 single-use magic feather. Music. Jude explained that, whoops, there was only 1 fairy feather left. At this point, music, they'd have to resort to the simple method. Cordelia, intrigued, asked just what simple method the queen was talking about. Jude closed her silver eyes thoughtfully. Oh, it was a very easy solution. A sly smile spread across her face as she demonstrated with her hands what the two needed to do. Lacing her fingers together, she explained they'd just have to hug each other real tight and use the feather. Cordelia buried her face in her hands, bracing for yet another mortifying moment. Jude knew. He just knew the queen did that on purpose. Jude declared that it seemed their goodbyes were in order. She offered a prayer that they'd find what they were looking for inside the ice anvil. She paused dramatically for a moment, then added in a soft voice that their performance would be forever etched into the hearts of the winter fairies and music, and that they all wished for their happiness. Cordelia turned to Jude, avoiding eye contact, and mumbled if she should do the honors or if he wanted to. He replied that it was no big deal, he could handle it. Cordelia let out a huge sigh of relief and said, okay. Then she took a deep breath and crossed her arms in an X in front of Jude. Totally embarrassed, she muttered. This is the spot. Get over here quick. Meanwhile, one fairy was losing her mind, screaming for them to lock lips already. Another was whistling, hyping up another epic movie-worthy moment. Poor Jude was about to short-circuit from it all. He clumsily wrapped his arms around Cordelia, thinking he had to get them out of there before he lost his sanity. He hastily activated the fairy feather and the two of them zipped through space. At that very moment, in a completely different location, the bigwigs of the demonic hand were having a meeting. 2 of them were there in the flesh, while the others called in on magical stone tablets. One of them announced that Cordelia Chase was no longer under the protection of Count Resbelge. When another demanded to know how that had happened, a woman answered that she'd just gotten a report from their mole in Vafunir, informing them she'd apparently gone on a honeymoon with her fiancé, Jude Bale. A mysterious voice pipes up asking where they're headed. The woman says they're off to the ice anvil, explaining that from the very start, Cordelia Chase's whole reason for visiting Resbelge County was to snag a special ingredient. This stuff can supposedly cure her fiancé's illness, and this cure is apparently a legendary flower that's said to bloom in the ice anvil. Suddenly, someone slams their hand on the table trying to hide a smug grin. This guy remarks that even after being jumped twice, her top priority is still curing her fiancé. An executive from the demonic hand named Chorus adds that she's got no fear of death. However, it's really not something to be laughing about. After all, it's because of these lovesick fools that the whole plan Seleucia cooked up, which even brought in a demon completely crashed and burned. Another executive, Seleucia, shoots him a furious glare. She was the one who planned every operation, and music had failed twice because of those smitten teens. A mysterious voice then notes that the half-demon Minos has vanished. Music. They even lost the Viscount of the North, who officially ruled a territory. If that sun warrior hadn't stuck his nose where it didn't belong, the second ambush would have been a total success. But it really seems like luck is on these kids' side. Then the spooky voice asked Seleucia if there was any other proof the sacrifice was heading to the ice anvil. She replied that while checking the path to the ice anvil, they found a few folks who saw what they believe was Cordelia Chase and Jude Bale. On top of that, the demon Kanos' prediction points right to the ice anvil. One of the big shots mentioned Kanos is one of the rare demonic humans with the power of foresight. The only catch with his predictions is he can't do it on command. But when they show up, they're dead-on accurate. Then he asked Susia what her game plan was. She explained that based on their travel speed so far, Cordelia Chase would need about 2 more days to get to the ice anvil. So before that, she plans to station her troops at the Great Gate, the only way into the ice anvil, in order to snag the 2 of them. Bowing her head, Susia addressed the leader of the demonic hand, saying if she got 1 more shot, she would absolutely capture Cordelia alive. The blue-haired woman was quiet for a moment, just organizing her thoughts. Then she said she would give Susia 1 more chance. The woman replied cheerfully that she wouldn't let her down now that the boss gave her the okay. Chorus, on the other hand, did not look happy at all. Meanwhile, the demonic hand's leader noted that since that was settled, the meeting was over for the day. She finished by saying, "May the favor of Asodius always be with you." After a few seconds, the other execs and everything else just vanished. Solutia then slowly took a deep breath before opening her eyes. One of her underlings was waiting politely, asking her how the meeting went. She explained she got one final chance from the leader. Therefore, they have to capture Cordelia Chase alive, even if it means calling in everyone. Next, she asked for a status update. The underling said the demonic humans from Gald v Caillou and the Blade Demon had already arrived near the spot. They're probably setting up camp in front of the Great Gate right now. Since the Great Gate is the only entrance to the Ice Anvil, and they've even brought in a demon, they don't stand a chance unless that Sun Warrior shows up again. Susia smirked and agreed, asking what else could they do if they're ambushed at the only way in. She says that unless the sacrifice has teleportation coordinates to a kingdom that crumbled 1,000 years ago, her plan will go off without a hitch. The underling smiled, saying she was quite the kidder. He explained that teleportation isn't a spell you can just whip out on a whim. Maybe if they were those legendary fairies who can supposedly zip freely between time and space. The two safely landed in a room and shared a long hug. Woody looked at Cordelia and noticed her eyes were still squeezed shut. He asked if she had that teleportation sickness again like last time. Cordelia stammered that she was fine and pushed Woody away from her, saying she needed a little space. Woody scratched his neck, apologizing if she hated it that much. He said it's a good thing they managed to get to the frozen land way faster than expected. But Cordelia mumbled that she didn't hate it. She said she liked not doing the alternative, but remembering what just happened was making her blush like crazy. She yelled. That whole thing was so mortifying. Woody thought to himself that she didn't hate being hugged. He stared into space, relieved that everything was okay. Cordelia took a deep breath, telling herself she needed to chill out. She noted that it's still pretty cold, even with the winter blessing on. Woody said there's not much they can do since this place is basically a giant icebox. Cordelia asked if he was cold because of his 9 paths whim block and offered her cat cape to warm up. He replied that he was good. It's just the cold. They'll be fine as long as they're prepared. Cordelia said she got it right before letting out a big yawn. Feeling totally wiped, she asked what preparations they were making. Woody said it's better to just crash for today, and now he was yawning. Too, all thanks to her. She grinned and commented, the yawns are contagious. She opened a random door and said, this is where we're sleeping tonight. Then they started cleaning up the mess in the room. The two of them flopped onto the bed totally spent. Cordelia sighed that it felt amazing to just lie down. Woody, feeling like he was in heaven, said there's nothing better than a bed. Cordelia told him to sleep right there and not to cross the line or else. She'll totally tell her dad on him. Woody says he's got a dad too. She asks if he's a kid by any chance. Music. Woody just asks if they haven't had this exact same conversation before. Cordelia grins, says yep, and music that she's hitting the hay now, telling him goodnight. A few hours later, she wakes up still super groggy. Woody asks if she's up yet. She answers with a yawn that she is. He tells her to snooze a little longer and lets her know he just started on the map. Cordelia asks what map. He replies that it's the layout for the inside of the frozen land. Even though the directions for each room are already in ancient script, they might get turned around after running through so many identical hallways. She asks if music. Even though he can read the ancient script, he's still making a map. Woody says they've got tons of time, so it's smart to be fully prepared. Cordelia bangs on the table and says she's not buying it. He jumps, asking what she's talking about. She explains that she let it go back in the dungeon book. But the frozen land isn't some dungeon. It's an ancient underground city. She asks just how good his memory is. Woody asks if she's ever heard of a mind palace. She asks if he's talking about that thing from the Sherlock Holmes stories. He says it's a memory technique used since ancient times, a way to lock info into your mind. Cordelia asks if he has a book on ancient script in his mental library. He says it's kind of like how you can't recall what's in a book until you open it. He adds that she could probably do it too if he teaches music her. She asks, are you serious? Woody replies, totally. Because Cordelia is super smart. She gets mad and says Yellowstorm is smart too. Music, he tells her to chill out and that she should eat something since she just got up. She holds herself back, saying she'll let it slide music because she's super hungry. Woody, observing her, thinks it's been a while since he heard Nick and Yellowstorm. He wonders if his and Cordelia's personalities are taking over because they just recently remembered their past lives. He mumbles to himself that if things keep going like this, their old nicks will just become pet names they call each other every now and then. Cordelia didn't really catch that and asked if he said something. He just replies that it's nothing, he's just lost in thought. At the entrance to the ice anvil right before the Great Gate, a demon working for Solutia named Paragold says menacingly that he won't let any rat pass. Music. He orders his crew to set every trap they brought and to seal off the only way in. A woman asks if he isn't excited for what's coming. She says Cordelia's coming to cure her fiancé's illness, but instead she's gonna run into 2 demonic humans and 1 demon. The demon Red Witch saw Kaio and wonders just how crushed Cordelia Chase will be. Paragold remarks that these kids' music have never faced a real demon. The woman says, of course not. Even if they did beat Minos at the end of the day, they're just some noble kids. Glancing at the sealed coffin, the Red Witch says they just need to handle this right so they don't have to break that thing's seal. Music. The two of them share a wicked grin, saying they can't wait to see the looks on Jude Bale and Cordelia Chase's faces when they get here. Meanwhile, Cordelia is all smiles after chowing down on a tasty meal. She then asks where Jude picked up his cooking skills. He just says from traveling around. She says that makes sense since he can camp and that he'll be cooking more from now on. Now that they're done eating, Cordelia asks about that prep work Jude mentioned earlier. He explains that the sun blossom gives off a special scent right before it blooms and it attracts more and more monsters to the area. She says they can't help that the scent draws monsters and asks how many days till it blooms. Jude replies they have 3 days. Music. She asks if the two of them can really clear out all the monsters by then. He comments that their best bet would be to put all of their strength into defending the Great Gate, but Cordelia says there's no way with just the two of them. Jude says, yep, that's why I'm going to use a different method. She gets curious asking what this method is and why they're leaving since this is the Ice Anvil's entrance. He says he's not leaving and that his plan is actually pretty simple. Jude dumps a bunch of items on the floor, saying the monsters will just keel over if they set up a ton of traps at the entrance. Cordelia gets ticked off, pointing out she's the one who has to pump mana into the magic circles. Jude says he knows, which is why he brought a boatload of mana potions for her. The next day, after another meal whipped up by Jude, Cordelia notes the food's awesome, she's sleeping like a baby, and she's even kept herself clean with magic. But she would kill for a proper bath. Jude sarcastically retorts that human ambition is truly endless. He asks if she's sore from spending all day yesterday rigging traps. She says she's not in pain, but her mouth tastes like a potion factory. She then asks if they really have to go to the 7th underground floor where the sun blossom is. He says yep, but they're making a pit stop on the 5th floor first. They both blurt out at once, obviously because there's an item there. Jude jokes that great minds or addict minds think alike. Cordelia agrees, saying that's why Ruby calls them the addict couple. Anyway, back to the story. Now outside the ice, anvil monsters, Music, are viciously attacking the demonic hand. One of them gets ripped clean in half. Meanwhile, Paragold is ordering them not to fall back to stand their ground and fight them as screams of terror fill the air. Paragold tells the front line to slowly pull back and lure the monsters into the traps, but one of his men yells that the traps near the entrance have already been sprung. He looks to the sky and sees more monsters swarming in. On the ground, there are hordes of goblins and bears charging from every direction. He wonders where in the world Cordelia Chase is and why a zillion monsters are making a beeline for the ice anvil like they have the same goal. Suddenly, Caillou swoops in and says she'll create an opening for him, blasting all the nearby monsters with her magic. Paragold tells her to wait, or she'll run out of gas to face Cordelia Chase. Caillou shoots back that there's no time to think about that, and that they can't get totally wiped out in a place like this, saying she'll leave the next part of the operation to him. She then soared into the sky, spread her wings, and activated several magic circles, and loudly proclaims she'll make all these monsters see why she's called the Scarlet Witch. A huge red wave washed over the area after she unleashed her insane magical power. The monsters were instantly torched by the crimson flames. However, Caillou didn't get away totally unscathed. After using way too much mana in a row, she crashed to the ground and coughed up blood. Paragold runs to her asking if she's okay. She says she saw them when she was up high. He asks what she's on about. Hearing what she said sent a chill down his spine. A massive horde of monsters is on its way. Because of that, they have to release the seal on the Blade Demon immediately. He says it's not a demon they can actually control and suggests that while it's busy fighting, they can recover their strength. After that, they'll just seal the demon up again once it's tired out from fighting the monsters. Caillou comments that they're in a real pickle, but he thinks fast and she might just fall for him like this. Paragold quipped that if she had the energy to crack jokes, she didn't need him to carry her. He then told all the survivors to hustle into the ice anvil. Everyone made a break for the huge gate when something suddenly caught his eye. A big ol' magic seal was blocking the entrance. Paragold smirked, figuring the glowing white holy seal had Hezbel County written all over it. He then grabbed a hold of the seal, Music, focusing every ounce of his strength into one point. This wasn't some fancy move, just pure brute force. Then the seal shattered and Paragold was the first one inside, with Q right on his heels. The other fighters tried to follow, but just as Paragold slipped through the gate slammed shut, wasting no time, the Scarlet Witch began the ritual to unleash the Blade Demon. After she finished, she warned that now that it's free, that demon is about to go on a rampage. So hanging out at the entrance was a really bad idea. She helped him up, complaining that he was seriously heavy. Paragold remarked that Cordelia Chase was probably toast. Q agreed. Yeah, there's no way they could have made it through that monster mob. But then she suddenly glanced down at the ground, saying she thought she'd just stepped on a trap. Right then, her eyes were lit by an intense flash as magical flames erupted from the ceiling, walls and floor all at once. At that moment, Cordelia and Jude Bale were bathed in a blue light. Cordelia cheered that she'd leveled up 7 times in one go, while Jude Bale wondered if a monster had set off a trap. Thinking it over, he was sure the traps weren't strong enough to wipe out a horde worth 7 levels. Suddenly, Cordelia pointed to a certain spot and announced the secret passage straight to the arsenal was right over there. She was practically bouncing with joy as she walked. Jude Bale was still skeptical about all this, but seeing Cordelia humming about gaining 7 levels without a fight, he couldn't help but smile, deciding to just roll with it and be happy since she was so obviously music-thrilled. Now, on their way to the ice anvil, the Guardian mentioned they'd come through here spotting a blanket and 2 cups, and seeing how little snow there was, it seemed they hadn't been gone long. She says they can make it to the ice anvil by horseback if music they ride all day without any breaks. It's only got 1 entrance there, so they'll push on to the Great Gate as planned. The other guard asked if the door was sealed by Hezbel's magic. Selen confirmed it was. The woman added that while it should be fine, she had a strange, uneasy feeling. Selen asked her why. She said she had a gut feeling that couple could somehow break the seal. Anyway, music. Selen commented that they'd better get going and leave those what-ifs behind. Cordelia was smiling with pure satisfaction, saying everything inside was all hers. Jude noted she couldn't even use most of it. She plopped a huge helmet on her head and said she knew the ancient dwarves were big, but their equipment is just way too oversized music, so she doubted they'd find anything useful. She asked what kind of equipment this even was. In the game, they were just part of the scenery, so you couldn't actually grab them. Jude picked up the gear and said the tag inside music calls it a safety helmet. Looking over the specs, he said the defense was insane and it would be a crime to leave it behind. Cordelia immediately shut him down, saying, "No way. Absolutely not." She turned away, declaring she wouldn't be caught dead wearing that thing. Jude asked why, wondering if it was just because it didn't fit. She said the size wasn't the issue, and asked how he could dare suggest putting something like that on the adorable Cordelia. He figured it was just her narcissism acting up again, as she insisted Cordelia's beauty was priority number 1. Suddenly, she held up 3 spears, saying in the game she could only grab 1, but that rule didn't apply here. Jude told her to take all of them since they definitely need them. Cordelia seized the moment, saying this was a perfect time for something, explaining that an expansion bag is useful enough for a whole family. He ignored her pitch and said it was time to head for the 7th floor. But she suddenly remembered something, and music said they couldn't go straight there yet. Then they both blurted out at the same time that there were too many monsters on the way, so they'd have to farm some XP as they went. She asked if they hadn't said that exact same thing before. Jude just grinned and said, "Yup." She chimes in that they're a couple of total battle junkies. Ages ago, the founders of this frozen land, also known as the Ice Anvil, put their own homes on ice. The reason being that the great monarch of destruction, Leviathan, summoned a ginormous white snake in the underground city. The 3 dwarves who just barely survived the snake, which could paralyze you with a single glance, chose to overload the city's magic arrays to flash freeze the land. Because of that move, the city was ruined and their entire race was wiped out. But with that tragic yet heroic call, the white snake took a 1,000-year nap right here, in this very spot. Cordelia tries to warm her hands, shivering like crazy. She says she gets it's the magic array, but man, it's still freezing in here. Jude comments that it can't be helped. He explains the dwarves had to make the place an icebox just to get this massive snake to hibernate. Looking closer at the snake, he says, "This is perfect. It's still completely out cold. Still, it'll wake up when the sunflower blooms and releases its yang energy." Cordelia grins, saying, "That means the snake will stay sound asleep until the sunflower blooms and won't react to anything they do to it." Jude grabs his spear and says it's time for some easy XP farming. The 2 of them then get these hilariously villainous grins on their faces. Both figured this would be a piece of cake. And just like that, the huge white snake that terrorized the frozen land for ages met a rather mysterious and unceremonious end. Cordelia hummed a little tune, clutching the loot the white snake dropped. Then she spotted something and pointed music, telling Udi to check it out. It was the sunflower. In the game, it was supposed to be a yellow and crimson flower, but this one was purple. Cordelia asked if he mentioned it was going to bloom at midnight tonight, and if eating it would finally clear his 9 pathways blockage. Udi figured he probably wouldn't have to eat the whole thing. And then suddenly, his eyes went wide. Cordelia said she hoped it'd bloom soon, flashing a genuine smile his way. In that instant, Udi's heart skipped a beat. He quickly shook his head, wondering where that warm feeling came from or if he was just losing his mind. Quickly changing the subject, he pointed out the white snake's magic core. Cordelia recalled that in the game it was just a high-priced vendor item. Udi agreed since demonic mana is basically poison to any normal person, but that was only in the game. He told Cordelia she could probably absorb the core. Intrigued, she asked if that was really possible. Udi confirmed it, saying yes, since she already wields the witch's power, which originally came from demons. He explained that he'd be totally immobile while absorbing the sunflower's essence, which is why he suggested she absorb the white snake's core in the meantime. Since music 1,000 years had passed, there shouldn't be a ton of magic power left, but for Cordelia's current level, it'd be a fantastic boost. There was a reason they wiped out every monster from the armory down to the 7th underground floor. While they're busy absorbing the sunflower and the snake's core, there'll be music sitting ducks. So the second that sunflower blooms, she needed to be ready. But then he noticed Cordelia was trembling, her eyes sparkling with emotion, and worriedly asked what was wrong. Cordelia said that being in a party with him was just incredible. Udi just stared for a second, then said, of course, thinking she was so addicted to leveling up, she was literally shaking. Super excited, Cordelia asked how much time was left. Udi, smiling too, said, almost there. He held the pocket watch tightly in his hand, counting down the final seconds to midnight. Suddenly, a bright light burst from the flower. Its purple petals flickered, occasionally turning a brilliant yellow. As the soft light grew brighter and brighter, it looked just like a sunrise filling the cave. When the flower finally opened, the whole room was filled with a gentle warmth. Jude's eyes sparkled in amazement as he said, so this is the essence of pure yang that blooms in the most extreme cold. Cordelia watched the gorgeous flower bloom right before her and said it was so bright, yet so cozy. Her eyes shone even brighter as she grinned and asked, isn't it beautiful? Jude turned from the flower to look at Cordelia. In his mind, she was way more beautiful than any flower. Casually, he placed a hand over his chest, telling her he thought he was having an arrhythmia. She asked if music it hurt. Jude replied that it didn't really hurt, but his heart had just started beating like crazy. Panicked, Cordelia asked if he was okay and could still eat the flower. Jude said he was already starting to feel better, so he didn't think it would be a problem, all while thinking, what in the world was that? Still worried, Cordelia said that was a relief, but he had to promise to tell her immediately if it got worse. Jude replied that he'd let her know if anything changed. Then, touching the flower, he said it was time to finally cure his 9 pathways blockage. But before that, Jude told her that while she was absorbing the white snake's core, if anything felt even a little bit off, she had to stop right away. Cordelia asked, what do you mean by a little bit off? Jude admitted that it might sound weird coming from him since he suggested it, but her being able to absorb it in which form was in the end just a theory. But Cordelia said firmly that she trusted his judgment and that he shouldn't worry. She added she'd finish absorbing first so she could start drawing on his face. Jude replied, I'd really rather you didn't. She shot back, well, if you're scared, I guess you better finish absorbing first. Cordelia added it wouldn't be good if their energies got mixed up, so she'd absorb the core right then. She told him to chew the sunflower well so he didn't get a stomachache. MC Jude Bale asked, is that supposed to be a salad? And joked he would just absorb its energy. As she walked away, she said, same difference. See you later. He replied, you bet. Come on back. Music when you're even stronger. She told him to quit talking like a villain who's about to join the good guys. After their brief goodbye, silence filled the air. They fixed their eyes on the items they were about to absorb. The second MC, Jude Bale, closed his eyes and put the flower on his chest. A warm light just exploded. The flower's warmth filled MC Music, Jude Bale's entire body glowing with a yellowish energy. On the other side, Cordelia transformed with the witch's power, and her body was swallowed by an intense cold. Music, the snake's core slowly broke down as she absorbed its demonic power. Outside the frozen land, the guards trudged down a blood-soaked snow road. Celian griped that they kept tripping over snow-covered bodies, and the smell of blood was really getting to his nose. The guard next to him said, the air felt so heavy it was strange. He sized up the scene, thinking the goblins and winter bears were killed running from something, and even winter harpy bodies fell from the sky all sliced up. She asked Celian what he thought went down here. Suddenly, something grabbed their attention. Up ahead, some people were examining and analyzing the snow-covered bodies. Someone approached them, introducing herself as Joanne from the Holy Cross Guardians. She explained they were right in the middle of an investigation and asked if they were all from Hezbel County. Celian said yes, then questioned why the Holy Cross Guardians were even there. Joanne replied that after the Great Gate's seal broke, a strong demonic energy was detected, music, so they were sent to investigate. In front of the Great Gate, the coffin with the blade demon was open. Right after the seal was broken, bodies of goblins, bears, and demonic hand members were sliced and scattered across the snow. The place was dead silent. Only the sound of a blade dragging across the ground echoed. The blade demon, music, was posted in front of the only way out of the ice anvil, the great gate of the frozen land. Opening its eyes, it was starting to feel awake. After hearing what the Holy Cross Guardian said, the guard asked, "You're saying a demon just woke up here in the frozen land?" The woman told them that the monster of the great monarch of destruction, the ancient Leviathan, that giant white snake music, had been sleeping right here in the frozen land. Therefore, this area was blacklisted ages ago, and it's been a while since she'd felt such hostile intent. The guard said it had to be the demon worshippers who were after young Jude Bale and Lady Cordelia, and that they really needed to hurry. Joanne looked confused, music, and asked who else was involved in all this. Celian said he'd explain the details on the way, but right now they couldn't waste 1 second until they reached the great music gate. On the 7th underground floor, Cordelia slowly opened her eyes now that the white snake's demonic energy had been fully absorbed. She let out a proud smile, celebrating that it was kinda hard at first, but then got easier, just like accepting the witch's soul. She looked back, asking if MC Jude Bale was finished yet. Cordelia called out excitedly, "If you're not done yet, I'm drawing all over your face," but seeing the scene before her, the sparkle in her eyes just vanished. Jude was sprawled on the ground, wrapped in 2 conflicting energies. Clutching his chest tightly, music, he tried to fully absorb the sunflower's energy. However, he was slowly being overcome due to the resistance from his body's cold energy. Cordelia thought the struggle between the yin and yang energies was so fierce she could literally see it. At that moment, she remembered what Jude had said. Music. Jude had said he wouldn't be able to move while absorbing the sunflower's essence even if it looked like agony. She couldn't interfere since it was part of the treatment process. She also recalled him telling her to stop absorbing the white snake's core if something seemed off. Cordelia grumbled he should have worried about himself first and that he was a big idiot. After Lizigan explained the situation, Joanne said they had gone looking for the two of them while awaiting the Holy Cross. So they hit the frozen tundra. Lizigan pointed out that since the big old gate seal got busted, whoever put it there definitely got a music heads-up signal. So, the backup crew was probably sent out right away. The Guardian was like, "That's the best news I've heard all day. Now that a big fight is probably gonna happen. She's really hoping they show up quick." Lizigan tried to chill her out, saying they'll make it cause the real nail-biter is whether those two are okay. Then, out of nowhere, a guard yells for them to hold up, saying something's over there. The Blade Demon was just chilling in front of the Great Gate waiting for someone to crash the party. The guard's like, "What in the world is that?" and says it looks like a monster made of spooky black trees. Music! Joanne instantly sensed some bad juju and screamed at him to get down. But the poor guy didn't even have time to ask why before a gnarly blood slash came right for him. Luckily, Joanne's reflexes were on point and she leaped, snagging him to yank him out of the way, and they both hit the deck. Cordelia's guard just stared as a tree branch got sliced in 2 seconds flat. Music! And was totally freaked out because a simple swing with 0 mana almost got him. When they peeked down, the Blade Demon was giving them the ultimate death stare. The Holy Cross Guardians jumped into action, yelling to slap on the seal with their rep on the line. "Do not let this baddie leave the frozen land." Cordelia plopped down, looking super bummed. She mumbled that it was her fault for not noticing cause music, it's gotta be tough to completely switch your body's whole vibe. She gave Jude a hopeful look, wondering when he was gonna wake up already. She thought to herself, music. This super dark and quiet place is making her overthink everything. Lucas is probably searching for them with some master plan to scour the area, and she feels awful for lying to him. She's also thinking they've been a huge pain for their guards who must be more than just worried. They probably charged right into the frozen land. Then bam, her eyes fly open, realizing something is seriously messed up. She was having a blast leveling up and was so stoked that Jude was finally getting fixed, she kind of forgot to think about the big picture. Right now, their levels are around 20, even though every monster in the frozen land basically walked right into their traps. There's no way they should have leveled up this much and then some. If the monster was beefy enough to give them 7 whole levels even without them landing the final blow, chances are it's those creeps trying to use Cordelia Chase as a sacrifice. The Demon Hand. Cordelia figures if the Demon Hand snuck in here, that means the Great Gate Seal is toast. And even if they aren't hunting for the two of them, they're definitely gonna send goons to this place. Could what happened to Daria happen all over again to the guards who came searching for them in the frozen land? She shuts her eyes, thinking it over for a sec. Then she whips off her cape and tosses it to Jude, saying she just figured out it could be a Demon Hand ambush. She's heading up first, so he better catch up as soon as possible when he wakes up. And she adds with a little warning that she'll totally draw on his face if he's late. With that, Cordelia takes off running, thinking that for the fastest route to the Great Gate's entrance, she's got to cut through the 5th floor armory and then use that secret passage on the 5th floor that zips right to the 1st. She ties her hair back, figuring it'll take at least 15 minutes music to get there. But she shakes her head and goes, "Nah, 5 minutes is plenty." Cordelia takes a deep breath and casts her speed-up spell. A glowing magic circle pops up in front of her music feet, and she bolts off again at a ridiculous speed. The closer she gets to the surface, the more she's sure her gut feeling was spot on. She's worried she's too late and that there are going to be more needless victims this time too. Music. She tells herself she better not be late because she wants a totally different ending than the game. A perfect happy one. At the Great Gate's entrance, the Holy Cross Guardian is yelling, ordering them to hold that seal like their lives depend on it. Their whole purpose in life is to protect pleats from demons after all. A bunch of magic swords pop up around the Blade Demon, and if that wasn't enough, new seals just keep appearing. The guard from Hezbel County is like, whoa, I've never seen a containment spell this huge. With all this, they can probably lock up the demon without even throwing a punch. But Joanne tells him not to get cocky for a second cause the demon hasn't even made a real move yet. Then boom, the Blade Demon just swings its arm and shatters the Holy Cross seal like it was nothing. A massive black and red slash tears through space as the Guardians scramble to put up more and more defensive magic barriers. Joanne is trying to focus on her magic spell, but the demon's slash hits a huge rock and now it's about to crush her. But Joanne knows she can't dodge and cast a spell at the same time. All of a sudden, Selin appears and slices the rock with her sword. She yells at the top of her lungs for the demon to bring it on, shouting that this is Hezbel territory and demons can just beat it. Then she orders the guards to protect the Guardians until backup arrives. The Blade Demon still hasn't budged an inch. It just keeps swinging its blade arms, shredding through all the magic circles and enchantments in its way. Music. Even the swords of the Hezbel guards can't handle the brutal assault. Just as it was about to make more cuts, yellow magic chains suddenly snag its arm. Cordelia makes her grand entrance on the battlefield right in the nick of time. While catching her breath, she jokes that the main character always has to show up fashionably late. A guard points out, that's Miss Cordelia from the Sacred Cross Guardians. Then music, he wonders if she's part of that perfect head-over-heels couple they're looking for. Cordelia shoots him a death glare asking what he just said. And just like that, the demon snaps the magic chains. In that instant, Cordelia's gut tells her a cut is splitting space itself. She moves fast and dodges the attack. The demon looks surprised she managed to get away clean. As Cordelia hides behind a rock, she thinks, this has to be Sishiati. Sishiati is a wind-type demon, a specialist in close-quarters combat. But if its seal is broken, it becomes a monster that can spam unrestrained sword energy waves, literally cutting through space. She reflects for a second, remembering she fought it tons of times while farming points in instance music dungeons. But suddenly Sishiate launches a second attack, yanking her right out of her thoughts. Cordelia waits for the perfect moment to dodge. The instant the rock is sliced in two, she activates music, the acceleration spell, and starts dodging a flurry of attacks weaving between the rocks. Cordelia thinks his attack pattern when she's hiding behind a rock is exactly like in the game. Suddenly, another horizontal slash zips her way and she ducks. She's still thinking that Sishiate usually spawns in Madame. And even if she uses her witch's power, her chance of winning is super low at her current level. If she can't beat him, the only play left is to speed up the music. Demonic formation. While dodging the Blade Demon's attacks, Cordelia thinks she always won against this guy. That's why she never learned Sishiate's true name. But Jude definitely knows it. Meanwhile, on the 7th underground floor of the ice anvil, Jude has finally absorbed the sunflower. But seeing Cordelia's cloak, he wonders where the heck she is. Back in the fight, Cordelia keeps dodging Sishiate's slashes. She thinks music that since she doesn't know its name and isn't strong enough, her only option is to stall for time until Jude gets here. Then she's snapped out of her thoughts when she hears someone calling her. One of the Hezbel guards asks if she's alright and says he's jumping in to help. Cordelia whips up a magic spell and hurls it toward them, ordering them to stay put. The magic missiles slam into the ground in front of the guards. He asks why she did that, and the girl next to him asks if she's telling them to stay away. Selen says she's putting herself in danger on purpose. She's making herself bait for that demon to protect everyone, since they know they can't dodge its attacks like she can. Sishiate starts swinging both arms at once, telling Cordelia that with her dodging skills, it's a total waste for her to be a mage. Once again, Cordelia slips past the attack without a single scratch. The Blade Demon focuses its eyes right on her, thinking it can't believe such a fun toy showed up alone the second it woke up. Then it unleashes more non-stop slashes, finding this whole thing incredibly amusing. As Cordelia dodges the attacks, she thinks they're getting a lot more precise, and she's getting closer and closer to her absolute limit. She says that at this rate, this plan won't work anymore. Suddenly, both the guards and the Blade Demon lock their eyes on her. Cordelia slams her music fist down, boasting it can't handle her new speed. Ziada's just like, what in the world are you music doing? Cordelia says the pose just felt right, thinking that after the 3rd round of reinforcement magic, it was a must. But she just had to do it. Plus, Luffy's music pose is too cool to pass up. Cordelia then zips off, circling Zadi with her insane new speed. Music, telling it that this is where the real fun begins. All the while, the demon's thinking she's way faster now. But its slashes are just hitting her after images. Its eyes narrow, thinking she's not times fast that it can't keep up. But for a mage, a regular human should never reach that speed, and it's positive she's having a hard time controlling it. However, none of its attacks even managed to graze her. This made it wonder about her crazy good dodges. Was she reading every tiny arm movement to predict its attacks? And if not, how were her reflexes so absurdly quick? Just then, the demon figured out exactly why she could dodge all its attacks. The whole time she wasn't predicting or even reacting. All her moves were beyond logical deduction. It was pure, raw intuition. The demon laughs hard, calling her a true monster with a very unique talent. But he narrows his eyes, commenting that a talent like that is easy for him to break. Ziota goes wild, unleashing chaotic attacks all over, slicing through rocks, the ground, and even space itself. Tons of rocks flew at Cordelia, smashing down and totally changing the battlefield. As the demon said, she couldn't move around freely anymore. Cordelia forgot that unlike in instant dungeons or games, the terrain here was a factor. Ziote locked his eyes on her, saying she couldn't stop moving for a second. But now this was her end. He slashed through space toward Cordelia, knowing she couldn't keep her focus to dodge anymore. On impulse, she squeezed her eyes shut. The rocks behind her were diced and destroyed in an instant. She peeked an eye open and flinched, thinking that attack should have hit, but now she felt like she was just floating in midair. Jude reminds her he did times say he'd scoop her up and toss her in the air. At that moment, a warm energy spread through her body. She whipped her head around to see Jude and smiled, so relieved and happy he'd finally arrived. Jude was holding her in his arms. As he landed softly on a lone rock, he looked at her with a smile and said, "All that's left is to carry you over the wall and get you patched up." He hopped off the rock, and Cordelia said he had perfect timing. By the way, she asks if he knows Zizati's true name. He just says yes. She says that way they can seal him, but Jude asks if she's really sure. Cordelia then asks if he wants to capture him. However, she's running low on mana, so she can't deal much damage. He says he knows, watching the blade demon closely. He notes that the black armor doesn't fully cover its body, so he doesn't think this monster is in its final form yet. Because of that, just one single chance to deal huge damage should be enough. Cordelia asks if she basically just needs to keep Zizi busy. She grins and says to leave it to her, boasting she'll show off some binding magic better than music magic chains. But she locks eyes with him and asks a question. If she creates the opening, can he really take him down for good? Then she winds up her arm and basically dares him to say no. Jude asks, "So you're gonna question me while threatening to punch me?" He starts walking, telling her not to worry, because even though he's late, he's about to show her something even more awesome. Cordelia gets confused and asks what he means. Jude just makes a random comment, saying he wasn't sure if it was waiting for him like a good villain waits for the hero's transformation. Music, or if it was because it sensed something that put it on high alert. The moment Ziziote spotted Jude, its pupils narrowed into slits like a cat eager for some interesting new prey. Meanwhile, Cordelia's wondering what he meant by sensed something and realizes there's something different about Jude. He raises his hand, declaring, "It's showtime." He then activates the 9 music gates of the 9 heavens, kicking up a crazy whirlwind around him. Then he yells, "Second gate open." Just like that, the wind went totally wild. Meanwhile, Cordelia was thinking, so he really did open the next gate. Jude music launched off the ground, rocketing toward the blade demon at a ridiculous speed. Sensing trouble, Ziziote swung both its arms at once, slicing up everything in its path. Jude's thinking he can't just wing it and dodge like music Cordelia can with her crazy instincts. So, he did the math on his own body, his moves, his speed, and the exact path he needed to take. He then perfectly weaved through Ziziote's attack, realizing he had to get in close and find a sweet spot to dodge everything at once. Ziziote whipped its body around and unleashed that space-slicing move again. Jude saw his chance when it started spinning and zipped forward, stopping dead in front of the demon. He slammed a right hook into one of its blade arms. Instantly, he shifted his weight and fired off another hook. This time, his music left into Ziziote's left arm. The demon glared right at him, thinking, "This kid is timing his hits perfectly right as I'm about to swing. It's stopping me from using my spatial breaker / Where did this punk even come from?" it wondered. Jude kept up the pressure with a flurry of hooks perfectly timed to keep Ziziote's arms locked down. Meanwhile, the guards were buzzing, saying he was totally schooling the demon. And Cordelia was thinking to herself, "All that trash talk when we were in a tight spot, I thought he was just a moron, but he's actually crushing it. Guess he's #1 for a reason." Jude then smashed another right hook into Ziziote's blade arms. He figured this was a great way to shut down its attacks, but shoot, there was just no opening for a finishing blow. But then he remembered making an opening wasn't his job anyway. So he backed off a little and taunted, "Hey, focusing on me a bit much, aren't you? You forgot I'm not alone." Just then, magic chains wrapped around Ziziote's body. From up on the rocks, Lizigan yelled at everyone to stop gawking and do something. One of the guardians of the Holy Cross yelled, shouting for those who could provide ranged support to stop the demon with all their might. Lizigan chimed in that if you can't use magic circles, you'd better watch your back and just stay out of the way. Ziziote flexed its arms again, shattering all the chains. It sneered that those cheap music tricks wouldn't work, but then it suddenly realized it messed up. It was just for a split second, but in that moment it turned its body, and someone took full advantage of that tiny opening. A black magical blade sliced through the air, music, and flew perfectly into Ziziote's blind spot. But it managed to react, deflecting the attack at the music very tip of the black blade. As the magic faded, it realized it had totally forgotten about her once Jude showed up. Cordelia peeked through her fingers, saying she knew it would focus only on Jude. But she didn't think it'd completely forget she existed. The second its eyes met Cordelia's, it made yet another huge mistake. Cordelia's music, blue eyes morphed into snake eyes. She unleashed the evil eye, a power from the white snake. Music, Ziziote froze solid. Its body rapidly started turning to stone. It demanded, "How can a lowly human possess the demonic power of magic eyes?" Cordelia just shot back, reminding it that it already said it once, "I'm a monster," and she added that she's a super talented one too. Then she seized the moment to say, "And I'm not the only one." Jude also used that split second. Ziziote was paralyzed, popping up behind it to land the final blow. As he got ready, he chanted Ziziote's demonic name, Zizion Gilbone. A golden light swirled around his fists. All of a sudden, scrolls covered in the demonic restriction technique appeared. Ziziote, trapped now that its name was recited, wondered how he knew it. Cordelia said, smiling, that it had already lost the second it was forced to stop its arms. Just like Jude Bale, she chanted the demon's name while firing up the Black Blade's magic circle. Jude Bale roared, chanting Ziziote's true name one more time and pouring even more mana into his fist. Cordelia then hurled the Black Blade with the last of her mana. Jude Bale with both hands slammed 2 crosses deep into the demon's body. Siziode was completely immobilized. Cracks of holy light spread all over its body, mashing into each other. The 2 forces crashed and then boom, Siziode just poofed out of existence. A bright blue light wrapped around Cordelia as she gasped for air. Her eyes went all white and yikes, she couldn't see a thing. Maybe she went a little overboard. She felt like she was about to pass out. But first things first, she had to check music something. Cordelia called out to Jude Bale asking how many levels he'd gained. Jude Bale shot back that he went up 4 levels, which was a total lie. He actually gained 5 levels to Cordelia's 4 since he got the last hit. Cordelia said she also snagged 4 levels. Right before collapsing, she guessed they must have landed the final blow together. As she tipped over, Jude Bale called out her name. He didn't exactly walk away without a scratch either. Music. His right hand was all red like he'd high-fived a stove. He figured she'd totally notice if he held her with that hand. The guards ran up asking if he and Cordelia were all right. Jude Bale said, "Yep, and sorry for the scare." Joan asked how he knew the demon's real name, but Jude Bale cut her off, asking her to hold that thought. He said his fiancée came first and that other stuff could wait. Then a guard offered to help with Cordelia since Jude was hurt too, but Jude Bale was like, "Nah, I got this," saying he could carry her on his back. They started whispering among themselves, saying what a perfect couple they were. Everyone saw him totally blow them off just to carry her. Talk about music being protective. It's just like young Master Lucas said, those two are something else. Jude Bale walked over to Cordelia and asked if she was okay. She listed off being out of mana, not seeing straight, and her legs aching from all that running. So he was like, "Yeah, you're not okay." But Cordelia just grinned, saying she felt fantastic. Jude Bale smiled back, noting it made sense with all the levels they just racked up. He told her to hop on his back. Cordelia nodded, saying she was in his hands now. They glanced up at the sky for a sec, and Jude Bale noted the snow had stopped. Meanwhile, in a totally different place, Salusi was staring at the demonic registry looking completely zoned out. Music. The demonic registry listed the names of all demons and demonic humans in their group, and had a neat little feature. If someone on the list got wiped out or killed, their name would just vanish from the record. Salusi kept staring at the registry blinking, as if that would make the name reappear. Cezad's name was gone, which meant he was toast. She wondered if the plan failed. Yeah, this was way beyond failure. This was a total disaster. 2 demonic beings, a demon, and 100 fighters were sent music, and every single one is gone. Salusi wondered if the Warrior of the Sun was behind this. But that's impossible. He's way down in the center of the kingdom. He couldn't be up north. The only other option is them, those two. Music. Jude Bale and Cordelia must have some secret sauce she doesn't know about because every single failed plan has their fingerprints all over it. No way. It has to be a coincidence. Salusi took a deep breath and called for Kanos, who answered right away. She ordered him to get everyone moving north to grab the sacrifice. The second they got a lock on Cordelia Chase's location, they had to tell her. Kanos asked if that meant she was going to handle it herself. Salusi said, yep, this time she was stepping in personally to prevent any more screw-ups because at this rate, she'd be labeled useless and get booted by the leader. And just thinking about that was horrifying. Meanwhile, back in the meeting room, the commander of Hezbel County's guard asked young Master Jude Bale to spill the beans on what happened and how he knew the demon's true name. Jude Bale flipped on his BS mode and started his tale. He explained that he and Miss Cordelia went into the frozen lands to get the sunflower, but surprised they got jumped by the demonic hand. While running for their lives, they stumbled into a trap left by ancient dwarves. The bad guys got caught in it, which made taking them out a piece of cake. As for the demon's true name, Jude Bale explained it was just written on a sheepskin held by the guy who looked like the head honcho of the worshippers. Joan remarked that their own meticulous planning ended up being what did them in. And it's true that a demon's real name is incredibly hard to memorize since they aren't written in our language. A nurse announced that Miss Cordelia's treatment was all done. Jude immediately stood up and hurried over to her. She explained Miss Cordelia's vision was just a bit blurry from exhaustion, but it'll return once her body recovers. Jude turned to everyone at the meeting and said with a concerned voice that he'd like to get back to his fiancée, asking if they had any more questions for him. The two were touched by his devotion, so they awkwardly said they were done for the day and it would be better to continue this discussion tomorrow. But Celian cut them off and called out to Jude. He watched her approach, thinking she might have noticed something that would land him in hot water. However, Celian simply said that during this battle, on top of feeling powerless, she also felt ashamed to be a knight. They, who were supposed to be protecting the two, were the ones who ended up being protected. She held out her hand, saying that since they survived, they'll have a chance to repay them. She smiled faintly and said she just really wanted to thank him for saving her. Jude told her he didn't think there was anything they needed to repay him for, but he would be sure to pass her words along to Miss Cordelia. Then he shook her hand, wished her a good night, and walked towards Cordelia's tent. He was thinking that Sios was supposed to go berserk midway through the game's story. This was way too soon, and if everything had gone down as it was meant to, Sios alone would have taken out over 100 guards from Hezbel County and the Guardians of the Holy Cross. That's why when he came up from underground to check things out, He was fully prepared to accept that everyone was already dead. At that point, the Guardians of the Holy Cross wouldn't have been able to stop Sios's movements, and the knights weren't even in their armor since moving through the snow was the highest priority. It was only natural that most of them would have lost their lives. Jude slowly opened the tent and saw Cordelia, thinking she was the one who saved them from a grim fate. Cordelia was lying on a bed, her eyes wrapped in a bandage. Jude gently asked how she was feeling. She replied that other than being tired and unable to see a thing, she was fine. He shot back that it really didn't sound like she was fine. She insisted she was just exaggerating, and the nurse said her vision would come back as she recovered. Jude pulled a chair up to sit beside her, noting that even so, since that skill put such a massive strain on her eyes, they ought to be more careful about using it from now on. Cordelia grinned and asked sarcastically if he was worrying about her. Jude replied that yes. He was worrying about her a lot and didn't want to see her in that condition again. Cordelia turned her face away completely flustered and said she wouldn't use it too often so he wouldn't have to worry. Jude teased that her face was all red and she immediately retorted that it wasn't. He then changed the topic, mentioning that the guards and guardians had asked him to thank her for them. They said that thanks to her getting there so quickly, none of them died, even after bumping into a demon. Cordelia got totally psyched, asking if it was for real that everyone was safe. Jude said yeah, and music, saying that they were incredibly grateful she had saved them. She said that was a huge relief and was just beaming. Then she cleared her throat a little and said she was also really grateful. Jude gave her a curious look and asked for what. She shyly mumbled that when she was in a tight spot, he had saved music her. She turned her face away because even with her eyes bandaged, she felt like she couldn't face him and said she was thankful for it. He sounded surprised, saying it was just the natural thing to do. Cordelia said she had a feeling he'd say that, but changing the subject, she asked how he'd gotten out of there so fast, wondering if he used some kind of special movement technique. Jude replied that he had just taken the shortcut, music. He explained that if she touched the lip of the third statue on the 7th floor, a secret staircase would pop open. Cordelia started playfully swatting him, saying he should have told her about the shortcut before he ate music. The sunflower. She had to sprint the entire way, and he had no clue how exhausted she was. Jude asked how she managed to be so darn accurate with her hits, even without being able to see a thing. She gripped the pillow tightly, still trying to bottle up her frustration, and asked what else they had talked about. Jude, groaning in pain, said they'd check it out tomorrow and head back to Resbel County the day after. But Cordelia said they couldn't go music back, since she had to deal with that whole Great Northern Invasion thing happening soon. He was like, "Oh right," and reached into his trench coat, pulling out some letters and saying they'd slip out at midnight. The camp was dead silent. Everyone was out cold after that crazy fight. But right in front of Cordelia's tent, there was a letter from Jude addressed to his great friend, the one and only young Master Lucas. It said Jude was off to continue his honeymoon with Lady Cordelia, whom he loved more than life itself. After munching on that sunflower, he was feeling a whole lot better, so Lucas shouldn't worry his pretty little head about them. They were super sorry for going rogue and causing Lucas so much grief. The letter ended saying he was genuinely happy now. After Jude read the letter out loud to Cordelia, she tried her best not to crack up and wake the guards, all while thinking how the table's music have totally turned. But when Jude said no one could hear them, she just lost it, saying they'd better find that letter fast. He asked if this was really making her that happy. She said heck yeah, because for once he was the one leaving a note behind, not her. Cordelia said she was so happy she could just die. But seeing Jude's face, she asked, "What's with that look?" He replied, "Oh, it's nothing. It's just, this pretty much confirms we're a lovey-dovey couple, you know." He wondered if she was happy about it too, adding he never knew she was so into him. Cordelia just sputtered, asking what he was even talking about and that it wasn't like that. She then ducked her head, totally embarrassed and flustered, thinking this wasn't how it was supposed to go. Now in the trading city of Langabusto, Jude knocked and called out he was coming in. He asked if she got some rest. She said she slept like a log, mentioning her head felt way clearer after a good night's sleep, then asked for the game plan before people started chasing them. Jude said first she needed to fully recover and asked if she could see out of her eyes yet. She just grinned and told him not to worry about that anymore. She slowly unwrapped the bandages and declared, "Domain expansion Murio Kusho." Jude asked if she really kept it bandaged music this whole time just to do that. Cordelia replied, "Duh, you have to seize the opportunity when you can." So the two sat at the table, and Jude explained that in the original game story, something huge goes down in 2 months beyond the northern border where there's a jungle. One day, a prophet in rags shows up in a village and says, "Here in the land of the furious bull, a great king will rise, the one who becomes music. King will get immense power and sweep across the world." The tribe leader totally bought it and prepared a ritual to receive this power, not knowing a group of demon worshippers was behind the whole thing. Cordelia then said that after getting the power from the great monarch of corruption, Biliel the Furious Bull tribe members united all the jungle tribes. After that, they used the music and demons' power to corrupt the survivors and then sicked them on the kingdom. Jude mentioned that the Great Northern Invasion by the barbarians was a main scenario, so there was no dodging it in Legend of Heroes 2's special version. Cordelia asked if they could just butt in now, saying they could go to the jungle, stop the unification organized by the Furious Bulls, and just prevent the invasion altogether. But then she remembered that as nobles of Saloon, they really shouldn't be meddling in fights between tribes beyond the northern border, because that would basically be declaring war. Jude said she was spot on. That's why instead of jumping in, first they just had to protect the tribes that hadn't been messed with by the demons yet. Music. He said their plan was to build a force to stand against the Furious Bull tribe. Cordelia asked if he meant the Great Storm tribe, the one with the playable character Vento Vermelho. Cordelia realized that if that was the plan, it meant that by beating Minos and that demonic hand that crashed the meeting music, they had already altered the flow of her own scenarios. In the same way, Vento Vermelho's story of losing her family and tribe could be completely rewritten. Jude grinned, noting that was just what he'd expect from her rank. She was a real quick study. Cordelia said that was a given, playfully mimicking Jude. She added she hated seeing her despair in the original story, so she was totally on board. Jude figured she was probably imprisoned now, likely captured a week before her official debut. Cordelia shot to her feet, saying they had to go save her since she only got caught crossing the border for her sick dad's medicine. They needed to get her out of that cold, dark cell before she started to hate every last human. As night fell, Cordelia got cranky, reminding him she'd said to save Vento Vermelho, so where on earth were they going? Jude told her Vento Vermelho was captured by a slave trader, so they could just buy her without a fight. Cordelia, now with dyed hair for her disguise, asked if he really just wanted to buy her. She thought they'd teach those scumbags a lesson during the rescue and tear down the slave market. Jude replied that if they did that, Condrisberg would find out they were in Langabusto. And with Vento Vermelho locked up in the North's biggest slave market, it'd be a dumb move to try something like music that. Suddenly, Jude noticed something. As he watched, he heard Cordelia grumble that she still thought they were doing something fun, not just handing over money to buy her. He said he understood how she felt, but they had no other choice and motioned for her to come closer. Jude whispered that it would be way worse if they beefed up security after a commotion telling her to look closely at that slave. A slave trader yanked the woman's collar, ordering her to walk faster. Going through the door, the slave pulled a paper from her worn-out blouse and passed it to the knight, who quickly took it. Jude and Cordelia watched the whole exchange, seething with anger. Music. After Cordelia saw what happened, she remembered the original reason Yellowstorm escaped was because of an ambush that took place around this time. Jude remarked that the slave market would descend into chaos in a few weeks, so they'd just wait and collect on what they'd music planted. Cordelia nodded, but then asked, intrigued, why they were buying masks. He replied that they had to save Yellowstorm. She said she music knew that, but why masks if they weren't crashing a party? Jude simply replied it was so they wouldn't end up with egg on their faces later. She got furious and told him to stop screwing around. 20 minutes later, in front of a casino full of gamblers, Cordelia stood with a completely music deadpan expression, asking Jude if this was his big plan for getting cash. He grinned proudly and said, "You bet, music." After Jude's confident answer, Cordelia immediately spun around and pinched his cheek as he yelped that it hurt. She shot back that it was supposed to hurt, damn it, and furiously asked how he dared drag her to a casino to make money. This was grounds for calling off the wedding. So Jude replied he already told her it was fine and asked if he'd ever lied to her about this kind of thing. He just asked her to trust him, to give him a shot, and he'd make her a millionaire overnight. Cordelia warned that he'd better not lose everything, or else money wouldn't be the only thing he'd lose. Jude proudly announced that he was already banned from 3 casinos in Las Vegas. Then he asked Music her to just trust his professional skills. Then he left humming that he'd be back with the winnings and told her to wait there for 2 hours. Meanwhile, Cordelia wore a deeply worried expression, thinking she was engaged to a con man who was proud of being a degenerate gambler. 2 hours later, Cordelia was laughing joyfully, saying that was a blast and the casino was a true land of dreams and wishes. Jude, however, was at a complete loss for words about what went down. He thought it was just unbelievable. Since remembering his past life before Pleats, or rather both his lives combined, he'd never been so utterly dumbfounded. A little while earlier, Jude tossed 2 cards onto the table. The blackjack dealer congratulated him on another win. He then said he was done for the night and casually asked where the exchange counter was. After cashing in his chips, he, Music, walked off with a proud smirk. He figured he'd managed to multiply his money by 2.5 times, and that was solid. He wanted to press his luck, but making Cordelia wait longer would tick her off, so he should probably stop there. Then something totally caught his eye. As he moseyed on over to check out the commotion, he heard someone say it was the 17th win they'd seen. Another guy chimed in that since they showed up, it was already the 17th. Jude looked up to see who the star of the show was. When he saw who it was, you could have knocked him over with a feather. Music. Cordelia was just beaming while the crowd around her gossiped that she'd hit the roulette 17 times in a row. Her stack of chips was 5 or 6 times bigger than what Jude had scraped together. Back in the present, Jude's just baffled, asking how she nailed it so many times. Music pointing out the odds of 17 straight wins are 1 in 130,000. She just replies that she went with her gut. Cordelia explains that when she had a feeling it would be red, it landed on red. And when she got a vibe for black, it landed on black. She happily skips off, wondering if she should try a card game next. Jude's just standing there, completely dumbfounded, thinking he's somehow engaged to a monster. So he grabs Cordelia and lays down the law. No gambling, anything but gambling. And gambling is a one-way ticket to calling off the wedding. Cordelia just laughs it off, saying, "It's fine, just have a little faith in me." Jude can only wonder why the heck they've suddenly swapped personalities. She smoothly changes the subject, mentioning that because she won so big, she even scored an invite to an exclusive auction. With that invitation, they can just waltz right into the auction. This means they can snag the Yellowstorm just like they planned. Jude adds they should also scope out any other goodies besides the Yellowstorm. Cordelia is totally pumped, commenting that this is a brand new area they never even saw in the game. She's got a feeling she can score some amazing loot there. He figures if her gut says so, it's bound to happen. Cordelia says she hopes so, then asks about those masks they bought earlier. Like, where are they going to use those? Jude says he'll spill the beans tomorrow since it's super late and they should probably get some sleep. Meanwhile, over in the border town of Balin, Jude's dad decides he can't just sit on the sidelines anymore. After they ran into so much crazy danger at the music Great Gate, the kids just took off again. The demon cultists' recent moves were really bugging him. Like, what in the world were they up to? They music. He said they were constantly on the hunt. But at this rate, if they can't find Jude and Cordelia, her father added, he'd have no choice but to make them official fugitives. Alex urged him to think of Resbel County's reputation before making two engaged kids wanted criminals. Arthur agreed that the mere thought of it was a complete nightmare. Alex stood up, saying they had to find those two before things got any more out of hand. He added it'd be great if one of them could go handle it personally. But that was probably a long shot. Music. So instead, he suggested sending Gala. If the eldest son of the Balin family personally joined the search, it might help with their public image. He then asked who the Chase family was sending, since Cordelia's knight still wasn't back on his feet yet. Arthur replied that he was sending Delea. Alex was shocked, asking if he was for real. He was pretty sure she was all the way in the central region. Count Chase said she was already back from her time off and that hearing about Jude and Cordelia's shenanigans probably made her want to blow a gasket. And apparently she insisted on going herself this time. Alex just smiled, commenting that the kids were definitely chips off the old block. Then he mentioned it had been too long since they'd last met. Meanwhile, in a carriage heading for the Chase mansion, a woman is peacefully resting, looking totally serene with her eyes closed. She softly whispers for Cordelia to just hang in there a little longer because her big sister is coming to protect her. The next day, Gallet asks Ver if he needs to swing by the Chase estate first. Ver says yes, explaining he heard they're sending a magic user who's a tracking specialist. Suddenly, Gallet glances over as his name is called. It's Maya, who says she came over to bring him something. Music. Since you never know what kind of situation he'll run into looking for young master Jude Bale, she figured he should be prepared for anything. She starts pulling out all sorts of supplies for the trip just in case Jude Bale catches a cold, gets poisoned, music, or even gets a headache. Gala tells her to chill out, reminding her he has to hurry so he won't be late. She snaps out of it and says she's just really worried about young master Jude Bale's health. She bows her head and apologizes for getting carried away. Gale thanks her for worrying about his brother and takes the bag of ingredients she prepared, promising he'll take excellent care of it. He gets on his horse and tells Ver and Maya that he'll be back with his brother soon. Music. The two bid him farewell and wish him a safe journey. Now at Count Chase's estate, Galette arrives and notices someone waiting out front. This man is none other than Edward Chase, the eldest son of the Count Chase family and heir to Music, the estate. Yawning, he greets Galette and remarks that he isn't the one who'll be accompanying him. He just woke up early to catch the show. Galette asks what he means when suddenly someone approaches them and says it's been a while since she's seen him. A woman with blonde hair announces that she'll be the one accompanying him on this search and hopes they get along while working together. Her name is Cordelia Chase, one of the 7 captains of the Royal Magic Corporation of the Selin Kingdom, and also Cordelia's sister. Gallet awkwardly replies that he'd be pleased to join her and mentions that he heard she was in the capital. She explains she took time off from the Royal Corporation since they need to find those two before things get crazy. No time to lose. She, Music, asks if they shouldn't just leave immediately. He agrees, and since he's more familiar with the area, he says he'll lead. She hops on her horse and says that's fine, but only if he can keep up with her pace, basically daring him. Gallet gets confused and asks what she's on about. Suddenly, she makes a sharp move and her horse bolts, leaving Gallet behind. Gallet is still confused while Edward just smiles, mentioning he'll have to hustle to catch up now. He wishes him the best of luck, then quickly takes off to catch up with Adelia. Edward comments that he's worried about Cordelia and Wild but can't help but enjoy the show too, and that this entire search rests on Galet's shoulders. Later that night at the auction house in Lonkimus, someone announces the auction will start in 2 hours the next evening. Also, items on display on the first floor will be sold to the highest bidder before the main auction starts. So if you'd like to purchase an item, please write your bid amount and membership code on the bidding card. After explaining, she says she'll be taking her leave. If you need anything, just ring the bell. And most importantly, have fun. Jude Bale and Cordelia thank her for the quick explanation. Then the two of them just stare at one another. Jude Bale mentions he had a gut feeling they'd find something big here thanks to his intuition. She replies that she did too, but who knew it would actually happen? They walk through the auction house, checking out the items. They found an ancestral emblem, and right after that, a sword of heavenly judgment. Then Cordelia exclaims, her treasure is finally here, and Jude Bale tells her to look at the seller's comment. It's written that it is an ornamental relic excavated from some ancestral ruins. Music mentions that the description sounds super fancy, but they have no idea what the thing really is. Cordelia glances at the bid, asking if that's the real top offer, or if the seller just forgot to add a few more zeros. She urges him to bid now, while Jude Bale mutters that if he'd known this, that he would have beelined it here the second he woke up in this world. After they secure the bid, Cordelia sighs in relief and asks if they didn't just totally hit the jackpot. Jude Bale says they sure did and that he feels the need to say something. She cuts in saying she already knows exactly what he's about to say. So they both shout at the same time, "This is crazy lucky." They then started zipping around looking for more sweet deals on valuable items, but suddenly froze, remembering something major. Music had completely forgotten about Vento Karm. Now down in the auction house's basement, Jude Bale and Cordelia were hit with a totally different vibe than the first floor. The place was dark, somber, and had a heavy air. The seller said they made a fine choice in acquiring her, noting her unique ears, fair skin, and slender frame. It's tough to find that kind of beauty among the northern barbarians, he added. Cordelia's eyes welled up with tears at the sight of Vento Karme as the seller kept on mentioning she might be a bit feisty. But ultimately, it's to be expected since her people are what you'd call barbarians. Vento Karme shot a furious look at Cordelia, her blue eyes blazing with a rage and hostility that her fear couldn't hide. In that moment, Cordelia clenched her fists tight, music, trying to keep her cool so she wouldn't mess up Jude Bale's negotiation. After the man goes over the details, Jude Bale just plays it cool, saying it's a sign of good health, so it's no problem at all. But the dealer staring him down questions if he's really going to buy her outright without even haggling. Jude thinks he suspects the king sent us to inspect this place. So he quickly says yes, explaining he's just traveling with his sister and she's begging Music him to leave Nantibust because it's freezing. The man remarks that it adds up since for folks not used to it, the cold there can be pretty brutal. Then he agrees to get the merchandise ready to go immediately. Jude is relieved, thinking to himself that the guy is pretty sharp. He tells the man he'll wait. While heading back to the first floor, Cordelia says she had no idea there was a rule that you had to wear a mask to go down there. He explains that in the game they only got a peek at the basement during Vento Karme's escape, so most people wouldn't know. Cordelia asks how he figured it out. Jude explains that this whole business is a nasty habit that's slowly fading from the kingdom. The fact that they're so secretive about it means they have a lot to hide, and that's why he figured it was necessary. Cordelia agrees he's right, since nobody would want their face seen making these kinds of deals. This was all for the nobles who need to keep up appearances for everyone else. She thought about all the little things. The cloying music smell of perfume mixed with the basement's mold, the rattle of heavy chains and people sizing up the merchandise, eyes that were filled with vengeance, disgust, and terror. The high she felt from finding rare items earlier completely vanished, replaced by a wave of indescribable emotions. Back on the first floor, a masked man was saying that barbarians are incredibly tough. He mentioned he'd recently bought one who had already won 2 gladiator matches. The last one he purchased, however, got his neck broken in the very first fight. The other man replied, "You won't find better stock for combat than a barbarian." Cordelia turned away and walked off, unable to stand hearing any more of it. She walked a bit further, then suddenly came to a halt. She took out her hair clip and Jude asked what was wrong. She replied that her hair must have gotten all knotted up, complaining that it hurt so badly with every step that she wanted to cry. She asked Jude to please do something. He said, of course, and coming closer, he gently stroked her hair. He said Vento Karme must have been through a lot and that they would take great care of her and buy her tons of delicious food. Meanwhile, Cordelia hid her crying face behind her mask. Later in the room they rented to rest, Jude asked how Vento Karm was. Cordelia told him she must have been exhausted from living in survival mode. She fell asleep the instant she lay down on the bed. Jude then asked if she still hadn't managed to get all of the restraints off. She says nope, because she was afraid that if she did, she'd wake right up. He asks her to have a seat so they can start planning their next big move. She shoots her hand up and goes, "Yes, Professor," then suggests they should probably try to befriend Vento Karms first. Jude says, "That's a great idea, Luna Cordelia, since we'll need her help the second we cross the border." But she says glumly that after how their first meeting went, it'll probably take a super long time for her to warm up to them. Jude agrees, figuring it should take about a month, give or take, and for her to finally let her guard down. Cordelia wonders what the game plan is and asks if he has anything up his sleeve. Jude says yes, then asks, hey, what's with the face? She says she's got a sneaky suspicion there's a devious plan behind this. He just says that it's just going to be a little bitty white lie. He explains they'll first juice up the magic circle with a little magic. And here's the script for her. Cordelia grabs the script and says, this is in the Northern Tribes' language. How am I supposed to read this? Music. He replies that he figured she could being ranked 2 and all, but now they're out of options. As the rank 1, he'll have to write down the pronunciation for her. Cordelia gets ticked off, saying that stinker Music totally did this on purpose. Later, Vento Karmas is out like a light. Then a mysterious voice whispers for her to wake up. Her eyes fly open and she leaps out of bed ready to throw down. But wait a sec, her restraints are gone and she can see perfectly fine. She wonders what's going on, what that voice was, and where all this spooky fog is coming from. Suddenly, a super bright light flashes in her face, forcing her to shut her eyes in total fear. An image of a heavenly figure starts to appear, telling her there's no need to be scared and introducing itself as the Great Storm, the guardian god of her tribe. Vento Karmisim's eyes well up with tears. Music. She instantly bows, saying it's an incredible honor to be in the presence of the Great Storm. The deity notes that she's been through a lot on her quest to cure her father's sickness. It also warns that a huge crisis is heading for her entire tribe on the Great Plains. Hearing the word crisis, she desperately asks what she's supposed to do. The deity then says that from this point on it will speak more forcefully. However, it quickly tells her to hold on because it totally shouldn't have said that. Then it yells at Jude to shut his trap while Vento Karmisim asks what's going on. The deity says it was nothing and gets back on track, saying it already gave its divine message to the 2 humans here. They're the ones who saved her, so she has to join them on their adventure. The deity says the woman's name is Cordelia and the man's is Jude. Music. The pink-haired lady is gorgeous and sweet, but can sometimes be as fierce as a wildcat. The guy is handsome, cool, polite, and just an all-around incredible person. He's so perfect, in fact, that the woman is totally head over heels for him. It adds that these 2 will be her friends. Vento Karmisim wonders intrigued why she'd befriend the humans who captured her. Meanwhile, Jude gets a magic circle going. The deity asks her to trust it and them, and to face this northern crisis together. Vento Karmisim squeezes her eyes shut from the bright light, trying to say something to her guardian deity. But all of a sudden, she feels drowsy and drops to the floor out cold. Now that the performance is over, Cordelia kills the fog and Jude goes to shut off the lights. He remarks that he can't believe she passed out instantly from just the sleep mask spell mixed with sleep and wind magic. He adds that now they're going to tie her up again. When she wakes up in the exact same state she was in before she dozed off, she'll think she had a real vision and an oracle. But Cordelia calls him out on that line from the script about the woman being totally in love with him. He just plays it off, saying it means something good. She gets ticked off and points out he's lying since she can't read their tribe's language. About 1 hour later, Vento Karms woke up to a soft, gentle music voice. She tried to snap her eyes open but only saw darkness because of the blindfold. Cordelia tells her to just hang on a second, she'll get it off. Her vision adjusted to the light. Her eyes landed on the faces of 2 people as the pink-haired girl asked if she was all right. Vento Karmisim's eyes went wide. She instantly scrambled to the corner of the bed as Cordelia said, hey, no need to be so defensive. Music. She adds that her name is Cordelia. And the guy next to her is her fiancé, Jude. As soon as she heard the names Cordelia and Jude, she recalled the words of the Great Storm, her tribe's guardian. Jude mentions that the Great Storm led them, which is also why they bought her at the auction. Cordelia sits on the bed's edge and says it's just like he said and she doesn't have to be afraid because she's safe now. Cordelia reaches her hand out to Vento Karm, saying warmly that they're going to help her. Vento Karmisim, staring at Cordelia's hand, thought about how when she crossed the border she was determined to get her father's medicine all on her own and go back home. She had told herself over and over again that she couldn't trust anybody. After getting caught, her conviction that she couldn't trust any human from the kingdom only grew stronger. Even with the Great Storm's orders, she figured it would be impossible to be friends with them. In fact, Music, she felt like she shouldn't be friends with them. But she was so lonely and had always wished someone would shatter that fear of being alone. Her tears just burst out streaming from her eyes like a broken dam. She sobbed, saying she just couldn't handle it anymore. Cordelia pulled Vento Karmisim into a tight hug, whispering that Music was totally safe now and could trust her. Hearing those comforting words just made the waterworks start all over again. While watching the whole scene, Jude thinks he totally smashed through Vento Karmisim's distrust Music without a single hitch or any wasted time. He feels a smidge guilty for pretending to be the tribe's guardian deity. But Cordelia should be happy with the outcome too, so it's all good. Jude says he's gonna go grab a bite to eat and asks Cordelia to look after her. Cordelia, sniffling along with Vento Karmisim, says she's got it covered. After leaving the room, he spotted something on the table. He figures they scored this valuable relic from the black market. He realizes she still gets super hyped about their luck, even in a grimy place. This means that even with her human side, she's still a total loot goblin. A few minutes later, Karmisim lets them know she knows a way to cross the border. While munching a sandwich, she says it's a path only her tribe knows. It's a secret, but she'll tell him since Cordelia is her pal. And Jude is Cordelia's pal. Jude thinks about what went down when he went to get food, seeing how chummy they'd become. Cordelia must think people get closer when they open up to each other. He reflects that even so, music, this is moving way too fast. Then he asks Karmasum if it's a bit early, but if she'd be up for leaving tomorrow. She replies that she's still on the hunt for some medicine for her father. Cordelia says they have something that can help him get better. Jude adds that the Great Storm gave them a heads up, so they prepared everything beforehand. Karmasum jumps to her feet and says they can leave right this second. He then says they'll crash today and leave tomorrow with her leading the way. Cordelia comments, "If you're done eating, why don't you go take a bath?" Karmasum says yes, but only if Cordelia goes with her. Cordelia replies, "Alrighty, let's take a bath together." Meanwhile, Jude thinks that if they dilly-dally Rosbelgo County, or the demonic hand might just catch up. He also mulls over how Cordelia is getting closer and closer to her, exactly as he planned it, and yet he feels weirdly left out. The next day, Jude knocks on the door and asks if they're ready. He also tells them he already packed their luggage so they can head out when they're set. Cordelia replies that they're on their way out. She turns to Karasum and asks, "Aren't you going to be chilly in those clothes?" Karmasum says these clothes are just like what she used to wear, but her hair is definitely different. Cordelia then remembers that in the game, Karmasum would tie her hair up before heading to the kingdom. Cordelia tries a hairstyle and asks, "How's this look?" Immediately after, she styles one just like Frian from the Hero Squad, wondering if it's good. Then she whips up another like the elf from the Lord of the Rings movies. After Music trying a ton of hairstyles, she ties a ribbon on the end of Karmasum's hair and asks, "Okay, how about this? Do you like it?" Karmasum looks at the ribbon on the tip of her hair and thinks it's beautiful. Cordelia nervously asks if maybe she should just tie her hair up like before. But Karmasum just beams, saying it's absolutely perfect music and thanks Cordelia for all her help. Cordelia grins back and says it's time to get going. Meanwhile, over by the Northern Viscount's turf, Gale asks if she's found anything. Adelia answers that she's figured out which way they're headed, north. Gale points out those two were last spotted in the frozen land. If they head north from there, they'll hit Langusto. Adelia adds that even further on is one of the kingdom's 3 shields, Crow's Nest, the Fort of Thundering Doom. But she says something feels a bit weird. Looking at the map, those two aren't heading towards the fort at all. They're going somewhere else. Gale notes that there's nothing but the border out that way. Adelia wonders why on earth are they heading for the border. She's thinking that ever since they were kids, Cordelia wasn't the type to just take off without a word. She also used to get totally spooked by new places, so she'd always stick like glue to Dahlia or her. But that darn playboy Jude had the nerve to corrupt her sweet, innocent Cordelia. Then Gale gets an idea and says to Adelia, "If they're heading to the border, you think they're being kidnapped?" Adelia tells him to say that again, looking at him with a completely blank face. Gale theorizes they were probably caught and snatched by the demonic hand because there's no way his tracking magic was wrong. Still, there's no reason for them to head to the border. Gale, who'd been talking, suddenly clammed up with a cringe at Adelia's terrifying expression. He quickly tries to calm her down, saying he was just spitballing, but she agrees it's a possibility. Adelia immediately strode to her horse, saying they needed to get a move on, while Gale scrambled to keep up with her. Between the Selen Kingdom and the wilderness stands a massive wall. This wall stretches along the entire northern region's border and was built roughly 300 years ago. During an era of constant war, the kingdom called the Wildlands the Music, the land of savages, and they built the wall over a long 30-year period to prevent invasions from the northern barbarians. But since it was such an enormous area to defend, they couldn't set up a proper defense. What's more, there was a limit on the manpower available to guard it. Because of that, it was impossible to watch the whole border closely, which created some unavoidable gaps. Jude remarks that he totally figured there'd be some spots where no guards were watching the wall. Karmasum adds that she crossed the border using those gaps. Music. And that her tribe works hard to locate these openings. Cordelia says it's all making sense now, and that Kareem is giving them super valuable intel. But right as she was about to add something, a mouthful of snow flew into her mouth. Jude noted that the snowstorm was getting a lot worse. Cordelia just grinned and hugged Karmasum tight, saying she couldn't see a thing and it was super windy. Karazm said if she kept hugging her like that, they'd both fall over. She mentioned a cave just up ahead where they could wait out the storm. Jude took the lead, asking if the cave was nearby while the girls kept goofing off. Karmasum then realized she was supposed to be the guide and told Jude that she'd completely forgotten, promising to pay more attention next time. He just thought that now he had to take care of 2 Cordelias. Once in the cave, Cordelia noted the path and weather had gotten pretty gnarly. Jude said music. This proved they were already far north and asked Karmasum if at this pace music they would make it to the valley. She replied they just had to walk a little more and that the trail in the valley was tough. She turned and asked Cordelia if she'd be okay while Jude sneakily observed her hairstyle. This was the exact hairstyle Yellowtorm used when playing with Crimson Wind in Legend of Heroes 2. Cordelia smiled and said almost telepathically, "That's right. Isn't it just so music cute?" Jude thought it was impressive that even in this insane situation, she would still pull something like that. Suddenly, Karmasum said she had a question asking, "What is fork?" Cordelia's mind went blank as she asked what she was talking about. Karmasum then explained that Cordelia says that word a lot. Even when she's asleep, she'll say fork. Cordelia whipped her head towards Jude, expecting him to back her up, but he just looked away and said, "Don't look at me." He then asked who taught her to cuss so much. Crimson called Cordelia's name again. She jumped, stammering as she tried to get the words out, thinking about how on earth to explain it. She figured she should just be honest and tell the truth. So Cordelia hung her head and slowly said that it's an exclamation. The cave fell silent. Crimson, music, broke the silence, asking if it was actually an exclamation. Cordelia said, "Yeah, like amazing or awesome, that kind of thing." Hearing Cordelia's desperate explanation, Crimson said with a huge smile that she was able to come back thanks to them. She threw her arms up and cheered Jude, forking Cordelia. "You two are forking awesome." As Crimson swore, or rather music used the exclamation, Cordelia said, crying, "That's right, Crimson, we're forking. Awesome." After the blizzard blew over, they started walking again. Cordelia complained. Her foot kept sinking in the snow, and it was tough walking in a forest with no trail. Jude said that's exactly why they let the horses go, and she mentioned she was really getting attached music to them. Crimson told them things would get easier up ahead and they just had to hang on a bit longer. Jude commented that it was fine while Cordelia seemed to be sensing something. She hit up Jude, saying they were getting way stronger and faster than in the game, but it seemed like the bad guys were spawning quicker too. Jude said since they kept winning battles they were supposed to lose, the original story would change, and that was unavoidable. Cordelia asked who he thought the enemy was this time around. He figured it'd be Seleucia since her last plans totally flopped, and asked why she was bringing it up now. Cordelia said that ever since they got super close to the valley, she'd been getting a really bad vibe. It felt like someone had a dagger pointed right at her back. Jude figured that after mastering her witch powers, Cordelia's skills had leveled up in a ton of ways. For one, her intuition got crazy sharp, and this was the same intuition that managed to score a 1 in 130,000 chance at the casino, and it was now sensing an attack even with no visible danger. This was basically a full-on prophecy, a legit superpower. Jude took off running, thinking he couldn't just blow off Cordelia's warning. He got to Karsum and told her they had to book it because something was on their tail. She said she'd checked around but didn't spot a thing. But Jude was insistent. "Trust me, I'm positive, something's coming." Meanwhile, demon dogs were watching them from up in the valley, just waiting for the perfect moment to pounce. There was still absolutely nobody near them, but the three of them were booking it from a danger that was about to drop. When Cordelia stopped to look back at the mountains, Jude asked, "What is it?" She said she felt like something else was out there, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. The other two stopped running as well, and Jude was like, "What are you even talking about?" But just then, a beastly roar echoed from high above them in the valley. Three massive dogs with dark red fur and glowing yellow eyes were hot on their trail. Karmasum said those weren't native border monsters' music, because she'd never seen them before coming to the kingdom. Cordelia figured someone summoned them close by. She fired up her witch transformation and told Jude to grab Karmasum. Jude scooped her up, told Cordelia he'd wait for her ahead, and then tossed Karmasum onto his back. Karmasum was yelling that they couldn't just leave Cordelia behind like that. Cordelia simply unleashed her magic. Over 10 magic missiles slammed into the demon dogs like they were heat seekers. Watching this, Karmasum gasped that it was incredible, asking how Cordelia hit every single one, even while the dogs were moving. Jude was like hellhounds wouldn't just be chilling in a place like this, and right then he knew exactly who was after them. See, out of all the demonic hand, big shots only Suzia could control hellhounds. But it was a complete shock for her to actually be here, just lying in wait for them. They hadn't breathed a word to anyone about their location this time. They didn't even leave any clues for someone to guess their plan. It wasn't like that whole frozen land incident. He was racking his brain wondering how this was possible since it shouldn't be. Then it suddenly clicked. Maybe one of their foes had some kind of future sight, but there was also something else happening simultaneously. He looked up and bam, a whole mess of black crows was swarming all over. That's when it hit Jude. Cordelia said something else was coming, but wasn't sure what. He yelled out for Cordelia, pointing out the bird-pocalypse happening right over their heads. Cordelia just grinned, realizing this was the other shoe she was waiting to drop. She quickly cast a slippery ground spell on the monsters, then booked it to catch up with Jude and Karmasum. Just moments later, even more black crows filled the sky. Karmasum looked up like, "Okay, why are there so many now?" Then her eyes snapped to their path and she shrieked, "That's a cliff." But Jude didn't even slow down, and Cordelia was right with him. She asked, "You ready for this?" He held out his hand to her and said, "Totally." Cordelia basically launched herself at Jude, and then they both just leaped off the cliff while Karmasum was screaming her head off that they were goners. The flock of crows just swirled all around them as Cordelia hugged Jude's neck tightly, her eyes squeezed shut. They were suddenly in a spot covered in white snow. The crows that had flown them up into the sky scattered and then vanished. Karmasum music asked in total disbelief of what she had just witnessed. But Cordelia looked away, and Jude also zeroed in on the guy walking toward them. As soon as he appeared, the endless sound of wing flapping just music. Everything stopped. The snowy ground fell dead, silent. This dude had deep blue eyes, long white hair, and a super pale face. But the rest of him was decked out in black. Jude bowed, saying it was a huge honor to meet the legendary Ghost Blade Camiel. Camiel noted that Jude cleverly figured out the crows weren't a threat, which he expected from Landius's student. Jude replied it was because he knew crows were Lord Camiel's signature animal, one of the 6 big shots of the Holy Cross Guardians. But in his head, Jude was like, oh, I know exactly who this guy is. After all, any fan of the Legend of Heroes series would know Camiel. He was the secret son of the king from the Paragon Kingdom, which got totally wrecked by demons. He was also a main character in Legend of Heroes 1 known as the Sun Warrior Landius. Plus, he was the only one to make it to the end of Legend of Heroes 2. He made a pact with a dragon to wipe out every last demon worshipper and music. That's how he earned the epic title of the Phantom Blade Swordsman. He told Jude to get up, and since Jude was already in the know, he'd skip the long intro. Camiel explained he was keeping tabs on them as a favor for Landius. He spotted Selucia, one of the big bosses from the Demon Hands, making a move. While tracking her, he stumbled upon them and swooped in for the save. Carmus immediately ducked behind Cordelia. Cordelia asked what was up. She said, it's nothing, but in her head she was freaking out. His face is so pretty, but his voice is all man. Meanwhile, Jude put on his best surprised face, saying he never expected a top executive to be tailing them. Camiel asked where they were headed, pointing out that if they kept on this path, they'd hit the border, but good luck actually crossing it. Cordelia jumped in, explaining they were on a mission from their guardian deity, the Great Storm. That's why they had to cross the border to help Carmus cure her father's sickness. Carmus flinched when Jude mentioned her dad's illness might be tied to demon power. Camiel's eyes narrowed. He admitted the land beyond the border was a big question mark even for him. Sounds like it's worth a look. He offered to help and protect them to the border, but Jude chimed in saying he thought it'd be smarter if they split up. Camiel asked him to explain that one. Jude laid it out: if Mr. Camiel reveals himself, Selucia will be forced to make a move. It doesn't matter how many goons she has, she'll have to personally deal with him. It'd be better if she wrongly assumes all 3 of us are with you and just bolts. But Jude continued, it wouldn't be a bad thing if you grabbed her attention by fighting her head on. If we can just get Selucia, the most dangerous player in this whole game, out of the picture, we can handle the rest of the journey ourselves. He grabbed Cordelia's hand, adding that the 2 of them together could totally handle it. Poor Carmus was forgotten for a second there. Camiel finally saw what Jude was really planning, pitting the 2 biggest powerhouses against each other. He cracked a smile and agreed to the plan, but said he had one question first. Camiel mentioned hearing that Jude had consumed the sunflower, and then asked if he realized that the flower's power hadn't fully bonded with his body yet.